What's up, YouTube? So I'm about to go live on TikTok. As I do, give me a second. I'm going to come up with the title for this one. Because I can't say the G-side word. I can't say genocide on TikTok necessarily. Trump to commit G-side. I'll just do that. All right, here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are live again. Today is a Tuesday, April 7th. Crazy fucking shit going on, guys. I mean, more of the same, really, but just crazy either way. Let me send this to my people. Give me a second. I'm going to share it out. Welcome in. We just got started. I literally just started the live, so make yourselves comfortable if you'd like to come in. If you don't want to come in, that's fine too. Benjamin, I ain't seen Benjamin in a while. Let's see. Send that there. We are live. Trump threatens G-side. All right, sending that out. What's up, y'all? What's up to those coming in? Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Who we got? Just a Jenny, just a Jim. I like it. Jenny, get outside. What's up? Get outside. You were up here yesterday, didn't you? I don't think you said much when you were on the man panel. I don't know what happened, but I mean, you're welcome to come back up too. I'm going to switch to my alt real quick. Give me just a second and we'll get started here soon. Getting all my ducks in a row. Oh, there it is right there. Sweet. All right, let me request up. Let me add myself. Bam. All right, sweet. Oh, you're at work. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I was thinking about changing my times to nighttime because even the people that watch me during the day, they usually can't come up until later at night. It kind of sucks, but anyway, if you're just getting in here, make yourselves comfortable. I don't see a single like, so if you want to start tapping that screen, TikTok likes to get us up, over 10,000 as quickly as possible. I think that does have an effect, like how quickly you get to 10,000. So if you want to help the live get out there, start tapping the screen, share it out, do the things, matter of fact, okay, finger hearts will work. Let's see here. Oh, Mama J. Mama J's up early. I ain't seen Mama J in a minute. Hey, Mama J. Good to hear from you. Good to see you. What's up?
Hey, Liberal. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Just, it's going to be a crazy day, I feel like. I just have this premonition that somebody's butt is going to be hurt by the end of this one.
Yeah, I'm kind of dreading it, though, because I think it's going to be pretty bad for some people over there.
Yeah, well, let me get into probably the worst thing. It's not really related to the prompt necessarily, but it is related to the live, and you guys may not have seen this. This was this morning at 7:06. In fact, it was 3 minutes after the other crazy shit that Trump said on True Social. This motherfucker writes, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again."
Yep.
That's genocide, folks.
Yep.
He literally wrote, "I want to commit a G-side in Iran." That's what he wrote.
That's exactly it.
And, of course, MAGA is going to be like, "Oh, that's not what he meant.
That's not what he
That's not what he meant. Trump. He says all kinds of crazy things. You can't believe what he said." Yeah, tell that to the fucking court hearing after his ass ends up the way that some of the people from Yahtzee, Germany ended up. And more of them should have been fucking dealt with in the, in the aftermath of World War II. Yeah. But
there's a lot, even since then, the G-side since then, that nobody's been brought to trial on.
Right. And if you were a scientist and you could help us unalive people better, we would give you immunity from all of your war crimes and crimes against humanity, and we would bring you in because that's America.
Well, that's what they did with the Shotzies, right?
Yep, show is. Yeah,
We brought a lot of them here.
Right. I'm sure they had plenty of people to bunk up with. They were like, where are my people? Where are they at? And they're like, oh, they're everywhere here in America. Like, damn, there's more Yahtzees in America than there was in Germany.
Well, where did they get the idea for that from?
Right. Yeah, because we did have Yahtzees here in this country. It was a movement. Like, it was a growing movement at the time right here in this country. The same movement as over there.
Lindbergh was one of the leaders of it.
Yeah. Now, let me finish this tweet just so everybody gets the context and nobody cries about it. You didn't read the whole tweet, liberal loudmouth. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and unaliving will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. God bless the great people of Iran. Let me unalive you in my first sentence. The whole civilization will end tonight. This guy he's like somebody called him the Mad King, was actually trending on Twitter. This guy has lost his fucking mind. I don't know what to say about anybody still supporting this man. I don't. It makes absolutely no sense. Oh, shit, we got like 12,000 people trying to get up on the panel. Sorry, guys, I've just now looked. Well, let me bring y'all in because... And let me just say, if you're a fucking Trump supporter and you come at me as if I'm not patriotic because I laugh about a fucking Lego video where Hegseth and Trump are sucking dick... don't do that. I've been listening to these same fucking pukes tell me I'm an anti-American because I opposed war. Imagine that. If you oppose war, you're anti-American. If you vote against war, you're anti-American. And the people that voted for this then turn around and complain about those who didn't want it in the first place and ignore the fact that they voted for it.
Everyone supports the president, so what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Everyone supports the president. Who supports the president,
cute.
bro?
The people that voted for him, like myself.
So you still support this man wanting to commit genocide in Iran? Is that what you're telling me?
He's not going to do that. You don't understand Donald Trump.
He said it right here. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. If that's not genocidal language, sir, what is that?
Actions speak louder than words, sir.
Okay, so when he unalives 160 plus little girls, bombs residential areas, bombs power plants, bombs bridges, bombs water supplies, what?
So you said 160 girls. You're acting like we did that on purpose.
They did.
And you don't know if it was Israel or us, but sure.
No, we know it was us. We know it was us. We already,
How?
they themselves said it was us.
Who said it? Can you tell me the name? Article?
We said it was us.
Our government said it. The Trump administration came out and said that it was us.
Who?
I believe it. Hegseth. Yeah.
Trump. I mean, it's all said. Generals have said that was us.
When did they say that?
Oh my God.
2 days after it happened. Listen, if you don't pay attention to politics and you don't know what your own administration is telling you, why do you go to debate panels?
He said that there is an investigation.
Yeah, exactly. Why are you up
and
there?
that they found that it was one of ours, and they tried to claim that it was an accident.
You're misquoting,
but
sir.
You're telling me that a private school that houses the daughters of the generals of the IRGC that gets unalived, you're telling me that's accident? When they already unalived the children of them. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Because
prove it.
Mr. Hegseth didn't say that. I can get the exact quote he said. You want me to get that?
Yeah, get the quote, and I'll prove it.
I can't believe we're having this discussion.
Still, right. That was like, what, over almost 2 weeks ago?
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that was so out there. We admitted that we did this, and they want to change that narrative. If it doesn't go their way, they have to change it. It's just, I feel like you're talking to a 5-year-old.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how they live, right? I mean,
people are always trying to justify anything if it's your side, but I think it's best to look at it because I voted for Trump, but at the same time, I think right now Lindsey Graham's all in his head, and he's doing whatever he tells him to do, and I think that he thought this was going to be an easy thing, and obviously it's not.
Right. I mean, yeah, but I don't think they actually care. I think they're doing what, nobody was willing to do that Israel has wanted us to do for 40 years now.
I think Trump was looking at the Nobel Peace Prize and he was like, oh, look at this. I'm going to fix the Middle East. And yeah, you can't just fix the Middle East.
Yeah, here we go. I got it right here.
Okay, I got his quote. You want me to say what he said?
Well, go ahead and read it because I'm about to show you.
Okay, he said the U.S. doesn't deliberately target civilians or schools. The situation was being investigated. If anything happened, it was not intentional. There.
Right. Well, just wait. Because part of that investigation, they said that it was ours that hit them. I guess you missed that part.
No, you said the P-Hex. It said that we were...
No, I wasn't sure who said it. She said Pete Hex has said it. I just know that the original report came out and said that it was us.
Oh, okay. So
I don't know who announced that.
Of the government. Yeah,
I'm trying to pull it up, but it's paywalled. I'm trying to bypass that paywall right now.
Okay.
And there's video of it, by the way. We bombed that one at the same time we were bombing the military facilities that were, around it, the old military facilities.
Yeah,
let's be clear. I believe it's 30 universities have been destroyed. Total accident. Residences have been destroyed. Total accident. Is that all accidental?
No. Well,
he's going to go after power plants. He's going to go after power plants. No. It's called genocide. Looks. Okay. You said actions speak louder than words. I'm giving you the actions.
Get the source,
They're
please.
Going after universities. They're going after universities. They're going after schools. They've bombed multiple schools at this point, not just that one. They've bombed residential areas. They've bombed bridges. They've bombed, they're now threatening to bomb power plants. They've already hit several power plants. So yes, actions do speak. In the actions that we're doing, coupled with what he just said, means that Donald Trump is trying to commit a genocide in Iran. And you're like,
yeah, get the source, please.
The source for what?
The source for what Pete Hex has said and what the government said and took blame for the bomb.
Did you hear anything that I just said?
Yeah, I did, but I don't want to pivot. I want to talk about the girls because
it's all related. It's all related.
Okay,
it's all related.
To the government taking guilt?
So you want to focus on one school? We have bombed multiple schools, bro.
Okay, we can talk about that, but I want to talk about the girls. I want to talk about.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, I am not your monkey.
So see, what do you mean? We were talking about one thing. You talked about different things.
No. We're talking about genocide. Looks. We're talking about genocide. I offered one example. You got stuck on that one thing, but there are an innumerable number of things that we've done. When coupled with what he just said, that speaks to genocide. You claimed he wasn't going to commit genocide. The title of the goddamn show, Looks, is Trump is going to commit G-side. And you're like, we're talking about the school.
Max.
Yes.
And we were talking about one example.
No,
you want to talk about that one example.
Max, do children... unalive differently from one school to the next after being boom boomed? I mean, we've hit several universities, we've hit several schools, we're hitting power plants. Those are all civilian targets. And we're supposed to have these boom booms that are smart boom booms that we can guide in. And yet, why are we going after civilian targets?
Okay, and I said we can talk about it, but he wanted to bring up the that the
Oh my
government bombed
God.
130 children.
Bro, that
He
was
brought it
one
up.
example in many.
Okay, and we went in depth to it. I said what Pete Hex had said, and you said,
And
okay, that's
why
what he
does it
said.
matter?
And you
Okay,
said,
listen,
I'm gonna bring
looks,
you the government source.
looks. Let me
Department,
just
idiot.
tell
you
you.
concede?
Let me just say you. No, I don't concede because I've already pulled it up. It's paywalled right now. I'm still trying to find it.
Okay,
but
I'll
you
wait.
don't want to admit that they did come out and say that their initial investigation pointed to themselves. They said this.
I want the source. I want the government
And I'm
source.
going to give it to you. But until we get that, because it's fucking paywalled, and they appear to have tried to scrub as much of that as possible, until we get there, we're going to fucking talk about the rest of it, because the topic is genocide.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking
You
about
understand
genocide,
the
right?
topic is genocide, isn't it?
Yeah,
You
bombing
claimed
130
that we
children
weren't.
is genocide.
You claimed that we weren't committing a genocide. You said specifically, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
And so when you're bombing power plants, schools, bridges,
What power
water
plant did we
supplies, we've bombed several.
Water plants are strategic. I mean, because they're trying to break down the government completely.
It's
Yeah, that's how
genocide.
wars
It's
happen.
genocide.
Kids in a
That's
school,
genocide.
that's
In a
It's
desert, it's
genocide.
genocide.
Blowing up a power
Listen,
plant's not genocide.
taking somebody's ability to drink water is fucking genocidal.
If you want to see an example of genocide,
That's
you gotta
not
look at Gaza,
strategic.
what's happening right now?
Yes,
Because
that is
they're
also a
carpet
genocide.
Hold on,
Carpet
host,
bombing. If they wanted to just kill all the
That
or-
is
or
also a
unalive
genocide.
The Iranian people, they'd be carpet bombing Tehran right now just to try to get rid of as many people as possible.
Yeah.
But they're not doing that.
yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. What
Is
source?
that
What
is that
source
Reuters? Because Reuters is what I found.
This is New York Times, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
there
the
you
New York
go.
Times. Keep scrolling down, please. I saw the
Here he
source.
goes. He's
Oh,
gonna say
wait.
fake
No.
news,
See,
fake
look,
news.
that title, that's enough for me.
So you only see the titles, but you don't see
No. Because
the
I know what they
details?
said. I heard them say it with my own ears. I've read the articles when it
Yeah.
fucking happened. I put
Why
it up
don't you-
on this
yeah,
show.
why
I
does he
know
not
for a
read the bottom of
fact
it?
that it said what it said, looks. And so now that you've been proven wrong, are you going to concede?
Wait, you proved me
Are you
wrong
going to
with the New
concede?
York Times claim? and
Yes.
said
Are
that
you
were
going to
bring a
concede?
source,
Oh,
a
now.
government source?
And see, listen, you're not going to argue in
This
good
guy's
faith.
so dumb. Holy
This guy,
shit.
you
Okay.
are.
Yeah.
Look,
You are.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
you're
Here, I'm
I-
going to drop
I
him
can't.
because I don't have patience for this. I don't have patience for this today. Looks, you asked for a goddamn source, bitch. We gave it to you. I knew for a fact that it existed. I didn't even have to fucking entertain that. But because I was fucking paywalled and I had to sit there and talk to your childlike ass who wants to ignore what we're actually doing, and then when you get proven by a conservative, APAC is a conservative, bitch. He pulls it up. And now you're like, oh, scroll down, let's read the whole thing. Oh, look, it said it said maybe. I don't like the source. I'm tired of that. I'm sick of
Yeah.
this. That's ridiculous, bitch.
And can I speak to that?
Sure.
So like all these things are going to probably continue to be like an investigation. They have preliminary results. A lot of experts are also saying that, look, it's more likely than not that it was the U.S. You think they're going to go out during a war that they're trying to win, and blatantly, say that. Yeah, they have records that point to it, but also if you view it in context too, then you also see that international structures that were struck that go against international law. So international laws have been, violated. I mean, there's a lot of things, there's a pattern of things, and it's almost like the Epstein files, right? Oh, well, you know what? It's always going to be on an investigation, so you can't make any, you can't even make any preliminary assertions or anything. We're just gonna keep on. It's on their investigation for like the next 20, 30 years. Just sometimes you got to take a step back, looks, and say, okay, is this probable? Look at all the pattern of things, and that's why what the host was saying too, and speaking to all these other events in context. Say that this was more likely than not. So, and I believe it.
And like what Doge said earlier, and he was right. Like people on their side, they just don't want to admit that their people are doing the wrong thing, and that's what this is. And today, guys, I just don't have the patience for it. I just don't have the patience for it. So looks, maybe come back tomorrow if you want to come up and act like a jackass. That's fine. I just don't have the patience for it today. Especially when people like you who fucking voted to send our troops over and die because that's what you did. When you come up and fucking criticize and question somebody's fucking patriotism, cocksuckers like you, I just don't want to deal with you guys right now.
Well, I hate the blind loyalty because, I mean, you look at it, honestly, was Trump saying he wanted never-ending wars and stuff like that? No, he straight, pulled a 180 on everybody, and now the MAGA people just want to stick with it no matter what he does, and it's like, dude, you got to call it what it is, whenever something happens that you don't want. Don't just support him blindly.
Say something to the off that point is there's positions for me that morally are a hard line. There's no place where my morals are going to budge as far as these things go. But what I'm seeing is MAGA has become morally bankrupt, where there's a justification. They can't say that was wrong. It has to be excuses, excuses, excuses. Some things are inexcusable, and they just cannot admit that.
Somehow this would have worked, and there was a peaceful regime that worked with us in Iran. Their people weren't, getting unalived and things like that. That'd be awesome, and I would support that. But this isn't what anybody asked for, other than people like the war hawks, like Lindsey Graham, that they don't have kids, they don't have anything. So this is all they want is, to feed the machine of the military-industrial complex. And there's people on both sides that no matter what they say, that's what they're trying to do, and that's where the money comes from that funds them.
And a stronger argument would have been that, hey, you know what, it was struck, but it was probably due to outdated information. But even so, if you look at the type of missile that was used, those type of missiles can be controlled. So you didn't have to, it doesn't just get launched and all of a sudden just reaches its destination. So you could have validated that was the correct, target. So I think that would have, if looks would have came with that kind of an argument, I still would have think that, it would have been a stronger one, but still it doesn't justify it because of that reason, because of the missile that was used. So that's where that argument falls short for him.
They wanted to hit that school.
Yeah,
they did want to hit it. Absolutely, and they've hit several since. So
But if it was actually a genocide, if that was the goal, well, then why the heck would they be doing it like this? Because we can do a lot more damage a lot easier than doing what we're doing now. If they just wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth, you know what I'm saying? You know what we're capable of as a military.
Well, one could argue that what he's doing in Cuba could be considered an attempted genocide.
Well, see, the thing is,
they're not dropping any bombs at all, right?
So, a genocide is more of a culture thing. This seems to be more of a political thing. Like they're trying to get rid of regimes, like communist regimes, whatever Islamic State Iran is, things like that.
If that was the case, they would get rid of the Saudi government. They would get rid of the Qatari government. They would get rid of the Iraqi and Afghanistan government. That has nothing to do with it at all.
Well, Afghanistan, yeah. I think they already kind of tried that, didn't they?
Yeah.
But
am I small on y'all's
screen? They play ball, so we allow them.
That's weird. Am I showing small on anybody else's screen? Because
No.
Okay, because yeah, this is what my phone looks like. That's weird. I was like, what the hell? I thought I had dropped. Anyway, yeah, I mean, moving along from that, like, let me play this video actually that Iran dropped, and I'd like to hear y'all's thoughts on this, clever or not. Let's see. Here we go.
Yeah. Pilot. Cost you $100 million. One pilot. Lost the C-130 in Black Hawks for one pilot. $100 million just to save one guy. World's strongest military. Look at you cry. Yeah, you talk big, drop bombs, act like you run the sky. But one little rescue when you see 130 die. Black Hawks hit hard, flames in the Persian sky. $100 million gone for one pilot, that's the price. You call us little Iran, but you bleeding equipment. Special forces running, helicopters getting hit. All this chaos for one man in the dirt. Pathetic as military. We laughing at your hurt. One pilot. Lost the C-130 in Black Hawks for one pilot. $100 million just to save one guy.
What a banger.
World's strongest military. Look at you cry. Sacred defense. One pilot. $100 million. We're waiting for the boots on the ground. Please come back. Yeah.
And there that is. What are y'all's initial thoughts? Had you seen that
dude,
before?
That song, like, I don't know who this rapper is, but that's I don't know who's supporting Iran rapping like that.
I have a feeling it's AI, but
Probably.
it's hilarious to me. Anybody else?
I think it's really smart on Iran's, because these aren't silly things. These aren't silly things that they're putting out, right? Like, they know it's largely a younger generation that's watching right now. And so they're doing things that are going to catch the younger generation's eye. And so, like, while people think they're silly music videos and stuff, it's actually really smart propaganda that they're putting out to rally American people for them.
That and the
Definitely
fact that-
propaganda. I was gonna say that it's like,
Oh,
hey,
for sure.
Don't like look at it like, oh yeah, Iran, like awesome, it's like, but this is a dangerous thing that we got involved in, letting them see our technology, and they're starting to adapt. Obviously, the way they're able to shoot down some of our aircraft now, it's like, okay, guys, like, we need to get this over with.
They're obviously trolling Trump too, really hard, and he's falling for it, right? He's getting so mad and he's crashing out, and they're kind of laughing at him. The world's laughing at him. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. And then I had Debo comment on that video, and he was pissed. He said, "For you call this a banger and claim to be an American is gross. Laugh it up because it's funny. This is exactly why I don't come to your lives." I find that ironic considering he voted for it. He voted to send our men and women over there to die. And so, like,
I didn't want this to happen, but I did vote for him because, the choices.
Well, everybody said that he was going to do it. So, like, the information was there. He did. He unalived their general the first time.
Yeah, but he didn't start a war the first time.
Because Iran didn't respond.
This time, it's like the opposite of his first term. He was ending wars and trying to finish things, trying to get peace, and now it's like the opposite, which is wild.
What's weird to me is that the entirety of Trump's 4 years, his first 4 years, we were at war the whole time. Guess what? We weren't at war under the Biden administration. We weren't at war the whole time. And yet they said that he was a warmonger and that Trump was the peace president. When Trump went and unalived a general from a country that hadn't attacked us, and we were still at war during his entire
He
4
was
years.
using proxies, and he was over that.
Who?
The general, the Iranian general that we killed or we unalived. I mean, he was over that. He was helping Hamas. He was helping Hezbollah. He was working with them.
Should Russia attack us? Are we attacking Russia?
In Ukraine.
Are we? So the United States is attacking Russia.
It's a proxy war. It's a proxy war.
Is the United States attacking Russia?
I mean, indirectly.
It's okay. So they never did anything to us, is what you're saying?
Wait, are you saying Russia never did anything
Iran
to us?
Never did anything to us. Correct. Correct. Iran.
I think they were involved in Iraq. They were involved in because these IEDs, things like that. Like the Iranians were supplying these things to these terrorist organizations.
The United States supplies weaponry to the cartels.
Who was that?
Does that make the U.S. responsible for what the cartel does?
Partly. I mean, the U.S. works. I mean, you look at some of these.
So we can't complain about what the cartels do then, because we're the ones supplying them with the guns, right?
Man, we can complain about anybody.
Yeah, but this is a matter of are you allowed to attack? Because what you're doing is trying to soften the fact that he went in and unalived Soleimani unprovoked. And when I said that, you said, well, he was attacking us through proxies. He was doing this. He was working with Iraq. He was this, that, and the other.
He was helping the terrorists do what they were able to do. They were funding.
He was planning operations.
They were working with terrorists.
That's not
Soleimani
true.
was planning operations and everything else. It's absolutely true.
Are the Houthis terrorists?
I would say so.
They're not terrorists.
What are they doing? They're attacking ships that are not military.
They aren't terrorists. How do you define a terrorist, sir? Can you define terrorist for me?
Someone who spreads terrorism.
What is there like a card that you hand out? Terrorism.
No, I mean if you're just hurting innocent people.
Is the United States innocent?
I'd say people that are taking cargo ships through a strait are innocent people.
Who?
The Houthis attack people that just.
What country are the Houthis in?
Have a flag on their ship.
What country are the Houthis in? Do you know?
Yemen.
And guess who had attacked Yemen?
Saudi Arabia.
And guess who funded Saudi Arabia with those weapons?
Dude, we fund everybody.
Who funded Saudi Arabia with the weapons to attack the Houthis?
They paid us. They paid us for the weapons. Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so if they pay you, that's fine. You can be the person that unalives people. We also, for the record, attacked Houthis, and they never actually attacked us.
Definitely.
So let me get this straight.
They can't.
A U.S. ally, quote unquote, gets to go in and invade another country, try to take it over and unalive the population. When the population fights back with a militia, because, it's Yemen, they don't have the biggest military. So the people rise up. You get to turn around and call those people terrorists? The fuck?
And that the Houthis are just the people of Yemen?
Yes.
They're in the middle of a civil war right now. There's like 3 or 4 factions.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. In the middle of a civil war, sir, Saudi Arabia tries to go in there and take it. That's what they were trying to do.
Oh, definitely. And so it shows how useless their military is, doesn't it? Because they can't even overthrow the Houthis. And they're funded. They have all these modern weapons that the Houthis don't even have, and they still can't do anything.
But again, does that make them a terrorist?
I'd say the Houthis are definitely, because they're just trying to attack ships that are going by their country.
That's not true.
That's not
what they're doing.
That is not okay. So that's not terrorism. What that is a legitimate target. That's a target. If you attack a ship bringing oil to a country that's your enemy, that's a target.
That's right.
That's not terrorism. If you attack a military ship, that's a target. That's
it's
not
not
terrorism.
military ships that they're just trying to target. They're
No. Okay. What is earlier? You just said that a water supply is actually a military target. Isn't that
I
what
was
you
saying
said?
about they're trying to overthrow a government in Iran.
Yeah. And you said so. Fair game. The desalination plants and water supply. That's what you said.
Hey, I'm not sitting here defending the war in Iran.
No. I'm trying to
just looking at it, taking a step back. They're trying to end this country and overthrow it. So they're using getting close to any means necessary to end that government and make them rise up and overthrow. Which is it going to work?
No,
I don't. I think they're too indoctrinated for this to and they
it's
already know.
their own country. Indoctrinated to what, man? It's their country.
Indoctrinated to the whole like hating America the way that they chant it and everything.
Well, first off,
okay.
Why can't people
first of
hate
all,
America?
I just want to paint a picture of logic here for you. If you can see it, you're okay with bombing and unaliving the water supply of an entire citizenry. That's what you said. Or at least implied.
I see the strategic value. I don't
right,
see
and you
it as like a
are you okay with it?
Good.
Because when you said it, you were saying it as if that was a legitimate target, right?
I'm looking at it as a military historian and looking at like, hey, this is how you win wars if they're trying to end it.
And yet, when it comes to the Houthis who attack strategic reserves for Israel, the country that is funding and unaliving those people on a regular basis, that's
Did I bring up
terrorism.
Israel with the Houthis?
No. I'm saying that's why the Houthis attack some of the ships in there that are going to Israel and or Saudi Arabia. And yet, for some reason, that's terrorism. But when we go in and bomb somebody's water supply, that's strategic.
I mean, you can go do some research and look into that they are a lot more indiscriminate than doing some research before they attack a vessel going by them. They're attacking countries that have nothing to do with anything.
They do not have missiles that can, within a couple of fucking meters, hit their target, right?
Definitely not.
Do things happen that shouldn't happen? Sure. I grant
but don't
you
defend
that.
the Houthis, dude.
But how about this? If you know that you're traveling through an area where there is a war going on between two nations, one of which is being targeted for oil and other things that go through that area, you might think it's a good idea to not go, and or you pull out your insurance policy. That's what they do. That's why they do insurance policies, especially in that region. That's why they're so expensive. Right?
I don't know. I think that you're thinking I have a different position than I have. I have a pretty. I'm trying to have. I mean, which I am. I have a pretty logical position on this. It's not like I'm saying like that. Like, there's no way you're going to get me to say the Houthis are completely justified in everything that they're doing, because that's not.
You don't
true.
have to think that they're justified. Like, I'm not even wanting you to acknowledge that. I'm saying that they're not terrorists because they aren't just trying to scare the shit out of somebody. They're protecting their country that was under attack and is under attack. They're freedom fighters. You've heard the phrase, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. You've heard that?
I wouldn't use them. I would say the Kurds are much more freedom fighters than you could ever put that on them, because I mean, Yemen is a much more complicated place. When you have multiple, you have the regular government, then you have the Houthis, then you have another faction. It's a little complicated right now.
Okay, but do you believe that the Houthis are trying to protect their country?
I think that everyone, and this is a true for everyone. Like, everyone thinks that they're right. Wouldn't you agree?
So
no
not
one thinks that they're
terrorists.
a bad person.
So not terrorists.
Well, you could use that to any terrorist group and say that it's like, well, they're not because in their mind they're doing the right thing. But it's like, no, but in reality, when you're just attacking ships, that's terrorism. You know what I'm saying?
So if you
like
were
if
to
you're blowing
go,
up buildings.
if the Houthis were to go on TV and say a whole civilization will die tonight, whether it be Saudi Arabia or Israel or the United States, and then go ahead and say, we're going to attack your water supply, we're going to attack your power plants, we're going to attack all of your bridges. That is
We're definitely
designed
involved in-
to
if you're trying to
terrorize
say-
people with an ideological point of view, trying to force your will onto somebody else. The United States is acting
have
as
you
a
heard of the
terrorist.
CIA? That's pretty much what we do.
That's
We do
terrorism.
terrorism. Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
we do too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
hey,
I'm
at
not-
least we
yeah,
can.
I'm not sitting here
Okay.
saying we're on a moral mountain.
Okay, fine.
Of perfectness.
I think that's fair enough.
I think
anyway.
So that's where I thought you were thinking that, and I was like, no, I'm not this guy that thinks that America's never done anything wrong. America's doing things that are wrong right now, and the CIA kills or unalives us all the time. If we don't agree, they'll take you out. You know?
And it's terrorism.
Yeah. Yeah,
Designed
it's
to
the same
terrorize.
as the Al Qaeda. I mean, you're doing the same kind of things. The way they get information from people sometimes.
Well,
that's definitely.
I actually think the Houthis are not terrorists, even when we still define the United States as terrorists, because their goal isn't to terrorize. Their goal is to leave me the fuck alone. That's their goal. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to protect their country. That to me is different than you're way the fuck over there. You have nothing to do with my country, but I'm going to fucking scare the shit out of you constantly all day and threaten your entire civilization, which we have now done, which is wild. Anyway,
And you're not gonna be able to you're not gonna be able to get me to go like just like, oh yeah, no, you know what, I agree. Houthis are good people, you know, like I don't know, man. I don't think that I can ever get to that unless I see something different. I mean, I get the justification for what they do whenever they shoot stuff at Israel. I mean, I understand a lot of hate for Israel because of what Israel's doing.
Can I say
You know what I
something
mean?
to Department of Gov?
Go ahead.
Sure.
I think what we're missing here is because you mentioned like, well, all these people hate America, and we've been fed this like story of they hate America because we're free. But I mean, since the Cold War, we are the ones who have been funding these T groups. They were originally some sort of quiet ally to us while we were
ISIS.
pushing out. Yeah, well, ISIS. I mean, a lot more than ISIS. Like we really went into the Middle East from the 50s to 60s and just restructured a significant amount of them because we were afraid of them getting democracies and taking control of resources that we wanted. So like it's the way that you phrase it is like, I don't know why they hate America, but like they have justification for disliking our country because we are largely a part of the reason that they're in the position that they're in, and they have the powers in place that they have in place because we assisted in placing those powers. So they don't just like randomly hate America. Like there's a lot of history over the past, 70 or 80 years that justify their distaste for us. So you have to acknowledge like we have created our own T groups.
We've created our own T groups, and we've also had to go back and fight these T groups because I mean, you look at, for example, Iraq, right? Well, how the heck do you think we were funding them against Iran so they could beat them, and then we have to turn around, and then we got to fight the thing we just made whenever they go and invade Kuwait. Then we fight them again over some nonsense after 9/11 had nothing to do with them. And then you look at ISIS, we pretty much created them, and then we have to go in to Syria and deal with them,
Exactly.
and Iraq and deal with them.
Exactly.
So I'm not saying that, like I said already, I'm not saying that the U.S. is like, there's no justification for anyone being mad at U.S., but like when you're looking at Iran, they were a lot better off before they overthrew their old government and installed what they have now.
But you
So I'm not
understand,
saying that they're like great
we
or
set
anything.
off the series of events that allowed that to happen. We, since the 50s, we've set off a series of events in Iran that allowed that regime change to happen. And so that's what I think we're not getting is like the things that we did 50, 60, 70 years ago are still having a domino effect today, where if we had never done that,
That's right.
it wouldn't be the same as it is right now, because you also have to think in terms of creating our own T groups. It's not just a matter of who we funded. It's a matter of we then go in, cause mass casualty. Our soldiers, if you've ever read the declassified files of things our soldiers have done overseas, like some people in our service are certified sociopaths with the things that they go over there and do.
Nigga,
And then
nigga,
we
nigga, nigga,
create
nigga, nigga.
and then we create a whole new generation of people who want to join these T groups because as children they witnessed us eradicating their towns and doing awful things in their communities, and it was American soldiers wearing the American flag doing those things. So it not
breeds
just a matter
hatred.
of funding.
It produces enemies in the future that you can then use so that your military industrial complex can continue producing bombs and getting paid to have technological advances so that you can unalive or torture people better and more efficiently. That's what we've been doing. We are I'm sorry, but this is another problem I have with especially Republicans. There are some Democrats that do this too, but it's mostly Republicans throughout my life where they don't want to go to war necessarily, but once you're in the shit, now they have this weird fucking mentality where, well, we've got to support everything that the president and our military are doing because reasons. And if you don't, go with just be in favor of and support the thing that you didn't want to do in the first place, then now you're not a patriot. I find that fucking weird. And really, frankly, just fucking gross. And it really, because they know that we're going to do that because, violence. Yeah, more violence. These fuckers keep doing this shit and then trying to get you to be, patriotic and want to bomb some child somewhere. I'm fucking sick of it. For the record,
I feel like either way, there was going to be a war. Like, either way, no matter which way the
that's bullshit.
goes.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Israel
has been trying to get us to go into Iran, every fucking president, since at least the 80s, and none of them did. None of them. Kamala Harris wouldn't have done it. She would have kept feeding Israel their shit. She would have kept doing what the other presidents had done, but what she wouldn't have done was invaded and attacked Iran. She wouldn't have done that because she's not stupid.
No one, if you would have put it on odds in Vegas, I feel like it would have been extremely low odds that they thought Trump was going to do what he's doing.
We've been saying it for the better part of a decade that this was going to happen. So it's not
right.
It's not out of nowhere. We've literally been saying this for almost 10 years that he was going to do this. So you can't say nobody knew. We've been saying it for years.
Democrats have been saying Trump was going to do everything and anything that they thought. They were like, don't give him the nuclear
and now he's doing it.
He's going to use it. And it's like,
I was just about to say that, Blue. Yeah.
Like,
he's doing the things. Yeah.
He's doing them. At once.
When he does, then it's like, hey, you can say I told you so, but it's like, I don't think he's going to. I think he really wanted that Nobel Peace Prize. I think he's going to have it.
He did, though.
Right, he's doing okay. So now I'd like to hear from Get Outside. I'd like to hear from Get Outside and Effortless. I know you just got up here because Get Outside, I think, is in opposition to probably most of us on the panel, and I don't even think Doge is in opposition necessarily. I just think he has a different perspective on the issue. Because Doge, let me just ask you: you don't like that we're bombing Iran? Is that
no? Well, and I'm libertarian. I really like just individual freedoms and stuff, and I want the government to just leave us alone and leave everyone alone.
Right. Okay. So I mean, at least there's that. So, so let me get outside. I want to give you a moment to offer your thoughts, and then kind of jump around the panel, and then effortless. Since you're the newest one, we'll get to you here in just a second. Get outside. Did you want to weigh in on something that you haven't been able to?
Go.
So here's my thing. If I had my way, we would just pull back from everywhere, pull back all of our manufacturing, pull everything back here, and just worry about the United States and let the rest of the world burn, which it would. Unfortunately, we won't do that, right? We built China's economy, us in Europe, by letting all of our manufacturing go over there. And we built the Middle Eastern economy by our companies going over there and finding the oil, drilling the oil, and everything else. And again, I don't agree with this war, but the problem is we're in it. So now we have to win, right? And unfortunately, war sucks. Unfortunately, there's casualties that nobody wants. But now you've got to win, just like World War II. He knew he had to win, and and unfortunately, the term "war is hell" was not just thrown out there casually. War is hell, right? You can't fight. You can't fight a war and be nice about it, right? Because then it's never going to end. It's never going to end.
And see, this is actually get outside. You're making the point that I just had made right before I went to you, that you didn't want the war, but now that you're there, you're going to cheerlead and just fall in line. That's what you're doing.
I'm not cheerleading. I won't fall in line. But the unfortunate thing is we are there,
and we shouldn't be.
We have to go. And again,
what does winning look like? Let me just ask you that, because most people don't even, if you ask 10 different people what our end goal is with Iran, you're going to get, 12 different answers. So what do you think the goal is?
An ally and the regime is overthrown, basically, would be the only win in this.
Well, that was to get outside, because he has that same mentality that I just brought up, which is that I didn't want the war, but now that we're here, we have to. Otherwise, we hate America. I imagine he'll probably tell somebody that this week. Get outside. If you're talking, we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
He's muted.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'll get back to you. Get outside. So effortless. Since you're new, let me just jump to you then. If you want to weigh in, please go ahead.
Me?
Effortless. Yeah, effortless. Go ahead. While we wait for get outside.
I just want to make sure. Donald Trump is essentially a Trojan horse for the United States. That's why China, Russia, and Iran are winning economically speaking. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't care if this country fails, because he gets to be Israel's Messiah.
Okay.
He's just getting
the Greatest
richer.
Israel Project badges. The Greatest Israel's Project is the Levant. Tremendously richer, yes. And also getting the title of Messiah. So you're talking about a man with tremendous ego and also tremendous greed, getting both of those things while simultaneously getting to make everyone in America look like a dumbass.
I mean, yeah, and he's going to do that. Because, like, right now, we're hearing this. I didn't want the war, but now that we hear we have to win. What does that even mean? Can somebody
say you're the
explain this to
president
me
right now?
Like,
what's your move?
Like some
I'm telling
Ross
you what the
fallacy.
president's move is. Yo, dude, you think that this guy wants America to win because he's the quarterback of our team. He's a key team captain. But what you don't know is the team captain already took a payoff to lose the game intentionally. It doesn't matter if it screws over the whole team and the school's going to be crying tomorrow because he doesn't give a fuck about this school because he's transferring into a new district next week.
So okay, so Doge, then I'll get to Mama J and then to NC, well, or APAC actually. Let me get to you before those two because you've been quiet for a while. But Doge, you think that regime change is the goal? Like, is that what you said?
Yeah. So I think that if you were looking at a winning scenario where we pull off a win, and this is the winning way to go, is if we overthrow regime, have a good friendly ally in charge of Iran, and this is all hypothetical. That's probably not going to happen. It's probably going to be a Syria situation. You know what I'm saying? At best, and that's awful. But what I was going to say is like, so say you're the president, Loudmouth, and what position, like right now, where we're at with this quagmire, what would you say? Like, okay, if you had all the calls, what would you do at this point?
So I wouldn't have gone in there to begin with, right? I wouldn't have gone in there in the first place.
Well, you're just stuck with it right now.
Okay, so let's assume I come in, I'm vice president, and I come in because they 25th Amendment, the Mad King, and I come in, I pull every troop out of there. I stop funding Israel. I remove all of the people from the fucking bases in the Middle East, and I negotiate peace with Iran. I tell them I'm not going to send my fucking investigators in there. I'm not going to send any nuclear scientists into you. You do what you want to do because it's your country, and I'm going to leave you alone. I'm going to say the same goddamn thing to North Korea, say the same motherfucking thing to Russia. I'd say the same thing to every enemy or adversary that we have around the world because it's not our shit. We focus on ourselves. We take care of our people. We rein the fucking military budget back in, and we let things happen the way that they're going to happen. China's going to outpace us in manufacturing. China's going to become a larger superpower economically. They're going to provide the fucking world with a bunch of shit, and that's the way it's going, and that's the way it is, and that's fine. But right now, we're trying to hold on to this fucking empire that is failing anyway, and we're just trying to grasp at any straws that we can get to hold on to the hegemony that we've appreciated since World War II. And it's time for that to stop. That's what I'd do.
I mean, I feel like no leader that we could get in there would do that because, you know, they're all kind of paid off. But that would be awesome. I think pretty much all sides could be like, hey, I mean, as much as nobody wants to be looking like a coward pulling out of something, that would be the best. That would be better than, because everyone's worried about, you know, them having nukes and stuff, which they always say, look, they're only 2 weeks away. They're not 2 weeks away. You know what I'm saying? And then second off, It's like, you know, like this is, you're really making them want to do something now. And if we were able to make peace with them, you know, despite the bad things they do to their own people, you know what I'm saying?
We also engage in that shit
would be
too.
A win.
We engage in some crazy shit against our own people. So it's like,
well, and the thing is,
judging others for the thing that you're doing. No, I'm sure my brains would find themselves against the backseat of a fucking of a moving vehicle. I'm sure
they hate, you know, that peacemaker kind of president.
Right. No, I get it, but I mean, you asked me what I would do. That's what I would do. That's what the United States needs to do because we have such a
100% agrees with a Democrat in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we have diversity, we have resources, we have a gorgeous fucking country, we have a lot of great people, although we do have a lot of shit suckers too. We don't need to engage in this everybody's my enemy and I have to force them to comply because then you just create more enemies.
Well, and I don't know that we would even be taking a back seat to China. Not that that matters, but I don't even know that that would be the truth. I think that focusing on ourselves instead of giving all of our money to other countries like we do now, like how much we give to Israel, when they're fine and they have enough and they have enough capability to take care of themselves and then slaughter innocent people in Gaza.
Right. And because a lot of people think China becoming a superpower is somehow going to hurt us. No, the fuck it isn't. You work out trade deals with them. They're good at some things. We're good at other things. You play on each other's strengths and you help each other with their weaknesses. We don't have to be enemies with anybody. We don't have to be enemies with anybody.
Yeah, if everybody worked together, everyone's better off, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, well, get outside. Are you back? Because I know Mama J probably wants to say something, and NC hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, that was my boss. I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna go on mute for just a second because I'm driving a tug.
Okay.
It's like a
Well,
tractor,
let me
and I
get
know it's
around.
loud.
Let me get around to everybody else, and I'll come back to you when everybody's had a chance to say something. Mama J, you've been quiet for a minute. Did you want to say something before I get to
I was just
NC?
going to say I agree with you. I mean, but except I think China has already passed us, right?
I think
With
you may be right. Yeah.
infrastructure modernization, their output, right? Um, they're a big superpower. We have to take care of ourselves. We're an unhealthy nation as a whole, right? We have our poverty rates are going up, not down. Infant mortality rates going up, not down. Our life expectancy is going down, right? These are all bad signs for society. We need to stop. We need to build some allies again because we don't have any allies anymore, and we need to work on our own nation, modernize, educate, and get health care here. We need things in this country desperately. I'll just land there.
Fucking A right. That's right. Yeah, and thank you, Mama J. NC, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So my thing is it's evident that when the U.S. went into Afghanistan, they wanted regime change, and after 20 years, they got the regime change with the same people. So I'm assuming they didn't go in Afghanistan to lose; they went in to win. And then that's like the scorecard. So this idea that, we've gone into Iran, now we have to win, that's what they thought when they went into Afghanistan. So I don't know, the rest of the world can see what America and the government maybe can't see. Your previous administrations wanted to win wars, but they couldn't. There's just a huge loss of human life, and the respect for America just goes down with every action and every administration. Just when the world thinks, can it get any worse? Can they do any worse? And then you look at all of these regime changes and coups that America has had. I think it's like more than 50 countries since World War II. So you can understand why people have a certain view about the states, but the self-awareness just doesn't seem to have kicked in for some reason. And I'm not sure what the reason is for that. Another thing is, I think that there's a need for
Don't want anybody mistaken me for a Trump supporter. I need
there's
this.
sorry?
Oh, thank you. I need it.
I
There's a
think she
need.
may. Let me
I'm
mute her.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
There's a
NC.
need. There's a need to rescue the U.S. from being taken over by Israel and AIPAC. If you didn't know it before, I think it's pretty evident now. Why are American tax dollars being sent to Israel that could be used for citizens in the U.S.? You guys are paying for that. And to say that we're in there, so we have to win now, and not to learn the lesson from Afghanistan, as a US taxpayer, the rest of the world is looking at you guys and thinking, are you nuts? That's all I had to say.
Yeah, thank you, NC. I think we may be kind of nuts. Geez. Now let me get Edub, and then I'll try to get outside. Edub, welcome in. Go ahead, man.
Thanks, man. What the last person just said, she hit the nail on the head. I agree with a lot of things she's saying. It's kind of interesting. I'm 53 years old. And there's always been some generation in our country that has had some type of PTSD. You know, you go from the Vietnam era, right? We go to the Iraq in '90. Then we go back in 2001. Now we're doing this as well too. So we're gonna have more PTSD in this country. We've had PTSD in this country for at least over 80 years. There's a continuation of it though. It makes me fucking sick, man. Excuse my language right now. It makes me fucking sick. And these are wars of choice. We don't have to go in there. Iran's not gonna do shit, right? It's that if you want to dominate and control another person, you're gonna try to impose your will on that particular person to do what you want. A lot of people think that Iran's is all of a sudden going to get a boom boom and then launch it at America for no reason because they're suicidal, and they're not. Sorry if I said, I don't know if I said it or not on TikTok, but they're not. Because I want
Self-unalive.
Thank you, self unalive. Thank you. I'm sorry about that, Lama. So if you think about it, is that why isn't Iran and Saudi Arabia and all those countries that people think are radical Muslim countries, why aren't they attacking Iceland? Right? Why aren't they attacking Ireland? Why aren't they attacking Australia? They're not, because those countries are not fucking with them. Right? If you fuck with them, they're going to fuck back eventually. Right? And then the next thing I was going to say too is that, Lama, you said something a minute ago that I 100% agree with, is that we have a beautiful country. We have lots of resources, we have lots of people. We have the ability to produce them or not. China is working on the One Belt, One Road initiative right now, where they're going to connect with over 100 countries to increase their capacity to trade. We could do the same thing on this side of the world if we wanted to, with all the fucking money that we spend. If we took all of our money back, all these military bases, we have over 900 military bases around the world, guys. 900.
Crazy.
That's an empire. That's a lot, right? Think of it. We pulled that money back, right? And we started developing America, where we had a train system here. We had trade. We start opening up factories. We said we're going to start opening factories, trading with Mexico and all of South America and Canada. We could have a booming economy if we focused on that only. But we're so worried about trying to hurt somebody and take control of somebody else's fucking property that we're misleading ourselves on a road that's just going to create more PTSD over time. We have the ability to change direction. And the idea of winning the war because we're already there, it doesn't fucking matter, man. At the end of the day, we lost. Who cares? Or we walked away. It doesn't matter. We negotiated. What does that mean? So let's end more lives and win. Then sit there and say, hey, you know what? Let's just call it a fucking draw and just walk away, and just call it a day and let's go our own direction right now.
And then it becomes that's a pride issue, is what that is. That's exactly. That's just pride. That's it. Yeah, ego and fucking pride.
So pride's which is I agree. Isn't that crazy? Pride will let additional people's lives end. That's ridiculous, man. That's fucked up. Man. So I land there, bro.
Yeah, no, well said, E-Dub. Appreciate that. Now, get outside. Are you available now before I get to Dina, since Dina just came up on the panel?
Yes. So,
yeah,
and here's the thing. So, some of the stuff that even some of these other people I agree with, right? So, why are we giving U.S. money away? Why are we sending any U.S. taxpayers' money, not one penny, anywhere? When we do have people here that are starving, when we do have people here that are homeless, all of that money should be here helping United States citizens, not going anywhere else, right? 100%. And that's what I was saying. Bring everybody back. We've got 900 military bases around the world because a lot of these countries asked us to be there after World War II. They asked us to be there. And we did. Right? So now times have changed. Everybody's had it easy. People don't like a lot of the stuff that the United States does. Okay, well, that's fine. We will gladly pull all of our people out. We will gladly defend ourselves when we need to. And we will take care of our people at home. And the rest of you all can worry about yourselves. Right? I'm down with that. I'm 100% down with that.
Yeah,
and that's what we should do.
That's what Trump said.
Yeah. And I agree, and he's not doing that. But, I voted for Trump, but I don't have to agree with everything he did. I voted for a lot of presidents. I'm 58 years old, that I haven't agreed with everything they've done. We had somebody talk about Iraq earlier. Yes, we helped Iraq against Iran, right? Because we picked a side, right? And the funny thing about this, and everybody says it, every historian says it, if he would have just called, one, Kuwait was doing what he said they were doing. They were slant drilling in to his oil fields. So that was one. He was right. And two, they said all it would have taken was one phone call to say, look, we'll straighten this out. You just stop what you're doing. And Saddam Hussein would have been like, fine. If you're going to tell me you're going to take care of it, you're our biggest ally. I trust you. But they didn't. For some god awful reason, I have no idea why they didn't, but they did.
Okay,
But
so when you're
again, I'm down with what that one girl said. Don't send not one single taxpayer penny anywhere until everybody in this country is taken care of. Point blank, period.
yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. But the notion that you have to like stay there because we're in it already, you understand the pushback to that, I assume.
No, I do, but the thing is okay. Let's take that. She brought up Afghanistan. We lost Afghanistan because of rules, just like we lost. And granted, there has to be rules, right? But you can't fight a war and be nice, right? You just can't. If you have to blow up every bridge in Iran to get your point across, unfortunately, do I want to see that? No, I don't. But unfortunately, that may be what has to be done. And we can go all the way back to World War II. Do you think that they wanted to drop that bomb on Hiroshima?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
You can go through the history. You can go through history, and they said that all the historians would say that he lost sleep for weeks over that. They sent flyers. They dropped shit telling everybody to leave. We've got this bomb, and they said that they even picked those two particular areas because the mountain range would keep it. The mountain ranges around those cities would keep it contained to those cities somewhat. But nobody believes that, hey, anybody's got a bomb that can blow up a whole city, just one bomb. So nobody laughed. But he knew that that's what needed to be done. Or else the war would have never ended. Because at that time, the Japanese people would have fought till the very last person would have died if that's what the emperor would have said.
Yeah,
and they know that's a historical fact.
That's not true.
A lot more people would have.
That's not true. They wanted to.
True.
No, they wanted to drop those bombs. They actually put a fucking committee together to pick which targets long before they dropped them. They produced the bomb in secret. You know, they did this whole thing in secret for a long time leading up to that. And once they had gotten it done, they wanted to use it. They really wanted to use that fucking thing to see exactly what it would do. And then they felt like they had an opportunity to do it. So they had a committee to pick the targets that would cause the most damage.
Historians would disagree with you.
Historians actually agree with me.
Historians would disagree with you.
I don't know what historians. I don't know what Fox News historian you've been listening to.
That is not Fox News.
Yeah, this was planned well in advance.
We have a history. We got a history. Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We don't bomb. We bomb. We don't care.
They made those knowing they were going to use those.
That's right.
They made them to use them, but again, hoping not to use them.
Right.
Yeah, they knew they were going to use them.
But again, they also knew that the Japanese people would have fought to the very last person if that's what the emperor decided. So
there would have been millions more casualties on the American side if not for that.
That makes no sense.
Make sense. The only nation in the world to ever use a nuclear weapon wants to please other countries in the world that have never used a nuclear weapon. Make that make sense. It doesn't.
Yeah, it also doesn't make sense because if you're as what you're saying is true, that they would fight to the very last person if the emperor told them to do it.
They absolutely would have.
The nukes
You would have
didn't.
had a
The
ground
nukes
invasion.
didn't. The nukes didn't kill everybody. So if that was true, it would have been true even after the bomb.
Once they completely obliterated 2 cities and said, "Look, we've got more of these bombs," the emperor, when it comes down to it, would have didn't want all of his people dead. And the thing is could we have gone in there with landing parties and everything else and probably accomplished the same thing? Absolutely. But at the tune of millions more allied lives,
would have died.
So the moral problem here is that these were dropped on civilians, and these were innocent people.
I don't disagree. I do not disagree.
And it took a week for the surrender to take place.
It did work, but it was not morally. This isn't a moral victory on the U.S.
And again, I did not say it was a moral victory. There are no moral victories in war, right? Was it a moral victory when we're trying to stay out of the war and Japan bombed Pearl Harbor? I mean,
I'd say there are some moral victories in war. Look at World War II.
That wasn't unprovoked, though.
Well, I mean,
the attack on Pearl Harbor was not unprovoked.
We were staying out of the war.
Well,
we were staying out of the war, but we were causing economic problems for Japan and blocking steel and everything else from being exported that they needed.
Japan was no hero.
No, but you know what happened? Like the same day,
they had invaded. They had invaded other nations.
The same day that we dropped that, in fact, the day before Russia had declared war on them, and the same day they started to invade. I think that we dropped those bombs because we wanted to take credit for defeating them and not the Russians.
Oh, no, we definitely were not going to do the ground invasion if we could allow Russia to do it, because you know what they think about their people.
They didn't.
Yeah, they didn't allow them to. It was like the same day. I think it was the same day. I may have my days mixed up.
It was also strategic.
But they were invading.
They knew that they had this weapon that could end the war, and they used it as soon as they could.
Well, of course it's strategic. I mean, but it's not. It's inhumane, right?
It is.
We went after civilian populations.
I think everyone can agree that it was immoral to drop those.
Absolutely.
Just normal people, kids.
I mean, think about all the immoral things that happened during World War II, right? Germany carpet bombed and killed, civilians in England and France and everywhere else. And then we did the same thing.
Oh,
and we did the same because unfortunately, that's what happens in war.
If you want to talk about moral, look at the way we treated our Japanese prisoners compared to the way that they treated ours. Not saying that they deserved those atomic bombs, but I'm saying that Japan was a pretty terrible, terrible power, and Germany was a terrible power at the time, doing egregious things.
Oh, I agree. Well, nobody's disagreeing with that, right? We're not saying we should have stayed out of it. We should have let them do what they were doing. Right?
Well, you made it sound like Pearl Harbor.
We're talking about. No, I'm saying that it was a military target that they went after. We used two bombs on non-military targets intentionally, and we have to look at the difference in times too in technology, right? Carpet bombing was the thing because you wanted to try to hit maybe a certain base, a certain target, but you didn't have the smart bombs, the computers and stuff to guide it in directly. Yeah. Today we have those things.
Was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, my mom went through the blitz. I know what she's.
But I got to get back to work. I just want to throw one more thing out real quick. Have any of y'all heard this guy? I think his name is Peter Zahan. You can find his stuff on YouTube. He's an economist, but he's a he's worked for Democrats. He's worked for Republicans. He's worked for other countries. He's very apolitical, Well, he's got a bunch of very good videos out, non-political, just talking about the way the world is structured now, how the world got structured now, why Japan is doing what they're doing now, because they're in a bigger population crisis than just about anybody in the world because they had their one child policy. And of course, over there at the time in China, it was always deemed better to have boys. So they've got an aging population and not a young population to replace them. And he really lays everything out far better than I could. So, and I think his name is Peter Zahan, Zahhann. Like I said, he's a renowned economist, and he's not political. He's worked with everybody from both sides of the aisle and other countries and everything else.
He's a paid anti-China propagandist, just so you know.
The Chinese government will last, the rest of our lifetime because of all the young men with no wives that have nothing better to do other than overthrow a government. But China's moved more and more towards capitalism over the years.
Well, it's it's got a lot of guardrails to it as well, and they control it in a large way.
Don't invest in the market over there.
They do what they want. Okay. Now, Chip, you had requested up. I wanted to get your thoughts on what it was that brought you up here, and welcome aboard.
Yeah, thanks. I think that dropping an atomic weapon on any civilian population is immoral, just in its face, regardless of what you try to do to justify it. The other thing is the Japanese were about 2 weeks away from surrendering, and everybody in the intelligence community knew it. But the Americans decided to use the weapons, not once but twice, as a sign to the Soviets of our military power and not to sort of turn on us after the war. So that's why we did it. We basically used it as a live test case. It's disgusting. And
do you have good sources on that? Because
this is shame. Yeah, just look it up on. It's all documented historically. This is all very clearly documented.
Well, I didn't know that fact.
Yeah,
I never heard that.
Yeah, because they were going to.
That's interesting.
They were going to invade. Yeah. They were literally invading. I think it was the same day, was it not, Chip? It was the day before. I thought that they had declared a war against them, and I thought they started to invade that day, but I could have my dates wrong. But they also didn't want Soviet expansion. And so if they went in there with troops before we actually went in there and took them over, and then they were successfully able to capture Japan, now that puts Japan in the Soviets' hands.
Yeah, just for everybody's general information, and this is born of a lot of painful reading and tireless hours doing this, but I wish I didn't have to. The history that we've been given on World War II is absolute nonsense. Most of what the United States and Britain did during the war was absolutely horrific to the enemy. And when you just look at what happened in the camps after Germany surrendered. Just look that up. That 3-year period after the war. We let millions of people literally die thirsting and starving to death in open conditions in just wired off areas. We have nothing to stand on morally. And listen, it's about behavior for me. It's not about which side I'm on. Yeah, I'm an American, but principles are principles, right? And so if we're going to try to hold people to standards, we have to at least be willing to look at our own behavior and hold ourselves to the same standards. Fast forward to today. Look what's happening right now. We literally have a president, a commander-in-chief that is verbally saying he intends to destroy civilian infrastructure and take a whole civilization back to the Stone Age or wipe them out. What the hell is that? Just imagine if one of our adversaries took that approach in fighting a conflict with us, and they're just dropping bombs on the bridge down the street from you or your family's house, and 10 of your family members are just obliterated. Just imagine that for a second. And the leader is gleefully proclaiming he's going to continue doing it publicly. Imagine that for a second. How would you respond to that? What would you think about that leader in that country if that was their approach to fighting you?
I tell you, I would want my leader
Can I pop in here real quick?
Oh, yeah, Dina, I am so sorry. I forgot that you'd come up there. Yeah, Dina hasn't spoken yet, but I just wanted to, yes, it was August 9th, 1945. Right here, there's a picture, Japanese soldiers along the shore of the Amur River, and they were responding to the Soviet invasion. And I believe
so that was
August
in China,
9th.
though.
Well, right, but this was what Japan had taken over because Japan had invaded. So this was an expansionist type thing. Because imagine what Japan took from China, Russia could get. You know what I mean? So it's kind of the same deal. But either way, August 9th, was that not the day that we dropped the bomb?
Yes.
Was it? Okay, yeah. So same day. Crazy. Dina, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Chip, I agree with everything you're saying. You're absolutely correct. The only thing that I want to say is it's all over the news that Trump gleefully wrote that a whole civilization will unalive tonight. Now, guys, I want you to remember something. Yeah, I know all about the Second World War and the horrendous activities that went on, but let's talk about today because what's happening is what we should be focusing on is today. Trump has the nuclear codes. For all of us idiots who think, oh, he's just talking, that's just Trump. Do I need to remind you what he threatened to do and then went ahead and did it? I urge everybody, please call your legislators and tell them to rein him in. You don't think so?
No,
I'll tell
I
you
think
what,
they're going to hit
he'll
all the
do
power
it. And
plants.
I'm speaking, sir.
No.
May I have my time? Because I've listened to everybody else, butt in and the whole 9 yards, and this is very important.
Forgive me, I was looking over guests that were requesting. I missed what was said. Guys, please don't interrupt. Dina hasn't spoken yet. Let's give her a chance to say something. Please, Dina, go ahead. And you can repeat what got interrupted if you want, so I can hear it because I wasn't fully paying attention. My apologies. Go ahead.
But people need to pay attention. They need to call their legislators. And I will end by saying this. The only way the United States has any hope of regaining any respect or credibility that we've lost under this goon is going to require Trump be impeached and removed immediately. Chip, what you say, I agree 100%. I was over in Berlin. I lived in Berlin for 7 years. I saw both sides. I know about the propaganda. And what most people don't know, they don't know. Okay? And it's because of the propaganda on our side as well. But what's happening in Iran today is illegal. Our Congress is feckless. Republicans are craven. They are literally destroying our country. When Putin can say, oh, I understand about NATO. NATO's a paper tiger. Vladimir Putin explained it to me. That should set off alarm bells. All right? But this has been happening over and over and over. And with that, I land my plane. Liberal, thank you so much for having me. Chip, I'm following you already. I hope you follow me back.
Yeah, thank you, Dina. I appreciate it. And for the record, I don't know if you weren't here earlier, but we did cover that True Social post of his, and we were talking about that. I don't even remember how we got into the the big boom boom, but I think that is relevant because I wouldn't put it past Trump to use it. I think the only thing that's keeping him from it is its proximity to Israel and the fact that it would have consequences on Israel if they dropped one in Iran. So, I guess that's a good thing. So maybe he won't use it, but either way, it's something to pay attention to. That's for sure.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Dean.
I got to drop down too, but I'm just going to say, Liberal, Trump, I don't think is forward-thinking enough to say if I drop this nuclear weapon on Iran, the consequences for Israel or the region, right? He doesn't think, he's not forward thinking. And that's a big problem. But I got to drop down. Thank you so much for having me up. Everybody take care. Be safe.
Yeah, thank you, Mama Jay. Good to see you. All right.
We're going to hit the power plants. Not going to drop a nuke on civilians.
I'd like to comment on that.
Yeah, I was going to go to Doge. Doge, if you wanted to address anything, because you hadn't talked in a while, and Blue Eyed hasn't spoken in a while either. So let me get to those two before I get to Lonnie. If you wanted to say something, Doge.
Yeah, there's so many things I wanted to respond to, and I've already kind of forgotten. But I definitely don't think Trump is just evil, I think that he's trying to do the right thing, and he's being persuaded to do stupid things by people that are working for the military-industrial complex. I mean, it's this whole situation is terrible, and I think that I did want to also say that I do appreciate everybody in this chat has been so reasonable. There's not been a crazy person pop up in a long time, which usually it seems like there's always somebody in there just saying crazy stuff. Everybody's been pretty much on the same page for the most part, and everyone's been really nice to each other, which yeah, I gotta just say I appreciate that, and I'll let the next person go. Oh, I see Lonnie just popped up too.
I appreciate that, Doge, but I will say that when I started the live this morning, I'm like, I probably shouldn't go live because I was already pissed off about something else. So I might have been that crazy one today, but I appreciate you acknowledging that. Anyway, Blue Eye, did you want to go before I get to Lonnie, or do you want to let?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to, before I lose it, comment on a couple things. Is that we're, historically speaking, like, we're a young country, and for the past, since I would say World War II era, we've been an incredibly impulsive country. We don't think long term, we think short term benefits, because we were talking about regime changes earlier. Every regime change that we've been a part of is now circling back to bite us in the behind. And then as far as whether or not Donald Trump would use nuclear boom booms, I wouldn't put it past him, just because we're forgetting he is an incredibly impulsive and just has a lack of control of himself. We see it every day in his media posts, the threats that he makes, very some empty threats just because he's just going off, and then he feels so much pressure from failing from those threats that he then does something about it. Because Doge, you said earlier, like, well, we didn't know that he was going to do these things, and we were kind of like, yeah, we did. 10 years we've been saying he's going to do it. Now you're doing the same thing where you're saying, oh, well, he's not going to do this. I mean, everybody's been saying he's not going to do the things he's doing, and pretending they didn't know he would do it, even though we said he was going to do it. So how would this be any different from us saying, yes, he's going to do this thing, you saying, no, he's not, whenever the track record dictates that he absolutely would? He's impulsive. He has low control of himself, and he's going to start to feel the pressure that he needs to follow through with these threats that he's making at some point. So I don't put it past him to use those codes and do that thing that we've done in the past, and to say, oh, he's not going to do it. We just had the conversation of, oh, I didn't think he was going to do that, and now he's doing it. So this really isn't any different.
So I just want to respond. Sure. I think there is less than 5% chance. There is a possibility, but guess what? If that is used, you better believe I'm not going to sit here and defend that, because that's indefensible to say that that's an acceptable response against Iran.
I think the good news is that Trump, as a president, has got a lot of experienced military generals as advisors, but the problem is he's just fired about 10 of them. So the people who are supposed to be the check and balance to make sure he doesn't do something, A, that wouldn't work, and B, that's reckless, he's got rid of that check and balance. I mean, the awareness of why military advisors would stop you from undertaking certain military exercises when they're the ones who've got decades of experience, and they're telling you not to do it, and for you not to have the self-awareness to realize, like, my goodness, why are these 10 people telling me not to do this thing that they're experts in? And I think that speaks for itself. The fact that people can still defend what their own American military advisors told them not to do this, and they've done it. And for any American to defend what's happened, I'm speechless.
Yeah.
And Iran doesn't even, like, they don't, what a lot of people don't realize is Iran doesn't need to produce their own nukes in order to use nukes, they have allies with nukes that by all means they could create deals with to utilize their allies' weaponry. So this whole Iran's developing nukes thing, blah blah blah. It's not them developing nukes that we need to be looking at. It's who they're allied with currently that has them that we need to be looking at.
So I
Well,
want to say Russia. No, we have a higher chance of us using them than Russia was, because if they would have used them, or if they were
or
going to use
Iran.
them, they would have definitely already used them in Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let's get to Lonnie and Les. Chip, did you have, because you didn't say a whole lot when you came up, but did you want to offer something else before I get to Lonnie?
Yeah, just one quick thing. I heard you and Blue Eyed with your pronunciation. So this is just one thing. I don't know if you all ever met somebody and their name could be pronounced one or two ways, and then you might have been doing it one way and they prefer the other, and so they kind of tell you one time, "Hey, it's Susanna, not Susanna," and you're like, "Okay, no problem." So the same thing with the two countries. So just for those who don't know, and this is not a dig on anybody because it's just the way things are talked about in America, but the proper pronunciation for the two countries in the region is Iran, like your ear, and a friend named Ron, and Iraq, like ear, someone threw a rock at your ear. Iran, Iraq. There's no such thing as Iran or Iraq. They don't exist.
It's not an Apple product, for the record, right? That was a bad joke. Sorry. Lonnie, go ahead. But thank you, Chip. Lonnie, go ahead. And welcome back,
Yeah.
APAC.
So, I've been listening for a while since Look was even up here. And the conversation has weaved in and out. But the one thing that seems to remain consistent is that the people who support this administration, they don't know what they're talking about because, they say, well, I don't know, but the thing that baffles me the most is that tell me you didn't pay attention to his first term without telling me you didn't pay attention to his first term. Because he did a lot of things in his first term that he did a lot and he tried to do even more, but his cabinet in his first term restricted him from doing way more than he could have done. So this time around, he came in and he started getting rid of those very people that told him in his first round that he couldn't do these things, right? The sheer fact that, and this conversation was brought up earlier, that he said in his 20-minute announcement that he went after Salamati for a reason, right? During Ramadan, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, if that's what it's called, because I should know, and they didn't retaliate. They have yet to retaliate for what he did to Salamati, right? But y'all get up here and y'all justify the things that he is doing, but you don't understand the history, right? Because when there were multiple people up here explaining how for 47 years we had our foots in their neck, making them, sanctioning the mess out of them to where they were selling oil for $3 a barrel to China. China was the only one buying oil from them. Or if we were buying oil from them, I won't say they're the only ones, but my point is this, right? The fact that we get on these panels and we argue about something that is currently happening while also dismissing the history that led up to said situation does not help move the conversation forward. This is why it is so easy for him to stand up there and say all these lies during said 20-minute announcement where he didn't announce anything. He rambled for the most part. And so many people thought that he said something great, grand, and amazing, and he didn't say anything, right? The fact that y'all are so quick to believe that what he's telling us versus what these people who were minding their business is telling us without reading into it, without understanding, without going over and reading their newspaper or their communications. You just take what he says, Trump says, and you run with it. You run all the way to the bank with it thinking you're going to cash the check on it, right? But then when people correct you on your information, you double down. and you ask for sources. Where's the source?
Who
Where's
is
the
doing
source?
that?
Are you actually going to read the source?
Who is doing this?
Department of Government, I think it was him, but I wasn't staring at the phone. This is why I wasn't naming anybody. But there was a lady's voice on here explaining something, and someone of a man's voice chimed in and said, well, where's your source? And the fact of the matter is that when it comes to explaining what Donald Trump is doing, his supporters always ask for a source. And this was after Looks had left, because I was paying attention when he was here, and you dropped him because he was playing games. This was after that, and I can't remember the exact conversation. I want to say it was Blue Eyed, but I could be wrong. But I heard a man come off in the middle of her conversation and say, where's the source? And this is my point, though, Lib. My point is that they ask for sources, but when they're given, they don't go read them, right? They don't go read the information. Where we are getting our information from is history and news sources that come out of these places of government, and they refuse to believe it. And this is why the conversation stays stagnant, because they don't go read the source that they asked for. They sit there and ask for sources if it's some sort of gotcha, but the reality is when you pull it up on the screen, then they sit there and be like, oh, I didn't know that. And that's my point. Like, you're arguing for what? He said these things. He told us he was going to be a dictator on day one. And y'all say, oh, well,
Okay.
he didn't mean it. Well, what's he doing? Being a dictator. He
Okay,
said it.
so Doge, do you understand what it is she's referring to? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think there's a misunderstanding here, because we were talking about, I think it was Chip had brought up something. So that's the only thing I'd asked for a source was the 2 weeks away or 1 week away from ending World War II, and we dropped the
Right.
atomic.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
no, that was nothing to do with any of this or Trump or any of that. So that's the only source I asked for.
I was making a blanketed statement for everybody in the comments on the panel that when we have these conversations and y'all are asking for sources, are y'all really going and getting off this app and going to read the source that was provided to you? Because, and it happened before.
Not if you're that one guy.
Yeah, luckily enough,
he said, I don't like that source.
Right, but I was talking about after you dropped him, there was a conversation between the time Chip got on the panel and after you dropped him, where, like I said, it was the lady's voice that stated it, and some man chimed in the middle of her stating what she was stating and said, where's your source? And that part, like, it's always, where's your source? When the source is given, like I said, you pull it up on the screen, and they go read the rest of the article after you pulled it up and showed it to them, or do they just sit there and think, no, Trump didn't say it, or Pete didn't say it, or whoever in the cabinet didn't say it, so I don't gotta believe it? Or do they go read it? Like, do they go read up on Operation Ajax, where that was part of the conversation too, where someone told somebody, well, you could go read the released operations. I'm not sure how they said it, but
Okay, so the point is making sure that people will read sources. Is that?
If you're having the argument and you're asking for sources, are you reading them, or are you just arguing just because your ego is telling you to? That's the question.
But Lonnie, I'm trying to understand how anyone with critical thinking can actually be a Trump supporter after what's happened. So even if you give them sources, if they had the critical thinking skill, would they even be Trump supporters?
Now there is, and let me give you in APAC. Forgive me, I'll come to you, and I'm glad you came back. I assume you had a call or something, but there is one person. This guy's a jackass. His name is Hoodlum. He does. I mean, he for the most part seems to have some critical thinking skills in his toolkit. He thinks that this is a grandmaster strategy by Trump to basically unalive the European stranglehold on the financial markets around the world, and that's the deep state, et cetera, et cetera. So there is there are a few people that engage in that support Trump, but they really have to take a roundabout way to get there. You know what I mean? Because of XYZ, he's doing. You know what I mean? It's oh shit. Thank you, APAC. Well, since you sent those gifts. Go ahead, sir. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I was actually thinking of changing my name to Wiggly Worm after yesterday's live. But anyway, sorry.
Oh yeah.
But just I just wanted to throw that out there because and that actually he makes an interesting point, even though he's a jackass and he's a piece of crap. I think that's at least a somewhat feasible outlook, right? I don't think it's too crazy to go that way. I don't agree necessarily, but that is something that exists in Trump supporters, but it's often la la land, right? But APAC, NC, were you done? Forgive me, I feel like I may have jumped in there.
I just wanted to open up this question about whether Americans understand how Europe and former allies are looking at the US, looking at the Trump administration. Like, is there any awareness of how ridiculous Europeans think America and the leadership over there is? Or, I mean, is this not kind of on the radar? Like, the world literally thinks like that this country is like run by like the most ridiculous people who are unreasonable, who lack humanity, who don't have a good education. And the rest of the world kind of looks at it like, oh my God, it can't get any worse. I've heard this for every decade I've been alive. It can't get any worse. They can't get any more ridiculous. And the one point I just wanted to make is, like, if you know that Miriam Adelson has given $100 million to the current president, and he's in office and doing her bidding, and that's chiefly in support of Israel. So in effect, via an Israeli American citizen, your president is basically beholden to her, to a foreign country, and you have that tolerance for Israel to do that. So why wouldn't you have the same tolerance if a Russian American did that or a Chinese American did that? I mean, the way this has just been kind of accepted by Americans, and especially for their tax money to be sent over to that country, it needs to be studied. Like, I mean, you're getting ripped off and you're not complaining, and you can't understand that all the problems that are happening in American society, they're basically happening because you're not running the show. Another country has basically infiltrated. But I haven't really heard many Americans complaining about that except for Chip.
What country are you from?
Wait, complaining about what exactly? Because I'm not sure. Complaining about what?
Chip also mentioned about the Israeli lobby and the lobby that's basically the Epstein class, or the Israeli lobby.
Okay, you don't think that Americans complain about that?
Yeah, we definitely don't like the Israel
you
stuff.
were up here yesterday. We were complaining about it. I think it was
you
yesterday.
guys do. I'm talking about the Trump supporters.
I'm a Trump supporter.
Oh yeah, no, there's lots of Trump supporters that are not in favor of what Israel is doing.
What country is she from?
Yeah,
I'm from the UK, but I've lived in the States for a long time.
Y'all put people in prison for Facebook posts.
Right, there are Trump supporters that do not like the Israel relationship with the United States. Yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying, if my country was very obviously being run by a foreign government because they're giving money to my prime minister, I think that would be the main thing I would be concerned about. Is we've got a foreign country influencing the running of my country. I think that would be like number one on my agenda if I was looking at what's going on.
The UK is definitely in bed with Israel too. What are you talking about?
That is true. They are
that
as well.
That is true to some degree, but at least we had the sense not to join this misadventure.
What was it? 12,000 people got in prison for Facebook posts last year in the UK.
Yeah, no,
that's not freedom.
I mean, that's where they came from. Really, this group that we're seeing, the modern version of this is came from Europe largely. So
I have
Yeah,
a
this
question
is
for
actually
Incy
the
when I
bigger
get there.
problem.
real quick. I just because I was confused about what NC was saying. I understand now, and forgive me for I probably misheard some of that. But let me get to APAC. I was trying to get to APAC. Did you want to offer something real quick?
Yeah, just real quick. You had mentioned Hoodlum and his economic point of view. I actually partially subscribe to that.
All right, get out of here. You're done.
No. So, but so I do think that, and if you look economically, Europe has the most to lose through this conflict because they're um, way more dependent on the oil coming through that's coming through the Strait of Hormuz than the U.S. and Russia and other parties are. I just don't agree with the means, right? I think, and I've said this before, Trump is very Machiavellian and justify the means. He's all about money, 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 right? Like the Apprentice show. And do I think that the U.S. economically will end up, better off, especially like relative to other countries? I do in the long term, but how you get there matters, and you can't do that at the expense of your morals, your values, because that's, what good is it if you lose your soul? So, but yeah.
Yeah, man. Like I said, like that makes a little more sense. Hoodlum's conspiracy than a lot of other things I said or
Oh,
that I've heard from these Trumpers,
can I
the
can I
Trump
say
humpers.
one more
Oh,
sentence?
sure.
Sorry, that I just wanted to, and this was probably covered, but when Trump said, we're about to end a civilization, I think that is a terrorist message. I mean, I can't think of a more terrorist message than that. So
Yeah, that is a pretty genocidal thing to say, I will admit.
You
Because that was
talking
what we
about
were talking
his
about a
True
little bit.
Social post?
Yeah, that was unhinged.
Yep. I mean, and look, that could be used against him if this shit turns out like after World War II to paint the U.S. as having committed a genocide. Depending on what we do afterwards, we now have evidence to show that it was his intention to unalive the civilization, whether
So,
intentional or not. I mean, he said it. He said what he said.
so what do you think is about to happen tonight?
I mean, who fucking knows what this guy,
Yeah.
right? You can't know. He'll pull a hair out of his ass and I don't know, send him a bunch of turkeys for all I fucking know.
Do
How
you
about
think
pork?
that the highest
Send him a bunch of
chances?
pork.
But did you think that the highest chances
Oh,
he's going to hit what he said he was going to hit? Yeah, this guy's
oh
been trying to come
yes.
up.
Yeah, no. I sent him an invite. I just didn't realize he had accepted it. So Conquistador, with that, I appreciate you coming up.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was your question, Doge, or your statement?
I was saying that. What do you think? I mean, chances are highest chance for me. I think he's definitely going to hit critical infrastructure tonight, and they're going to knock out their power. They're going to knock out everything, so they don't have any capabilities really for power or anything, which is more for the citizens. But not saying that that's the greatest thing to do to civilization, but yeah, I don't think that the A bomb is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could do it. He could not do it. Really, at this point, I think we can know that we never know what he's actually going to do because he lies all the time.
Like I said,
You know,
5% chance. It's a possibility,
fuck,
but
I don't
I
know, man.
really doubt it because once you
Coin
open the
flip.
door, then they can fly everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Can I respond to that?
Right.
I'm going to say that I believe he is going to do it because look at what he did to Cuba. Cuba
Yeah, I mean,
is,
that's true.
you know what I mean? Like he done put Cuba in a
Yeah.
blackout. Like
He,
Cuba
he
is
does not
something,
care. That's the
right?
thing.
It's
Like,
really bad.
his empathy will not rein him in any way. Like, he gave arms to protesters in Iran. I don't know if you guys caught that or not. That's what he said. Like he sent weaponry to them to take over the country.
Yeah, and the Kurds
He
took
said
it,
if
I
he
guess.
does,
Well,
if they do,
that's the claim, right? But again, he
and if they
Yeah,
lies.
do, they
I don't
can
know.
have
Yeah,
asylum
we're
in
all
the U.S.
speculating. I mean, we're on everything. We don't have inside intel, So
Well, he said that he sent it. He also claimed that the
yes,
Kurds took
yeah.
it.
But I mean, the Kurds were supposedly took it. We're supposed to give it to the people in Iran that were protesters and whatnot, and they kept it. So
Those birds are
Said to
pissed.
take over their government, and
this
if
is
they did
Mexico. I
that,
mean, I can't stop
that
them. I tried telling them this.
he would give them asylum. Like he said that out his own mouth. Like if you help us, we will give you asylum here in the U.S. Like I don't know what this. We don't have the information, or we don't have the proofs. Point of view is when he said things like this out of his own mouth is crazy to me.
Yeah.
So
The
percentage-wise, what do you think the chance
Are
is
you
of nuke?
shocked? Are you
the
shocked at this point?
Iranians said that the protesters were shooting at the police directly,
They were,
and that's
yeah.
what kicked off like the
Yeah.
whole thing. So
Yeah.
if protesters shoot at American law enforcement, what do you expect American law enforcement to do? Obviously, they would like shut that down.
Probably.
Yeah, and Mike Pompeo,
100%
for
chance.
example, I think I have the tweet here. I need to bookmark this shit because I bring it up quite a bit. This was leading into it. Pull this up here. Right here. Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets. Also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. So they had intelligence operatives in the streets. They sent weaponry, or at least, quote unquote, tried to. So, like the notion that, we're going to go over there and unalive the entire Iranian civilization to save the people, when they were trying to get them to take the government, it just makes no sense.
Yeah, did you hear that the Mossad actually had all the traffic cameras, completely bugged, where they could look at any camera in any part of the city of Tehran and see who was traveling? I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. That's, they're gonna. God, those birds are loud.
Yeah, I know. So I like it. Believe me, I love the birds.
Oh no, it just.
Well, on the phone.
Right. I mean,
Did we hear that
yeah.
Trump said that he wants to shut down the satellites so that we couldn't get images from over there? Did we not hear that?
I was going to get. I'm sorry.
No,
I was
go
going
ahead.
to say the Iranian government shuts off power, water, and the internet for their own people to try to control them. So I don't know what the big deal is if we take one out. I mean, rebuild and give them generators for a while after everything's over?
They can turn around and do it to us later because they're doing the same thing to us that their government is doing to them. I mean, come on, let's be so for real.
Really? Tell me where at?
How many thousand protesters were unalived over there?
Exactly.
It's not quite the same.
Not two. Yeah.
Because what was George Floyd? What was he doing? He was just speaking or something, or no? He was doing something illegal, right?
Why did you bring up George
No.
Floyd? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's kind of apples and
Exactly.
oranges.
I'm just saying,
Wait a
if that's
minute,
the
hold
kind
on,
of people
pause.
that you were worried about.
Hold on, pause, because I got something to say. Because when I came up here, depot of government, you brought up the fact that there are no hostile people up in the box, right? Yelling and doing all this other stuff, right? And I brought up the fact that, once again, the thing that triggers y'all is when I say that the U.S. government is treating its people very similarly to the way they treat their people over there.
Well, tell me an example.
Hold on, let me finish.
Well, thank
I know
you,
y'all
Raph.
don't respect women, but can I finish? Thank you. You made this leap, Department of
Assume you're a
Government,
woman, by the way.
to jump to George Floyd when I said that they were doing the same thing to the people here in USA, right? Because we got Renee Good and Alex Preddy who were peacefully protesting and recording ICE, and they both lost their lives. But you went all the way back to 2020 to a black man. Help me understand why you brought him up and not Alex
Renee
Preddy.
Good. Renee Good, wasn't she
I asked
running
why
over
you
a
brought
person?
up George Floyd and
No.
not Alex Preddy.
She
That's
wasn't
what I
running
asked.
over a person.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't have happened. That's ridiculous.
That other guy.
We're talking about
it was
Iran
a
right now, not what
Sig
happened
Sauer. that
Right. Well,
a
I
win
think they're
on
doing
its own.
comparisons. I think they're trying to compare.
I don't think that's
Horrible
close.
comparison.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I
not a
agree.
comparison, Lib. What it is that,
I'm not
like I've
talking to
been
you. I'm
saying
saying it's
for,
just a bad
excuse me, can I
comparison.
finish my point? I know you can't impulse control. Thank you. Can I finish my point? I brought up the fact that there are atrocities happening to us here in the USA, right? Just blanket, right? I didn't point out anybody specific. I made a blanketed statement that they're treating us similarly, just like they treat their people over there, inhumanely. They're trying to take away birthright citizenship as we speak. Where they'd overturn Roe v. Wade as we speak. They're trying to defund schools as we speak. This administration is doing things to harm the U.S. people as we speak. And that's all I said. And my question is how do I say something just so plain that the Department of Government jumped all the way to a black man? But he's the one that brings up people getting hostile on the app, on the panel, but he jumped to a black man. I didn't bring up anything about a black man.
Yeah, I don't agree with him.
On it now,
I
so
agree.
tell me
I
about
agree.
it.
That is my point. You wonder why things get out of control because you say things that didn't go with the
Well,
conversation.
Lonnie, can I ask you a
Department of
question?
Government. Go ahead.
If there were protesters on the street protesting the economy, how bad the economy is, and Trump said, you know what, open fire on 40,000 of them and kill, what would you do?
He did say that.
Except that's not what happened.
Oh, Jesus
Yeah, that's
Christ.
not what happened.
That's
Wow.
not. That's conquistador. That's not what happened. Right.
No,
That's
the
the
Iranian
40,000
people were
number
protesting the
is.
economy. The protesters were protesting the economy in Iran, and guess what they did to them?
No, that's not what happened. I
Yes.
just showed you a
It was
tweet
30,
from Mike.
right?
I just showed you.
So what
I
were
think
they
it was
doing
like 2
wrong
or
to
3,000.
to get unalive? What did they do so bad to get unalive?
They were trying to
That many
overthrow
people?
They were trying to overthrow their country on behalf of two different nations, on behalf of the U.S. government and on behalf of Israel. We already did this to them before, and the very
mean
coup,
their own citizens
the
were
very
doing that?
coup,
What does that tell
the
you?
very coup that we
Holy
initiated
shit.
in 1953 started at the bazaar as well. It rinse and repeat. They
Yeah.
tried to do it again. It didn't
And
work.
what's the first thing they did? They captured 144 hostages and held them for 444 days. That's the first act they did.
Are
as
you
a
talking
country
about
under the Ayatollah.
no, that's not true. You're talking about in 79?
Well, yeah, it is.
Are you
Yes.
talking about in 79?
That's the first act they did.
Okay, Conquistador, I'm so glad you brought that up. Do you know why they took those hostages?
Oh, I'm sure there's an excuse for it, taking
No,
hostages.
no,
of
there's a
course.
very good
Tell me.
reason, actually. Do you know why? Because
Oh, okay.
do you understand
If
the
it was
context
your mother
of
or
the
father,
situation?
how would you have felt about it?
Okay, well, here, let me explain to you what happened. So in 1953, the United States, along with Britain, overthrew the Iranian regime and put in somebody that was friendly to both nations, right, for oil purposes and other things, right? That was 1953. Fast forward to 78, and the revolution started, right? They started to revolt, and it happened in 1979. After that revolt, we still had a working U.S. embassy in there, in Iran. And then that person his name is the Shah, the dictator that would torture and unalive and capture people on behalf of, in fact, the U.S. and Israel. They would do that to the Iranian people. That person actually went to the United States for, alleged cancer treatment. Those people in that country who had just taken their country back from a foreign influence, they wanted us to send and extradite the Shah back to Iran for the crimes that he committed against the Iranian people. And they didn't, and that's why they took that U.S. embassy
I love
hostage.
Carter because I voted for Carter in 80. I was too young in 76. I think he's a great man, but he made a huge mistake by not acting. Well, they actually tried a rescue, and it failed. There was a storm, a sandstorm.
Did you not
and it
hear a
took
word
down-
I just said?
Yes, I did. But you know what? Our CIA has all kinds of tentacles out all over the world. They always have.
And
they
it's
always
not
will,
right,
probably.
is it?
No,
Those
it's not.
people in
I agree
Iran,
with you.
right? The
But
people in
so
Iran have a right to
why would
defend
a country
themselves.
Have underground nuclear facilities. Why not bring them above board on the surface instead of having
Why?
them
Why
under
doesn't the
mountains?
U.S.? Why does the U.S. have nuclear missiles under the ground, sir?
Well, I'd much rather
Why
be
don't
on
they
our
bring
side
them
than
above
theirs.
ground? Why doesn't Israel?
What
Why
does the
doesn't
Ayatollah
is?
say?
Let me ask you.
Does the Ayatollah say death to America and death to Israel all the time, or not?
Why is it that we know that Israel has nuclear weapons and yet they didn't sign any non-proliferation treaty? They didn't even acknowledge that they have them. They don't have inspectors in there. Nobody knows exactly where they are or how many they have. Why is it that you expect something out of one country but not the other? What's the double standard? What's up with that?
Okay, here's why. In what country in the Middle East does a woman have a chance to succeed in a career?
What does that have to do with the nuclear issue that you brought up?
Well, it doesn't for you. I get it.
No,
Okay,
you
that's
brought
cool.
this up, and we're sticking to this topic, and now
I
you're
just
trying
gave
to
you an
pivot
answer
to
why
women.
we allow certain countries to have certain things and others not. Because women don't have any rights in those countries.
Women don't have rights in the United States.
We supported Iraq for how many years
attack
against
ourselves? Should we attack ourselves?
How many years have we supported Iraq against Iran?
Conquistador.
You know how many years?
Conquistador. Women don't have rights in the United States and didn't have rights in the
What?
United States for a long time.
Oh,
and now
really?
they're having less rights. Oh, really? Yeah. They forced a woman to to have her body
Are you really comparing?
continuing to rot after death to force
You're actually comparing
that woman to have a baby.
Talk about apples and oranges.
Is that a right? And in fact, let me tell you another right. This has been going on since the 80s, and just the other day it happened again. A woman goes to the hospital and she doesn't want to have a C-section because of the serious complications that she had from the previous one to that. She wants a vaginal birth, right? And so the hospital said, no. You're going to let us cut your stomach open and remove that child. And she said no. So what they did was went to a judge, there was like 12 white dudes on this fucking
Which
tablet.
state was this?
I don't remember the tablet. They brought this tablet to her as she's giving fucking birth. And she's having a court hearing on the fucking labor bed, and the judge forces her to have the fucking child by C-section, and then the hospital gets to charge the lady. There was another lady just a few years back in a different fucking state, mind you.
So you're using one example as opposed to
There's
millions of
many
women
examples.
in other countries that have no rights whatsoever.
I was about to give you yet another
Jesus
example.
Christ, are you kidding me?
Look at this. I was about to give you another example.
You're talking one example out of millions of women who have no rights
do you see how
whatsoever in other
ridiculous this is? Conquistador, you cut me off. I was about to give you yet another example. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of these examples because they've been forcing women to do this since at least the fucking 80s and certainly before that. A woman left the hospital because she didn't want to have a C-section. She goes home. The hospital calls the fucking state. The state sends the cops to her goddamn house. They arrest her, take her to the hospital, cut her fucking stomach open, and make her deliver that baby via C-section. And you're wanting to tell me, you're wanting to tell me that the United States, women in the United States have rights when you're forcing them to get their stomachs cut open.
Well, I'm pro-abortion,
What rights are
so
you
you're
talking
talking to the
about?
wrong guy here. So I'm
Do you
pro-abortion,
think
so it
it's
doesn't matter
right
to me.
that we cut women's stomach open when they want to have a vaginal birth? Do you think that's right?
Only if the life of the mother is at stake.
And who determines that?
I would imagine a medical doctor.
Yeah, except that's not what's happening here, right?
Oh, okay. Well, it's wrong.
Okay.
You're comparing millions
And
of women who
so,
have no rights compared
and
to
so
a
the
couple who
point,
get
let's not miss the
birth
point here.
one way or
Let's not
another.
miss the point
That's a
here.
whole
You
different
said
story.
that other country, their women
And
don't
I'm
have
pro-abortion,
rights.
so you're
And
not
I just
preaching
gave
the right
you
choir here.
examples that you don't even agree with, and yet you're going to ignore
Yeah,
that fact
but
that
I'm
we
not gonna
also
I'm not a
treat
one-issue.
our
I'm
women
not a
like
one-issue
shit.
person. And I don't compare millions of women not having any rights to a couple women who might get abortions or not get abortions. So, you know,
You're
or have a
missing the
birth one
point.
way or the other.
You're missing the point. You're missing the
more
point.
I know,
than
but I'm
just
just saying, or have a birth one way or the other.
Yeah.
That's, move to another state
It's more
before,
than just
move to a
that,
pro state.
right?
That's all.
It's a
It's
lack
more than
of a
just
human right. It's a lack of a right that women do not have in this country where they're being forced to have their guts pulled out of their stomach to have a child because some white dude told them that they had
Yeah,
to.
one of my sons was born C-section. He's perfectly okay. And my wife survived, so everything's
Hold
good.
on,
So,
real
yeah,
quick.
I get it.
I want to bring up something that y'all fail to realize, right? There are amendments in place. I believe it's the 19th Amendment that give women the right to vote. The 19th Amendment, right? So therefore, there was a time in this country where women didn't even have the privilege to vote, right? They had no privilege. They had to fight for that right to be able to vote. And in this current administration, they are stripping away all these amendments for people to have the right to vote, the autonomy to their own body. There was a time in this country where women could not have their own bank account, they could not have jobs, and they could not do a lot of things. They had to depend on a man. So it sounds like to me you would rather have a woman depend on you so that way you can have a wife than to let women
No,
have bodily
actually, I was married
autonomy
20 years,
and
happy
be
marriage, everything's
free
cool. So.
enough. I didn't. Can you stop interrupting? I know you're impulse control, and I'm
Well,
sure you
don't
don't.
bring me into the conversation. You're talking about me personally.
Because I was
therefore,
I was talking about. See, you're taking it personal because you.
Oh no,
this
you
is how
said you actually
feel.
were pointing me out,
Because
didn't
when
you?
I made that blanketed statement earlier about the fact that the U.S. is taking rights away from us right now, like birthright citizenship, which just doesn't only affect people of color or enslaved people. Donald
Well,
Trump's
that's why it was made
grandfather.
originally.
Let me finish. Donald Trump's grandfather was born on this country because his father fled the war over there. So he got birthright citizenship being born on this country, in this country. So taking away birthright citizenship is taking rights away from people in this country. And you got enough nerve to try to bypass that. You, Department of Gov, and anybody else that supported this administration.
Yeah, you need to listen
And
to
it's
some of Obama's
okay.
speeches back in the
It's
day when he was
okay. I
against
don't care.
immigration.
Hush. See, your wife don't finish either.
He sounds more MAGA than MAGA when you hear some of his speeches.
My point is this exactly, right? Y'all care more about the rights of women in Iran, right? Than you do about the women in the U.S. Because if you did,
That's right.
If you did, then you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump because he said he was going to do these things and he tried to do them before. But y'all don't pay attention. Y'all just want to make sure that women are available to you to do whatever.
This might not even be politically correct for him.
Like grab them by the hoo-ha, like Donald Trump said.
I don't want my president thinking with his balls. Okay, I want my president thinking with his brain, and that doesn't appear to be happening, right? And the point, and the only reason that I even brought the C-sections up,
50 years, right?
the only reason that I brought the C-sections up was because you claimed that we've got to do something in Iran because they don't give women rights, and yet right here in this country, we have serious problems, and so there's a double standard, which was the point.
It's not Iran's to block. It's the open ocean.
Okay, Conquistador, let me ask you a question.
That's open territory.
Let me ask you a question. Conquistador, let me ask you a question. If, let's say, Russia were to send a fucking ship into the Gulf of Mexico and run it right along the coast, or a submarine or any other thing, do you think the United States has a right to say something about it?
Well, yeah, they're not transporting oil, are they? Is it a military ship or just a transporting ship?
Does oil not go in and out of the Gulf of Mexico? Is that
Absolutely, yeah. Russian ones did all the time. Venezuelans did all the time, yeah.
And so if a foreign country that is attacking you is running ships right along down the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, are you telling me that the United States has zero right to say who gets to travel that close to the country? Is that your claim?
I say that the Strait of Hormuz is actually international waters. You can look it up yourself if you want.
So is the Gulf of Mexico.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and guess what?
Yeah.
We also
and you're
will
speculating
monitor
again.
and provide security for shipping lanes that are far, far away from any fucking land that is the United States. In fact, Donald Trump is going into way away from the United States and unaliving people driving boats in international waters. Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah,
or do you think we have a right to do it? Do we have a right to do it?
If they're actual smug boats and they can prove it, no, I don't have a problem at all with it. But if they're
there
not,
you go. Okay,
boats, yes,
and why are those smug boats different?
Because they're poisoning the fucking country. That's why.
Oh,
and I used to be a cocaine addict.
Okay,
so believe me, I got a lot of right
so
to speak
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because we are attacking Iran, and so any country that is supporting the country that is attacking Iran, Iran has a goddamn right to say whether or not they get to travel right next to their country.
And how many IEDs did Iran plant in Iraq and Afghanistan, blew our troops' legs off, or disfigured them, or killed them outright?
Say that again?
How many IEDs did Iran plant or have their surrogates plant in Iraq and Afghanistan? What right do they have to do that?
Wait, what right did we have to go there in the first place? Are you
I
telling me?
agree.
Wait, hold on,
But what did Iran
conquistador,
have to do with it?
conquistador.
Why do we back Iraq against Iraq? Why do we back Iraq against
when
Iran?
when Russia
You
put
know why?
its missiles, in Cuba, what did we do?
I'm almost old enough to remember that. Yeah, I was 3.
Yeah, what
but
did we do?
anyway,
We freaked out, did we not? So if
Absolutely,
you're telling
yeah.
me a country that hates you were to go into Mexico and or Canada, a matter
That
of
was the
fact,
Cold
both
War,
of
my
them.
friend. That was the
say
Cold War.
let's say that a country goes and invades both Mexico and Canada and is right along your border. Does the United States not have an interest in making sure that those countries are fucking taken care of and that entity that's attacking those nations are removed?
Yeah, the difference is we'd have a chance. They have no chance of victory. So
We lost.
we lost what?
We lost in
did we
Iraq and
lose?
Afghanistan, buddy.
Oh, I'm talking about Canada and Mexico was invaded. We'd win. We'd knock the shit out of whoever tried doing that.
You said that they had no chance of winning.
I said our CIA got involved in shit we shouldn't. Ukraine included. We shouldn't have got involved there because our CIA fucked that up to start with too.
Again,
getting involved in elections and all. So
I think everybody
agree
else
with
can
that.
probably see it in Conquistador. The double standards are thick here. It's whatever's
Well,
good for the
CIA
United States,
should
we can
be
do
in other
something.
countries. I agree,
but if
we
another
do.
country
That's
does
the way
it,
it is.
that we don't like, they're not allowed to do it because I said so.
Well, if you're the big guy in the block, you have to do stuff. That's the way it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, that
I'm
ain't
not
how
saying
it
it's
works.
right or wrong.
That ain't how
Well,
it works, man.
It is. Well,
It
we'll
isn't.
find out 8 o'clock tonight how it's going to work.
Clearly, it isn't how it works.
We'll find out 8 o'clock tonight exactly what's going to happen.
We're bullies. That's all the U.S. has ever been.
Speculating anyway. We have no idea. We don't have any intel on the inside. None of us do. It's innuendo, speculation, hearsay. I mean, just admit
Well,
it.
I'm done with them. I think I destroyed his arguments fairly well. So you guys
You destroyed
have that.
me, but anyways, I got my point across. Thank you.
Well, now look, I appreciate you coming up here because I saw you. And then okay, now he's going to go. Well,
can I comment on
Sounds like
please,
you won,
please
Liz.
do.
Yeah, so that's if you're the big guy in the block, you can do things. That was his quote, right? And I just wanted to say, right, power doesn't make an action right. You know, just because I have the ability to harm my neighbor, for example, doesn't mean that it's right. You know, so I think we always want, and at least we should always seek to make someone that we're in conflict with maybe a better version. But you know, it's just, you know, we just have an obligation to act with restraint, and I'm not seeing it there at all. So I don't know. It's just a dangerous ideology to subscribe to. Hey, we have the power, so we can do it. Well, what if we don't have that power? But more importantly, isn't that what's kind of happening in the U.S., where you have individuals that don't have power, but that basically you're making an argument that's saying, hey, look, the rich that have the power, they can do anything they want to the poor because they have the means to. And that's, you know, it's a similar logic, and it's grotesque.
You know what's crazy to me is how they get up here. They say that, you know, the Ayatollah is treating their women very disgustingly, right? They're treating their women don't have rights, their women don't have this, right? But when I bring up the fact that, and Lib brought up the fact that that the U.S. is doing the same thing to the women here in this country, to all of us here in this country, they don't want to have that discussion, right? They get in their feelings, they get defensive, right? And that's crazy to me, because that either means that you are turning a blind eye to what is happening in the US to the people that you live around, or that you're not paying attention. Because the fact that, like I said, they are currently in having hearings about birthright citizenship, and that just does not affect Black enslaved people's descendants. That affects a lot more than that, because if each and every person that is listening to me speak goes back and does their own ancestry history, you will see that at one time somebody in your family came over here as an undocumented person, gave birth to someone in your family, and then that gave your family birthright citizenship. And they're trying to take that away. And that is a problem. And I know a lot of y'all who are Trump supporters getting y'all feelings about that. but that's what's happening. That's what y'all are not paying attention to, right? Because if you go back and you read the amendment for birthright citizenship and understand it, case law, Wong Ark versus the United States was about a Chinese man or Asian man whose family was brought over
Was he
here
a
by the
secret Asian
US.
man? Sorry.
His family was brought over here by the US during the war, one of the wars. His mother gave birth to him, which gave him he left to go visit his family because the rest of his family got sent back to their country, and because he was born here, he was a citizen here, and he had to fight for the right to be a U.S. citizen. Wong
And won.
Park versus United States, and won, and that was the case law that set birthright citizenship. So anybody that came over after and was given birth here on this continent got birthright citizenship, and that's what they're taking away. And y'all are up here arguing about the way the Ayatollah was treating the people in Iran, but yet y'all aren't focused on the fact that Trump is treating us very similarly, and that is what boggles my mind.
I gotta say something.
Can you 1 second? Let me get to you. I need to do something that I've been putting off for too long, guys. I just want to thank everybody that's been gifting. Let me get through the list here. Lonnie, I appreciate the heart me. Feisty says the fingers. I believe you actually finished that goal. I appreciate it. Wrath, Kara, Scott, Ray Day, SLT, Bella, Malls, Leanne. Leanne, my apologies. Every time I say it wrong, she'd get me. Kat, Tony, Milk, Raw, Dreams Can Come True, Eric, Jussie, Allie, Zeus, David, Dina, Laura, Carol, Bunny, Occupation, Brenda, and Misty. Thank you all so very much for all the gifts. And APAC, thank you for helping fill that as well. I appreciate it, guys. Had to get that out of the way. Doge, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so the whole like coming over illegally, that's not how everybody came over here. So like none of my ancestors came over illegally. They all came over legally. And yeah, I know that it's not the easiest to immigrate to the United States these days, but I will say that this whole birthright citizenship, because I live in Texas and people come across the border, have a kid, and then they're all of a sudden American, and neither of them are American. They have a kid. That's not, to me, it doesn't make any sense. And almost no country in the world other than like, what is it, just us and Canada allow that. Even Mexico doesn't allow that. And I don't think that it's right to be just like, oh, that's like how it's supposed to be. And it's like, no, unless you don't deal with it at all and you don't see it. And I have lots of Hispanic friends, and it's no big deal like to be Hispanic, but it's another thing to be illegal and not want anything to do with us other than the money and working for us and stuff like that.
Well, if they're coming over here for money, we're all kind of fucked.
Yeah, and another thing, the whole like I know y'all talked about, I wanted to say something about the kids thing, having C-sections. Dude, that is so real, especially here in Texas. You see that where I've had kids recently, and it's like they always want you to have a C-section because they make more money. And that's what they're pushing on everybody, is to have a C-section. And I can't believe that they're going to court and forcing that. But it's like, I say that I can't believe, but at the same time, how greedy these hospitals are. And that's just our healthcare system is so greedy that they're forcing women to do this just because they make more money. And once you have one, you pretty much always have to, from what I hear.
Now, they used to think that. They used to think that that's the case. I've seen studies that say that they've been wrong about that, and that vaginal births thereafter are, just as well.
I believe it. I believe it because I know how much they know that they make more money. They get to keep you longer. So why wouldn't, like, if it's all about money's the incentive.
Hika says it's not because it's easier for women. The unaliving rates for C-sections are way, way higher. Now, that part of that could be why they do C-sections in some instances where there's a problem, right? A complication. So it may be skewed. But you're cutting somebody's stomach open, right? And their internals are exposed to the outside. It's major abdominal surgery. This isn't just like a little snip, and we'll just put it, just grab the baby. women are created with a vaginal canal that births children, and so that's the natural way is usually going to be the best way.
So we had to fight every time.
So, and another thing is that the convenience for doctors that's another factor. Then that irritates the fuck out of me. Like when they, instead of like they'll schedule births and they'll induce labor, that irritates me too. Like, why am I working around your schedule? Like, this baby's coming when it's time, bitch, and we're gonna do it when it's time.
Exactly.
I'm sorry
Can
if
I
it's
explain this
inconvenient
real
for
quick?
you. Like,
For
damn.
you that don't understand, it's called a VBAC, right? If they do an ultrasound on a pregnant woman and they find out that the baby's bum or the baby's feet are headed towards the birth canal, that is an unhealthy way for a child to be born, right? So if they can't get the baby to turn around and be head first, then they will go in and have the C-section, right? Medical textbooks say that the C-section, the word AB it means C-section, right? It doesn't mean C-section. It means end birth, right? And a C-section ends a birth, right? Your body doesn't naturally go into having the baby, then you need medical intervention. That is considered an AB, right? Just because the fetus doesn't survive at the time doesn't mean that it was done with ill intention. A VBAC is when you have a C-section because the baby might have been feet first. And then the next baby is actually in the birth canal head first, and you can push that baby out without complications. That's called a VBAC, right? So to understand that they are telling women, because there was a lady on this app, and I don't know if y'all saw the video, and I can find it if you want, where she was 9 months pregnant, went to the doctor, found out that she couldn't have the baby via the birth canal, and the OB told her she better find someone in a blue state because she was going to need a C-section, and their state did not allow that doctor to do the C-section because it was considered an
Thank you,
AB.
Chip. Yeah, thank you, Chip.
And
I
so
appreciate it.
This is the part of the conversation that like I said earlier, so many Trump supporters are so worried about what the Ayatollah is doing. And I'm not saying what he's doing is right. I'm not saying that there might not be women in that country that are suffering, right? My heart goes out to them. But it's so convenient how y'all glaze over what is happening to women in the U.S. to then say, oh, we need to save the women of Iran. Not that we don't.
We can't even
just
save
where
our
is
own
the
women.
same energy?
Yeah, we can't even
Right.
save our own women, and are actually going backwards now. It really is infuriating to like watch this double standard. But it's I don't know. And honestly, I don't think they give a shit anyway. That's just a talking point to try and get people on board with it.
But
It's possible.
So what state doesn't allow C-sections? That's what I'm wondering.
Is there a state that doesn't allow C-sections? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is there? Let me look that up. Is there a state that doesn't?
Because I thought Lonnie was saying that the state that she was talking about didn't allow them to get a C-section, and I'm pretty sure everybody does, and they push for it most places.
Yeah, no state in the U.S. prohibits C-sections. In fact, due to fetal personhood laws, Florida courts have allowed forced C-sections against a mother's will. Florida is currently Yes, it's just one. There's a bunch of states that do this where they force the woman to have a C-section if the doctor is. I mean, the doctor could make anything up, right? Claiming that
BS.
It's a medical necessity when it's not. They're just like, I got to go on lunch, so let's just get this
I
baby
think
out.
that's some of the worries with abortion. Sometimes they worry that it's like, well, the doctor's gonna just force people to have abortions because they don't like babies or some crazy stuff.
A C-section is an abortion. That's my point. Like in medical textbooks, that's what a C-section is considered because abortion is
Kahuna?
Abortion is considered end of pregnancy, a medically induced end of pregnancy, right? So if it happens at 3 weeks versus if it happens at the 40th week, it's still considered the same thing. And with the AB ban, there are a lot of doctors who are stating they can't do these C-sections because of the AB ban. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I don't know here. This is PolitiFact. I've never heard that, and so I looked it up. This is what I see here. C-sections are not coded as abortions in the hospitals. So I don't know where you saw that, but Kahuna, you said you work in the medical industry. Can you speak to this?
I'm from Egypt. I'm not in the United States, but I do know a lot about
Oh, I see.
C-sections. C-sections, as the woman told you, as being abused by obstetricians. They've been using it all over the world, and there's been because they don't have time. It's like fast food, bro. They want to get the kid out of there as soon as possible. You see, a woman needs to be treated like a woman should be treated. You know, the way you could make the child in a proper position, but somehow this obstetrician thinks he's a god. You know, your side, this is a problem of faith, guys. I'm not sure, but in my side here, we have natural birth all the time. C-section is only used for business purposes. You know, that's why it should be banned. I don't know. I'm not really sure what the legislation in the United States is, but what I know from experience, I'm more like okay. So I have to admit, I am a dentist. Okay, I'm not a physician. You know, I'm not a full blown medical physician. But I could, I did, you know, I do stand in, you know, like the medical. I understand the medical part of it. Okay, so basically, women and those guys who are working as obstetricians, and I bear to differ. Yeah. Most of them are there for the business. Why do you go to medical school? Because you want to make more money, right? And you know who goes to medical school? You know? So basically, we have a manipulation across the world, not just in the United States. Okay, of the C-section. I don't know who's fiddling around. Blue-eyed, are you fiddling around?
I was just about to mute her and had my whenever you started to say something. I got it. And let me pull up real quick. I'll get back to you, Kahuna. I think I know where this came from because in that PolitiFact article, it talked about how that claim that you were talking about, Lonnie, and it actually makes sense why this came about. So this is Louisiana Department of Health, right? It says types and risks of abortion procedures, and listed under this is cesarean section. Right here. This method requires that the woman be admitted into a hospital, may be performed if labor cannot be started by inducing labor, or if the woman or her fetus is too sick to undergo labor. Cesarean section is removal of the baby by surgically cutting open the belly and womb. The woman is made numb by medication, etc. And it talks about the complications. Now, so they did, in fact, in Louisiana, list that under types of abortion, but maybe that's methods of doing it rather than the procedure itself. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but understand that there are doctors that are afraid to do that for fear of getting in trouble for an AB, is what I'm saying. Like, there are doctors telling patients that they can't do it.
And see, that's a we've got to that is because I seriously doubt like a court is going to find a doctor guilty of, you know, violating AB laws because they gave us cesarean, right? I mean, I would hope not, but who fucking knows? Some of these people are nuts. Anyway, now Kahuna, please, you know, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
I wanted to make a point about it because I got a CD about it and I watched it and I got, you know, they put a lady into a big bucket, right? I mean, they put her like a small swimming pool, right? For her to have that child, you know, properly aligned so that they can get him out, you know, put the child in the right position so that they can push him out, like she mentioned, without a C-section. All done in hours. It takes 24 hours to 48, maybe 72 hours to give birth. It doesn't come in 20 minutes. You can't do it in 20 minutes unless you can do a C-section. You see where it comes from. I'm just trying to get the root cause here. Okay, so basically what you have is, I worked as a medical transcriptor for various medical facilities, including Palo Alto and St. Louis, Missouri, pediatric hospitals. I've worked for all of them, got excellence from them for my medical transcription. So I pretty much know what I'm talking about, right? So you guys, when we're having kids, these doctors are limited. You have limited number of doctors for population X, whatever. I don't want to go into statistics, right? But we have, let's say for Egypt, we have now one for every 100,000 or something. We used to have like two, okay? So brain drain, here we go. So basically it's all root causes and the budgeting. If you budget properly and you get the right numbers of obstetricians or doctors, you know, come out of your system, then it's better for you. And if you get less and then they and, they immigrate or they go elsewhere, then you're losing your brain draining basically. So I don't know if this comes from budgeting war, like what you're doing in Iran right now, and you've done all over the world. So I don't know, guys. Yeah, I crash my drone now. Thank you.
I love that. I like that. That's funny. Now, real
I'm
quick,
stealing
because
that.
that is pretty clever. This is the video and I thought it was more dudes because there was another case that I mean these boxes were tiny on this woman's tablet as this fucking court is like forcing them to do it because this has happened more than once. But just look at this shit. The middle one is the patient, right?
It's a real judge, Yeah. I wasn't being hyperbolic. It's a real judge. Let me get the.
She wasn't allowed to have her own representation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I know you may
BS.
be able to see me on your screen in just a second here. I'll introduce myself. I do see you on. Can you hear me okay, ma'am?
Oh, yes, sir. I can hear you perfectly fine.
These motherfuckers, the
these
audacity
people suck.
to do this to a fucking, like, goddamn, and to not be able to be allowed to have your lawyer present. They didn't allow her to have any
That's
representation.
not legal. That's not legal.
It shouldn't
to do that.
be. But here's the thing: that lady that they went and arrested at her house and brought back to the fucking hospital and cut her belly open, she sued them and lost.
What state you
She
said?
sued them. I don't remember what that state was. The one I'm.
It's got to be a nonsense
The arrest
state.
lady is a different state than this lady. It's multiple states in this country that do this. And so, guys, if you're just coming in here, the reason why we're talking about this is somebody had brought up the fact that, Iran is terrible. They don't have women's rights and stuff. And so then, but that's coming from an American. And it's like, bitch, we don't even treat our women as if they're human beings with their own ability to make decisions for their own child. Like, these are women that give birth to us, and you're telling us that especially as a male doctor, judge, what the fuck, that you know better what's best for this mother than the mother?
We have a lot more rights
Weird.
than they do, though.
Adriana Smith was brain unalived, and they kept her on life support until her body started to rot. And baby
Right.
Chance is still in the hospital to this day. Yes,
Wow.
Adriana Smith was brain unalived. They left her on life support until they couldn't anymore. And then they delivered her baby, and her baby is still in the hospital in the NICU. And I think he might be 8 months to a year old now. But yeah, that is definitely
Sad.
one of those cases where I said that y'all say it's because the Ayatollah is doing what he's doing to his people or to the women over there or Maduro, but yet this is what's happening in our country in the past 2 years, just 2 years alone.
I think that.
Sorry.
Go
If I
ahead.
could
Go
follow
ahead.
up
You
something
hadn't
you're
talked
saying,
yet. Go ahead.
that this just feels like it's in preparation of something, because you don't hear this often, where you have a brain unalived patient or woman in the hospital still having to give birth, unless it's of course consent of the husband or something like that, and she's very far along. But if I remember correctly, she was only like a few months in. She was barely showing, and then she completely had a full pregnancy in comatose. So the fact that I'm hearing this just makes me feel like they're gearing up for something. Oh yeah, we birth rates are down, so let's go ahead and get these women, locked up to their beds, brain unalived or whatever, and so that way we can continue to get the population up. It just feels
It's fucking
dystopian. I don't
gross.
know.
And let me
Yeah.
read this. Because this is from ProPublica, because they went on like a deep dive on all the cases, or at least some of the cases that they found where there was similar circumstances. Some states have imprisoned pregnant women for exposing their fetuses to rugs. Nearly 30 states have passed laws that allow hospitals to invalidate pregnant patients' advance directives, which outline the kinds of life-sustaining treatment a person wants after a catastrophic illness or accident. These fucking people think that they have, these states even think they have a
Adriana
right
wasn't
to
married.
your body.
She wasn't
And
married,
it's
so
disgusting.
her parents should have been able to make the decision, and they blocked her parents from pulling the plug because she was 9 weeks.
Wow.
And baby Chance, the last I heard, is still in the hospital, and her family, his grandparents, are footing the bill for him being in the hospital, and he was born way too early. In a regular circumstance, if you or I as a woman were to give birth to a child at that stage, we wouldn't have been able to afford to keep that baby alive. But they are keeping that baby alive and forcing her parents to pay for the health care
Which
of
is
baby Chance.
absolutely nuts. Like, at the very least, if you're going to do that, is it not the minimum that you could say the state would fucking pay for it if they're forcing you to do it? Like, goddamn.
Yeah. You're going to be a
There should
government
be some
experiment. The government
criteria.
should foot the bill.
Fucking crazy.
went to
But
the
let me read
hospital
this
weeks
quote
earlier.
from that state's attorney in this case, the Doyley case. Quote, "The courts have held that the state has a compelling interest in the preservation of the life of an unborn child and the protection of innocent third parties who may be harmed by the parental refusal to allow or consent to life-saving medical treatment." That's the argument they make to get around a mother's want to have vaginal birth. These sick fucks.
Oh my God.
So so anybody, looking at Iran, oh my God, they don't have they treat their women like shit.
It costs them money. It will make them less rich. You understand? C-section makes you rich.
That's why they started making women have babies in hospitals, because you used to be able to birth at home and not have to spend that much money. But once they realized that they can make money off of making women go in hospitals and have birth, because if you have a home birth, they charge you more than if you have a hospital birth. And that is all part of the plan. So I agree with you, Kahana. Yes, I agree with you. It's a part of the money.
And how they corral you
kahuna
into doing this is fear.
Yeah, look at this.
Guys, I want to define a kahuna. A kahuna is a Hawaiian witch doctor, by the way. It's a Hawaiian witch doctor, a medicine man, like a guy from
Yeah, I like it. Let me read this real quick. On average, the healthcare costs associated with pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum care amount to $20,416, including $2,743 in out-of-pocket expenses for women enrolled in employer plans. Childbirth and postpartum health spending among employer health plan enrollees varies by type of delivery. Costs for pregnancies resulting in vaginal delivery average $15,712, while those resulting in cesarean section average $28,998, $3,071 of which is paid out of pocket. And that's with fucking insurance, $3,000 you'd have to pay out of pocket. They double their money when they cut your stomach open and pull your child out. They double it.
Yeah, if I can share
losers.
If I could share a quick anecdotal, because this
Sorry,
just
I'm about to
4
lose
years
my
ago.
shit. I'm go ahead, please. I'm gonna go.
No worries. 4 years ago, I was pregnant, and it was a high-risk pregnancy because I had not going to go into it, but either way, I had a C-section after I tried to advocate for myself to have a natural birth, and they basically said that my daughter was having low kick count, and it was 37 weeks, and we had to get her out. And they basically they use fear to drive you to basically do these extra procedures like Pitocin and all these extra procedures essentially just to rack up the bill. And so I had an inversion because she was breech. I had waited 24 hours on Pitocin just for the midwife that was assigned from the hospital to come whisper in my ear to tell me that I failed. And there was no person of color in this hospital. There was only white doctors. And I didn't feel like I was actually protected. I didn't feel like I was actually safe. So I think that is one reason that stalled my birth or my labor. Just for the doctor to say, well, I'm actually going to go on vacation, so you need to hurry up and make up your mind if you're gonna get her out or not, because her heart rate is dropping, and they were using all these things, and I'm like, can you just explain to me what exactly is low heart rate with the child? And they didn't want to go into the details. They're just trying to get me to rush into the C-section room. And it was like an assembly line of women literally going one in after the other, one in after the other. It didn't seem like anyone was giving natural birth that night. And so, luckily my daughter is here, but I still had to go into that procedure. And afterwards, they're telling you oh, it's safe. It's normal. I was hospitalized for 14 days after with an ileus because my entire system shut down. I couldn't eat food. I couldn't swallow water. And that was for 2 weeks. I was on a pipe not a pipe, excuse me. I was on an IV and a tube stuck down my nose to suck the bile out of my stomach because I couldn't get anything through.
Oh my fucking God.
So this is one of the complications of a C-section that they don't tell you about, that your whole entire system could shut down after giving, there's many complication effects with side effects with vaginal birth as well, but they don't tell you this on purpose because they want you to spend that extra coin. They want you to get that extra bonus for the doctor, essentially. So I just think that this story is crazy, and I'm very glad that I wasn't on Brain on the Live, because I feel like that juice would still be in there and be a whole other situation. But
these fucking doctors think they're something else, don't they?
Yes.
What pieces of shit? Yeah. Like Bunny said, the doctor said I ruined her date. It was Valentine's Day. What a cunt.
Oh man, I would have kicked her in the face.
I have a comment on
God, you got your baby.
Quickly, it's basically the system. It's always the system, guys. When I try to, let's say, apply medical equivalence of my dentistry in America, well, I practice here in Egypt on real human beings from 4th year. We do like clinics under supervision, and we have very good. We do it for free. So you come off the road, you just book a ticket, come to the room, we get you diagnosed. We started working on you for free. You just paid like, I don't know, now it would be like, I don't know, 5 cents. Okay? So that's basically what we have as medical students since 4th year. So we are well versed in dentistry, for example. When I come to you, it's a cartel, man. If I have to get in, I have to pay. So I have to take 2 years in their system. So I become one of them. You understand? I have to become a villain.
That's fucking crazy, man.
I'd like to comment on birth and how I think doctors have gotten lazy. I think we covered that. But my mother's had 2 children, me and my sister. Her first child was when she was 15, and my mother was, a petite little girl giving birth at 15. But with my sister, her umbilical cord was around her neck, and they were able to successfully vaginally birth my sister. I came out feet. My mom says I walked out because I came out feet first, breached. But again, they were able to successfully assist in a vaginal birth because they made sure my mother was informed. They did their job. And I just feel like doctors these days, they don't want to do those complex births and do their job to make sure it goes well, because I was born in 93, my sister was born in 84. But this like new generation of doctors, they just want to skip over, there's a problem, let's just cut you open. Like it's
and the recovery is takes a while, even if you don't have complications. Just on you're gutting these women. It's yes, it's necessary in some cases. I get that, but to make it normal is I don't know.
Yeah,
leave it up to the fucking lady.
Muscle.
They're trying to schedule it.
Right.
I don't think y'all know how much abdominal muscle you use to move around, and they cut through the abdominal muscle to get to the sac. Get to the child. So if you think about you don't understand how many times you flex your abdominal muscles from standing up to sitting down to even walking. You use your abdominal muscles a lot. So when they cut through that, and that's got to heal, mobility is less. So then it rises more complications because blood flow is slowed down. Like there is so much that goes into that. So yeah, I agree. It's not the best case scenario. It should be a last resort. But yeah, they're forcing it a lot more these days for the money.
I just want to say, having 3 kids recently.
Oh, Dewey has not spoken yet. Dewey, welcome in. Sorry I hadn't gotten to you for a while, but I'm glad you piped up. Go ahead, man.
I'm going to have to get off here pretty soon, but there's something I want to bring up. Okay? The U.S. population is in decline. And even with all this other stuff they put in on abortions, it's just to make sure that the population increases. But the fact is, it's not. Okay? We are at the lowest we've ever been. Yet, we turn around and we throw everybody out of the country that isn't American and reduce the population that much more. Now tell me, why Why? It doesn't make sense to me.
Racism.
Absolutely.
So they're replacing us. They're replacing them with the brownies. That's what these fuckers think. They really think that they're like, they're becoming the minority. Like, bitch, go back to Europe if you want a place where a bunch of white people exist. Just go back there, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Well, there are more women. They're already. I mean, men are already in the minority. There are more women in the United States than there are men. So we're already the minority.
I'm gonna look that up.
It's pretty close. It's not like China.
Men in the U.S. Let's see what the numbers are.
Maybe they're doing something that if you follow and you get out of America, Turtle Island, and you go back or you go anywhere you wanna, you're gonna be safer because there is a fault in the Atlantic that will turn into a tsunami sometime and will cover, East Coast completely, including Virginia where Washington is, and you'll be wiped out by God, not by nature. So maybe they're working in your favor, but they don't know it.
I don't know about all that.
And let me say just one more thing. The mortality rate in the U.S. for childbirth is higher than any other industrial nation.
Yeah, I believe that's true as well.
I wish I would have had a kid in a European country where I could have like a year off and stuff like that. Our healthcare system sucks. As someone who had 3 kids recently, it's terrible.
Guys, I'm not trying to get you here under dictator Sisi because he's just playing the playbook. That Trump guy, I call him Abd Fattah Trump because he's exactly doing what Sisi did. You see, we were the prodigies, so we had this idiot in power for a while now, 12 years. So I'm coming to you from the future. You understand what I mean? He's called him his favorite dictator. And when he came to Sinai, he was like, he has a very good. What the fuck is he talking about? He just, that dictator just released one of my friends. He's also a pharmacist, and he was just speaking about the party, not about the president. And he was in prison for 3 years without any. They didn't convict him of anything. He was being played around different prisons. I found out when he came out that he was right beside me. When I thought if there was a revolution again, I would go to his prison somewhere else in Cairo, right? I'm in Alexandria. Guys, I'm not scared of my fucking dictator here. I'm here to roll his head off, inshallah, very soon. And your dictator, you guys gotta work it out with him because this guy, you got a Second Amendment right. I don't know why the fuck you're not using it. I would use it by now. You are not angry enough. That's pretty much what I'm trying to put onto the table here.
You need to come over here, dude. You Egyptians kill it over here.
One more statement. You guys are being played like fuck because your mortgage, you come here for quarter of the price. You'll get your own property, you'll pay it in cash, and you will live happily ever after. Very nice, Nile. We have everything, and we can fight the Zayas together. Thank you.
Some of the richest people I know are Egyptians over here in Texas. They come over here, their family sticks together, they start businesses, and they just destroy. It's amazing. Whenever you kind of stick together, how well you can do, in Texas at least.
I'm going through infant mortality rates right now.
My dad, my uncle, my father's brother is buried. He's a geologist, and he's buried in Houston, by the way, in the Muslim cemetery. I'll keep it at that. You can figure it out. You can let your imagination.
I'm in Houston. There's a bunch of doctors over here. There's a bunch of people that own businesses, all Egyptians, and they all kill it. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you. You come over here, you'll be like one of the richest people.
Now, I mean, what does it say about a country when you've...
It's 55 Egyptian pounds. You come here, you get a house for, let's say, 3 million, 5 million, whatever you want. You want the independent villa, maybe you'll pay like 20, 30 million of Egyptians, okay? How much is that in dollars? Divided by 55, tell me.
Well, thing is, the culture difference for me, like, I don't know that they would treat me too well over there.
Well, what does it say about a country when the leader of that country is openly calling for genocide in another country and there's no real method of removing that leader? Or the people aren't willing to use the methods that do exist to get rid of that leader. What does it say? Right? Because we got the 25th Amendment to get the mad fucking king out of there. And we can impeach and remove the fucker, but we're not doing it. What does that say about us?
He's not that bad.
Oh, he is that
He's
bad.
not. Wait, he's not that bad.
He is that
how?
bad.
What?
Sorry, I'm not a liberal, but he's not that bad.
He's totally friggin' unhinged.
We'll see.
And
We'll
all
see
you have
tonight.
to do.
We'll
wait,
see
wait,
tonight.
wait. Let me finish. Don't talk
Go
over
for it.
me. Just look at the tweet or whatever it is from his Truth Social. Just take a look at what he said on Easter Sunday, and then turn around and tell me he's not unhinged.
Yeah, it's
and
not a
here
very
he's
Christian
wait,
message.
wait. And now he's talking about completely wiping out the civilization. Now tell me, he's not unhinged. No.
Like I said earlier, he's impulsive and out of control of himself. So to say he's not that bad, he checks all the boxes of past dictators and leading up into their dictatorship. He checks all those boxes. Like, I don't know how you don't see it.
He checks all
Attention
the boxes
into
of being.
age limits are very necessary because these old ass people, yeah, that happens.
Yeah,
He's not that
as
bad.
an old ass person, I agree with you.
You
He's
gotta
not that
hey,
bad, but
retirement
yet-
age should be the end of government, dude. Just
So-
go and chill.
But he's not that bad,
How-
right? Like
yeah, how-
you
He's
say
not-
he's
he's
not
not-
that bad. But Obama didn't do a quarter of the shit he did. Excuse my French, but yet y'all seem to think Obama was the worst president in the world. Like the math doesn't
Obama
add
was
up for
pretty
me.
bad.
Why was he bad? What did he
He created
do that was
ISIS.
bad?
That's pretty bad.
He didn't create ISIS.
He did. He
Reagan
armored-
created ISIS because Reagan gave Afghanistan weapons to be able to beat the Russians. Okay.
No,
So
ISIS
yeah,
didn't
we
exist at
created
Arabs
ISIS, and ISIS was
Egyptians,
created basically by
Saudis
Reagan.
send mujahideen to Afghanistan. They sent Afghanistan upon the call of, I think, Reagan. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. And he
So
said,
don't-
you know who is the king at that time? Now the king in Saudi Arabia named Salman was the one of the Riyadh governor at the time, and he's indicted. He's one of the people who was making this happen, and that's why he unalived Khashoggi, the one he unalived in the Turkish embassy. You remember the embassy, Saudi's embassy in Turkey, where against the New York Times, who used to write, he was a Saudi resident, was
And
unalived.
Trump was
cut
like,
off
"Yeah,
pieces
it's okay. One of his arms over there, the other arm is over there."
Well,
One
you know,
more thing
Obama
before I
tried to
drop.
give us- Obama tried to give
One-
us universal health care when he was in office, and the Republicans tore it apart to where we ended up with the CARES Act, or whatever it was, the Obamacare, and that was still horrible from Republican standpoint, because he gave us a marketplace for us to find quote unquote affordable health care that Trump then dismantled and still hasn't put anything in its place except for Trump RX, which doesn't help a whole lot of people. Like, I don't understand the comparison on how Obama was so bad, even though I'm not saying he didn't do anything bad, because I know he did, but he didn't do half as much as what Trump is currently doing in his first year and a half, or presidency in a year. Thus far, like in a year time, Trump has done more than Obama has done in 8 years to tear this country apart, because Obama didn't go after all these amendments when he was in office, but Trump sure had wrote EOs to go after a lot of our amendments. So I don't understand how you say he's not that bad, but then say Obama's worse, because you don't have a comparison, because you can't give me a one-to-one in comparison on what Obama did that was worse than what Trump is currently doing.
Did Obama strengthen the country?
Yes, he did.
How did he strengthen the country?
How
compared
did
to
he
how much
weaken it?
weakened our country?
How did he weaken it?
He went around bowing down to every leader all over the world.
He didn't bow.
Wait.
You mean he showed
Hold on.
respects to other people?
How did he bow down to other countries?
He did a tour where he went around apologizing for anything.
I
and
knew you were
everything.
going there. That apology tour. That was actually right-wing propaganda. Did you actually see what he said, read what he said, or heard what he said? Did you?
All I have to say is the whole Japanese apology. Like, bro, Japan was terrible at the time, and we've turned it into a powerhouse. So y'all got to shut up if you're Japanese and you're mad that we did anything.
Okay, so we for generations they dealt with deformities. Still to this day, deal with deformities. Like this is something we did to them for years and years and years down the line, and you don't think that we owe them any?
They have a powerhouse nation thanks to us, not thanks to themselves.
They had a powerhouse nation.
You talking about the Japanese Empire that went around doing the things they did? That was okay. You like that? All right.
Well, that's okay. The United States is doing that. You said no. I didn't say that I agreed with it. I said that they were a powerhouse before. And you're claiming that the United States takes credit for them being a powerhouse right now, which they aren't.
And we rebuilt Germany
by force.
They're both powerhouses
by
now.
Force.
That's the only two.
They're not
I'm
powerhouses.
pretty sure that we can take the credit for that we actually rebuilt.
They're not powerhouses. What are you talking about?
Germany has one of the biggest. What are they, number 5 or less?
Germany, you brain drained the whole fucking world, man. What are you talking about? What the heck are you talking about? You know where you get your petrodollar? Have you any idea what are you talking about? Do you have any history? Did you learn history?
You think we don't have oil? What
No,
are you
I'm
talking
sorry.
about?
Are you educated enough? This is really pathetic because I'm sitting here talking to uneducated people and you're claiming to be the best education in the empire in the world. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. I'm sorry. You aren't no fucking ego. Your ego is so big for you. You should be on Jupiter, you know?
That's true.
Because you have a fucking...
Man,
hold on, he's crashing his drone. He's crashing his drone. Let him crash. Go ahead.
I'm crashing my...
Can I ask Doge a question?
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Can you name specifically what we did to quote unquote make these powerhouses? Just exactly in history, what did we do to make them powerhouses to create that?
Just constant wars, like in Europe, for example. They were constantly at war, and once after World War II was over, we gave pretty much a long time of peacetime.
Came on the Mayflower, we were running away from persecution in Europe. Who are you? Please identify yourself. America has a mix.
I'm American. I got relatives that were actually on the Mayflower. I've got a lot of relatives that came from the Czech Republic.
You ran away from Europe because you are persecuted for your beliefs, right? That's what you are. That's what you
pretty
did.
much
I'm sorry.
Peasants, you know.
Here's
yeah,
the
for the most part.
Well, okay. I'm not sure where we're going here.
Yeah, I don't either.
My question is you're saying that the war is what made them a powerhouse. That doesn't make people powerhouses.
No.
Like we're talking about economy. What did we do to create their infrastructure, their economy? Like, don't just say, "Oh, the war. We entered the war." That's not an answer on how it created a solid infrastructure and economy. So what did
America rebuilt Europe after World War II. We were the biggest force that rebuilt Europe, and what it is today is because of what we did.
And we also helped them write their constitution, which in their constitution they have the right for unions. Did you know that? And that the U.S. actually helped Europe write their new constitutions. So if we sit here and we take history and we pull it out and we don't realize and we don't look at what was going on at the time. It's different.
Yeah.
Condescend like everyone is
so
host, you give me space to condescend upon the people here because I'm Egyptian, and humanity started here, unfortunately, for all of you. But for me, it's like I could condescend on brother here, Dep, and tell him,
Yes, Kahuna. Let me get to you after because I don't think Dewey's finished with his point. Let's let Dewey land his plane, and I can come to you right after. Dewey, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Well, here we are talking about World War II, okay, and how bad it was we dropped a bomb, okay? Yeah, it was bad to our standards. But what were the standards back then? What were people feeling? What were people thinking? So when you pull history out of its context, it doesn't make sense. So we look at it and we say, oh, that was terrible, bad. Yeah, it was terrible and bad, but we're looking at it from today. And you have to go back and realize what was going on at the time. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
Nothing
I guess
offensive about that.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Dewey. Are you saying that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, or?
Oh no, it was terrible. It was truly terrible, nasty stuff. That's war. And yes, we did bad things. I agree. But we're taking it out of context. You have to go back and look at what the people felt and what the people thought at that point in time. If you don't, it doesn't make sense to pull it into our ideas of what we believe today, because people believed different back then.
I mean, your statement is true. I don't know what you're trying to say, but what you're
Right.
saying is true.
And I'm just
we didn't
trying
have to drop the nuke. If that's what you're relating it to, Dewey, is that what you're getting at?
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, we didn't have to do that, even by yesterday's standards.
Even by yesterday's standards, what were they thinking yesterday? What were they thinking in 1945 when they dropped the bomb? And
they
what
didn't want Russia to have any part of it, of the rebuilding of Japan.
And I disagree with you,
and
but
they
that's
wanted
okay.
to see what that bomb would do to a civilian population because they spent so many years building it.
And
it was unnecessary then, and it is unnecessary
for
today.
3 years.
The first
different place. They're doing the same in Gaza right now. They're doing the same in Iran right now. They're doing the same in Gaza and Iran right now. You have triple tag on one school, motherfuckers.
So all I'm trying to say is you're looking at it the wrong way. At the time when they dropped the bomb, no, it wasn't to stop Russia. It was to stop the war. That's what they
That's
thought.
not true.
That's what they thought at the time.
It's not true, man.
That's what they thought. I think they thought it was going to end it.
I'm just...
it's a simplistic view of what happened.
No, it's not.
It is. That is an oversimplified version of history saying they wanted to stop the war and that's why they dropped it. That's not true.
That is true. That's what people believed at the time.
Yes, but
and you can go back and drop. Well, you can't now.
The people that dropped the nuke did not do it for the reason you just stated. The people in America may have thought that's why they dropped it. Yeah, but the people in America aren't the ones that dropped it. The people that dropped it.
Now, to today's standards, yes, it's terrible. But you just said
it was terrible then.
You just said it. The people thought different.
No. Not
just the river in Egypt.
Regardless of the reason it was dropped, people thought different, and they believed it was right at the time.
The way that people thought at that time, not the government, but the way the people thought was irrelevant to what the government did, just as we're seeing right now. What Donald Trump is doing is wrong. A lot of the people disagree with what he's doing, but he's doing it anyway.
Yes.
And they would have done it anyway back then.
Maybe, yes.
Did you know the people that did drop those bombs, a lot of them unalived themselves after the fact knowing what they did and seeing what they did to those people.
Now
And that's a
the
human reaction, that killing innocent people, you know.
now
Listen,
the second atomic bomb was not necessary.
Can I, guys?
Don't you?
Look, uh, I want to cycle back to one subject you opened a while ago. Sorry for cutting you off, but because I don't have a lot of time, I don't want to stay
Yeah,
long.
neither do I. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
because debate of government was asking what is the difference between Obama and Trump. He said how the people outside the US was looking at the US at the time. Because I am from outside the US, and I'm old enough to know the whole thing, how people used to look at the US and how they look at it like right now. So I'll simplify it for you. The US was never the good guys. Everyone knows that. And unless you're a US citizen, you probably think it is, but the US was never the good guy.
I'm a
I
U.S.
want you to think
citizen,
about,
and I know that we were never the good guy.
I'm talking about the government right now. I know that
Gotcha.
citizens are separated, but you have to understand most of the world, let's say in the 2000s, were thinking that the government is representative of the people of the US because you were boasting about the democracy too much. So everyone thought this is the truth. Like the government is actually representing you. Right now, we know the difference. But this is not my point. My point is think about it this way. You have two neighborhoods. Each neighborhood is run by a gangster. In one neighborhood, you have a gangster. He have a few rules. He try to follow the rules. He make it if you keep yourself clean, you pay me your taxes. I have the bigger gun here, but normally, no matter how big your gun is, can take over the whole neighborhood. You threaten to use your gun from now to then to put people in line. People listen because they never see you using your gun too much, and they know how much damage the gun can do. Okay? You have this neighborhood. You have another neighborhood where you have a gangster threatening everyone, breaking everyone's stuff, literally entering your shop and say, I want your money. Which one you think will last longer? That's the difference between Obama and Trump. Trump, he's saying it bluntly, but because the others, they do it, but they do it quietly. They were doing what the US do always, take what they want, but they were doing it quietly.
Yep.
Trump is making the whole world look at it like a gangster that can't be trusted for a penny. Think about it the way I explain it. Which gangster you think will last longer?
Someone
Right. I
Someone
mean,
will jump you
you're
sooner
not
or
wrong.
later because you're doing
You're
too
not
much
wrong.
damage.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
because
I'm just explaining to you the difference between Obama and Trump. Both of them are gangsters, not a good guys. But one at least give the people the sense that if you follow the rules, you'll be safe. So he
Right.
will last because people will not jump him. There is a few threshold he kept it that I will not cross. Now you have someone who's threatening to bomb power plant, water refinery. He already bombed schools, university, roads. So tomorrow, if the US, God forbid, got attacked, let's say they bomb your infrastructure, first thing the world will, you will call it terrorism. They will say, what the hell you're talking about? You just did it to other countries. The same way Israel right now don't give a shit that they're getting bombed, their city bombed.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. I mean, you know, because like Gaddafi, for example, look what we did. Look what Obama did there. That dude was drone striking everybody, fucking wedding ceremonies and shit. But you know, he didn't go around gloating about
quietly.
Right. He wasn't out there. Ah, look at my deck. Ha ha. Yeah.
When someone come to him, tell him civilian got hurt, he said sorry, we'll go on to investigate it. He never did shit, basically.
That was my point, right? My point was to say that the Trump supporters bash Obama all day long, right? And I didn't say Obama did anything that wasn't bad. I just asked, like, let's compare because Obama did what he did, but to act like Trump isn't just as bad, if not worse, is the part that boggles my mind because they glaze over all the stuff Trump is doing. Like you said, he's a mob boss going in, destroying someone's business, and then saying, and now you're going to pay me for protection after we just watched Trump destroy this person's business. But Obama did the same thing, not necessarily destroyed the shop. right? He just stopped people from shopping in the shop. He stood his guys in front of the door and said, no one's going to enter until you pay me for protection. And then he moved his guys. But the fact that Trump is destroying lives, like taking children out and then using U.S. military missiles, which the Pentagon, go Google it, Department of Gov. The Pentagon said it was our missile that took out that girls' school. Not this maybe, not this still under investigation. They came out and said it already. And
Denying
the
it.
fact that y'all neglect this and y'all come up with all these excuses. Oh, well, it was misinformation. It was this, it was that. But there's still no sympathy for the fact that Iran was not bothering us. They did not have no qualms with us in it. Like they could have, because we took out Salamati. They could have because we've been messing with them, but they didn't. And that's the part y'all glaze over. Y'all think he's saving us. He's not saving us. That's the part y'all miss. He is destroying us while destroying them because he is Team Izzy and not United States. It is not US first with him. And y'all keep saying it is, and it's not. And Department of Gov, you get up here and you agree on one thing, and then you do a 180 to something totally different that you disagree with, and you come back and agree with something else he did, and then you go 180 back to something you don't like. Like, I need you to really get a great understanding of history. Go look up Operation Ajax when you get off this app. Please go look up Operation Ajax, and maybe that'll help you understand.
Yeah, I mean it's a matter of supremacy, really. I mean and this has unfortunately infected a lot of Americans, where from birth basically we're indoctrinated to like, we're the greatest, we're the freest, we're the best, we're the this, we're the And I mean, I understand that you want your citizens to be proud of their country, but maybe we should focus on being proud of the actions that we do. Not the fact that you make a fucking kid sit there and recite some bullshit about how great we are when all the statistics show we aren't fucking great. Yet, if under Trump administration, he wants to gloss that over. He's removing shit that points to all the dastardly things that we've done. It's really sick. But you know what? The silver lining here is that, like you said, Saeed, like we've engaged in this behavior for a long fucking time now, basically since our birth, and Donald Trump is just putting a spotlight on it all, because every time he does something, like when he went to Venezuela and took Maduro, everybody's like, oh my God, look what Donald Trump just did. And then you go back in history, we've done it many times before. This is something we've done many times before. Almost everything that Trump has done, you can go back to a past fucking president and point to and show that we've done it before. He just had a smile on our face and said it was about freedom and democracy. It's all fucking lies and bullshit.
Saying Soleimani was just minding his own business is very dishonest. And saying that he didn't deserve anything from us, he didn't do anything, he didn't hurt any Americans, he was just chilling out, minding his own business. That's extremely dishonest. He definitely asked for that.
Listen. Here is the thing, okay? Soleimani wasn't a good guy. Look, I'm not a big fan of Iran government, by the way. But after what they did in Syria, I'm not a huge fan at all, to be honest with you. But I think the biggest problem in the US, as someone from the outside, that you only deal with black and white. You don't have a gray area. You don't understand that someone should be ultimately evil or ultimately good. He might be living in the middle. Soleimani was working on his government interest. Same as the US generals who's bombing Iran right now. I promise you, he have less blood in his hand than most US general you ever see.
سليماني هذا CIA اخوي كل الملالس كلهم CIA. All of them are motherfucking CIA. I'm sorry, man. Khomeini was staying in France before he landed in Iran. Don't you remember this? If you don't remember, you have to look it up in history, bro.
I'm not going through the conspiracy theories or whatever it is.
Oh, hold on real quick. We got a violation. Real quick. Hold on. A guest in your live has violated misinformation. Let's see who it is. Lonnie. Lonnie got. Oh, did Lonnie already drop? Yeah. I don't know what it was that you said, but, it didn't even give me a timer, so I don't know. Maybe come back in like 20 minutes. Who fucking knows?
Start your sentence with allegedly. Allegedly.
I believe it is my opinion. Jesus, Lord Almighty.
I have to drop in 5 minutes. Just let me finish a few points. I just want to clear something to the deputy of government. Here is the thing. You need to understand. Israel have always allegedly had a control over the U.S. government. Okay,
He said always
so
allegedly. That's funny. I'm
allegedly have
sorry,
a
Zach.
control over the U.S. government. Okay, the difference is that every president that came, they had a limitation that they didn't go far of it. One of it is going to Iran because every single one of them, the Strait of Hormuz, can't be open without Iran approval. Even if you decimate the whole Iranian army, it will still not be open without it, because if you know about anything about this strait, it's around like the water where the heavy ship can go through is around 6 kilometers, and both sides you can see them by eyes. That means you don't need to have a big missile or a long range missile to hit whatever comes through it. Anyone can block it. It's not a big deal. It's not like a complex operation of military. So every single one of them know that. Now the problem in the US that you are a capitalism society. So you have companies that own the oil in your country. So it's not like other countries, the same as Iran, let's say, which is nationalized, the same as Saudi Arabia, which is nationalized, same as many countries which is nationalized, so they can control the oil prices in their own countries. The US, if the price of oil go down globally, your company will start selling outside. They won't sell to the US, and normally your price will start going up. That's basic math that every single president understands for the past 40 years. This is why they never went to Iran. Not because
Right.
they're afraid. They know they could have taken off the leadership. They know they could have done all the things that Trump did, but they know also the damage that will happen will ruin everyone in the region, including also the US. I promise you,
That's
if
right.
he went through with what he's planning to do and start bombing like he said he's do, you can wait until the oil price reach 200 and you will pay for it, because again, you live in a capitalist society, not a socialist one. So you have zero control. The price will go up with the global price. You have production oil. That's great. But they won't be selling it to you. They will say it for whoever pay them more.
What?
Hope it's clear right now. I'm sorry. I have to drop. Take care. I know I don't
Yeah,
come a lot,
thank you,
but
Saeed. I appreciate it, man. It's always good to see you.
Well, I have to drop too, so
Okay, well,
thank you very much.
That works out. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for coming up. I got a couple of people that are trying to get up, so that'll work itself out. Let me bring in Hooligan will be up next, and then Valkyrie. Okay, so don't we have it? APAC, did you want to weigh in on this? You've been quiet for a minute before I get to the new people. APAC, the enemy from within. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, APAC must be busy. Blue Eyed, did you want to weigh in? I hadn't heard from you in a minute.
I was just in the comments that allegedly, I'll say allegedly, because my mother
estimation,
in my opinion, because my mother works so close to one of our bases here in Oklahoma, she's having a bit of a crisis because she can hear when the planes are coming and going from training near their base. She can hear when the vehicles come and go. She said since 8 o'clock this morning, it's been nothing but outgoing, nothing incoming. It's the longest period of time she's heard of the planes leaving. And she saw his little message this morning to everybody. So she's under the impression that he's shipping our planes out from Middle to go to the coast or to the hangars right now, allegedly.
Well, I mean, they've gotten several of our jets and planes and stuff at this point, so they're going to have to replenish it at some point, and we'll have to pay for that shit. Crazy. Yeah. So, although I mean that's anecdotal because I see trains and stuff running Humvees and shit all the time. I did see, however, this boat like fucking full of tanks and Humvees and the things that you would use in a ground invasion. So who fucking knows?
Chill on it for now. I was like, we're not, but she's fairly convinced that it's him making moves to prepare for his threat that he made this morning, because usually they come back. You can time when they come back. because they do pretty short exercises here in Oklahoma on those bases. And she can tell when they come and go because of the direction they fly over her workplace. And she said there's been no coming, all going.
Is that near Fort Sill? Isn't Fort Sill the one in OKC, I think? Isn't that Sill?
No, she's more towards Tulsa.
That's Tinker. That's in
Tinker.
Oklahoma.
Oh, thank you. Tinker. That's Tinker. Yeah. Where the fuck is Fort Sill then? Is that the one closer to Tulsa?
Lawton. It's out in Lawton.
Okay.
Southwest.
Then maybe that's the one she's talking about. Anyway, well, thanks for that information. Yeah, I mean, something's happening. Who fucking knows? Toss a coin. He may shit his diaper and have a change of heart tonight. Who knows? Maybe somebody didn't turn him well enough, and now he's got bed sores. That's certainly a possibility.
What kind of planes are you talking about? Is this a lot of B-52s and stuff? Because I know they've been sending a bunch of those over there.
That's a good question. Blue Eye, does she know? Like, is she able to like determine what the planes are?
I asked her what type. She can tell there are military planes, but she's stuck in her office, so she can't, because she can identify them. Like, she's so beyond obsessed with military planes. So she's waiting for her lunch break to go outside and watch them fly over, because she wants to know what it is. Because we did have a Freedom Dorito flying over a couple days ago.
Hold on, doxing her, please. I don't want nobody catching that woman. Go easy.
Oh, we need the reports from the ground.
Hey.
Reporting live from Oklahoma.
So typically different bases have different kinds of planes. Like we have a lot of fighter jets in this part of Texas where I'm in. So obviously it's kind of the same thing. After that January, or was it October 7th thing, they were going crazy with the fighter jets.
Oh, I bet.
And I don't know. I mean, it was very different than normal. They were doing lots of banking right over the freeway and stuff, and it was nuts. So over there, I know Missouri has a bunch of bombers. So typically, if you would think it would be the bombers flying out, which I don't know about Oklahoma bases, but I know Missouri has one of the biggest B-2, and Louisiana has a lot of B-52s.
Here's what's crazy. I'm seeing that we've lost almost $3 billion in air assets to date during, since this conflict started. No wonder the motherfuckers won $500 billion. Yeah, almost $3 billion. Yep.
What did we lose? Jesus.
We've lost several. We've lost, I think, 2 F-35s, C-130. Now, some of them didn't get completely destroyed, but they had to, they were fucked up at the very least. And who fucking knows?
There's a lot of lines going on.
I also saw a report. Yeah, and this is not
about
a transparent.
Like, they didn't down it; it just got hit somehow by some shrapnel or something. I was like, no, they downed some F-18s, and
they brought it down with a 50-cent fucking armament. This plane that's not supposed to be detectable, and Iran's air defense that you allegedly decimated is now taking planes out as they like. Kind of crazy.
But somehow it doesn't count if it's like, oh yeah, he just it was friendly fire or something. I was like, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And you got to think air defense is our biggest, air defense is our biggest up in this conflict because of the terrain. Boots on the ground, we it's not going to be good. So the more planes we lose, the worse it's going to be, because that's our biggest plus side to our military going into the area. Like the terrain, we just can't swing that terrain at all.
Yeah, it's definitely allegedly.
Allegedly, the Russians have been sending some of their, what is it, something 500, their best air defense stuff. They've been sending it over there recently, and I'd be pretty concerned now trying to fly over, because those can shoot up. They can shoot down anything. The F, or whatever it is, something 500 system that they have around Moscow mainly.
While Russia's doing this, helping them, Trump had just let a Russian oil tanker through into Cuba, after he had lifted the sanctions on them. I mean,
it's just irony.
Isn't that weird? Does nobody find that odd? That
One thing I'll
the
give
that
those
the
Russians, they
nation
know how to make a
like
plane.
helping Iran do what it's doing, Trump is rewarding Russia.
We're kind of in a spot right now because like
Allegedly
with the Russian
odd.
oil, with the Russian oil, it's like, well, y'all can flip some of those tankers by, I guess.
Right.
Just by chance, you can ship out a few to Europe, from St. Petersburg.
That's fucking nuts. Now, let me real quick, let me do a PSA, and then I'm going to get to the new people that had just showed up on the panel. Guys, we have 112 people in here, and we're at 56,000. Let's get to 75,000 likes as quickly as we can. Just get those fucking fingers going. You can double tap. You can get them going. Fill the bar at the top. That will help push it out to the FYP. Another way is to gift if you're able. I know shit's fucking tough all over, and if you want to support the live, I'd greatly appreciate it. I do have a gifting goal of 70 of whatever the fuck that thing is. You can send those, or I also have my Crash App and Vimo on my profile. It's $LibLoudmouth for Crash App and @LibLoudmouth on Vimo if you want to support it that way. I'd appreciate it if we can continue this live, because, fuck Donald Trump, really, and fuck this war. We got to keep that information going. He said, whoa. Allegedly, whoa. Okay, let's be clear about that. Now, let me get to, I think Nadia had made it in here first, and then I'm going to go Hooligan and Valkyrie. I saw your hand in the comments, Valkyrie, but I believe you were I think you were the last one in. Am I wrong? Did anybody else see? It's been a minute. Anyway,
yeah,
Nadia.
I was the last one.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Nadia, I know you were the first one.
If they need to go before me, they can too, bro.
All right, thanks, Hooligan. It's good to see you, man. I'm glad to see you up. Nadia, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So I like to recenter and refocus arguments to the root of the problem. That's just how I analyze things. I have kind of scientific brain the way it works. The root of this problem is not Iran. It's not even the Gulf Arab states that have been kissing buttocks to is not real. The root of the problem is Donald Trump and Netanyahu. Donald Trump and Netanyahu need to be impeached or eliminated somehow immediately. So we should maybe refocus our efforts. We all know the problem here. We need to refocus on getting rid of these two individuals. If we get rid of these two individuals, we might actually solve the problem. He needs to be impeached immediately. The 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. That's all I have to say.
Nah.
Yeah, I agree. The Mad King must be removed at this point. He's lost his fucking mind. And thank you, Nadia. Now
he was elected. He's not a king.
I mean, he thinks he is.
I don't know. The whole no kings thing. My neighbor was in charge of one of those over here, and yeah, dude, he's not a king. I don't know why people say this.
Tell him that, because he doesn't seem to realize that.
Well, then he wouldn't have ever left the first term if he was a king.
He still thinks that he won.
He does, but he did. He left.
He's still investigating it.
He left, though. He left. Can't be a king if you actually will leave on your own free will.
Well, when it comes to the end of this term, we'll see what happens, right?
Oh, dude, he's like 100 years old.
The
he
U.S.
can't live that long.
Checks and balances. He has unalived those, or at least he's attempting to. And that's what a king, dictator, whatever you want to call it, would do. Hooligan. Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, first off, hey, man, it's good to see you, brother. I don't normally jump in on the political thing too much. I kind of sit back and watch, dude, or listen, But there's been a couple things that I just have been on my mind. And Saeed, he dropped, but he kind of touched on it. Like, we're fighting. They're worried about all this oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, right? I think there's a underlying plan, because if he can cut off, because what it affects Europe the most and India, right? Certain places over there, not America. If he fucks with that flow, that oil flow over there, it almost forces people's hands to come to American oil, right? Then he can sell off some of our oil and try to make some money. And I kind of see that as being, because everybody's worried about oil. Well, yeah, but if you look, I think we only get a small percentage of it from there, right? We pretty much provide for our own, or can, right? And so I think there's an underlying issue there where, he's just going to try to make money off of Europe, you know what I mean? And all these other places that are going to need the oil that Iran doesn't want to let go, that was just one thought on what Saeed. And then I was listening earlier about the whole nuke thing. And I'd actually heard that though he has the codes and could call, make the call, I think that he has like I would assume the generals all around him. Now we know he's surrounded himself with yes men, but I think even though he would want to push it, somebody else has to like carry it out. And if they refuse to do something illegal, kind of what has been put out there for our troops to know, here recently, that you can't, you don't have to follow an unlawful order. And so that kind of falls in line with some of these generals that are going to be next to him too. If they feel like it's going to be this unlawful order, they don't actually have to continue, right? So I know he's surrounded himself with yes men. I don't know exactly who those people are that would be able to, refuse those orders, but I heard that earlier, and I don't know if anybody knows a little more about that, because I haven't had a chance. I've been working, so I haven't had a chance to look into that. But I thought that was, for what it's worth, slightly reassuring that this madman can't come in and just punch some codes and turn a key and make some dumb fucking decisions, right? That there is a couple of people in line that, again, I heard that, allegedly, right, that can say, we're not going to follow these unlawful directives, right? Whether it be war crimes or however they want to label it.
So, I mean, that's true. Like, somebody could refuse, but Donald Trump would just replace them with somebody that wouldn't. And it would be,
right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's relying on that.
But then that might buy a little time, though, because he had to fire them and they get somebody to replace it. And again, that's not like, excuse me, like an answer, but I thought it slightly on a good note. I was like, well, fuck, at least there might be somebody with a brain that can stand,
might
yes,
is the operative word here. Are there probably going to be some people in that process, once he pushes the button to begin the process to launch? Are there going to be people down the line that probably say no? I'm sure there's going to be a couple, but they will be quickly reprimanded, thrown in jail, the brig, whatever you call it, and they would be replaced. And so, and again, I wouldn't so much rely on that. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's why I was saying, like, allegedly, that's what I had heard or just earlier this morning. And I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I thought that could be, like a positive for the whole of America, for the fucking world right now, on that nuclear scale, right? Yeah. If there is some kind of handful of generals that could say, look, there's other ways, or, which I think, a lot of them, I don't know. It's hard to say anymore. But,
I wouldn't rely on that. It's still a concern. I don't know that he'll go that far, but if there's anybody over the last 40 years that will do it, it's this fucking guy, right? It's this dude. So, 100%. Because that opens up a whole can of fucking worms that you cannot get back. You can't unfuck that fuck. So now to what was the first point that you had made, Hooligan? Because I was going to respond to that as well, but I've forgotten what it was.
Saeed has started to touch on it before he dropped down.
About selling the oil.
Yeah,
we already sell our oil.
Right. Well, and it doesn't, and the oil coming through the strait doesn't really affect us aside from us having to dip into the whatever it is, the IRBP, the RR supply, right? The supply,
Right, the reserves, yeah.
Yeah, the reserves, yes, sir. So then, you know how our politicians are led, fed by, APEC, OPEC and all that shit, right? Well, if they're saying, hey, if we cut, Europe off, because 50% or what, I forget what it was, of their oil comes from the Strait, right? If we start damaging that, then they have to buy through us in our reserves. And at 100 and whatever it is today, $20 or whatever it is a barrel, somebody can stand to make a lot of money off of it.
The oil companies will in the U.S. will make, because they're going to sell to the highest bidder. That's how that's going to operate. The only way, because there's an argument to be made that if the U.S. were to nationalize its oil and take over that and have no private companies, the U.S. could, theoretically set the price at whatever it is and sell it to the people, at refined or whatever as gas at that price. But that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen under Trump, certainly.
No way.
They love that private shit. They could technically do that. Venezuela tried that.
It's been too strong.
Right. Many, every time a country tries that, the U.S., who has a business interest in there, we go in and do shit and fuck their shit up in order to make sure that our private companies can continue to suck the oil out of another country.
Oil shit.
Right. So
it's the ruin of many a countries.
Right. It's not going to happen because I think 70% of our oil, and somebody correct me, I think we use domestically, 30% gets exported roughly. So it's already, what we could use versus, get sold to somebody else is already pretty low. I mean, in terms of our production. And we produce just slightly more than we use every day. But again, a lot of that gets exported.
And regardless, the price, the price going up isn't good.
That's
for
right.
the American consumer, and that's the voter. So you keep the price up.
Yeah.
The longer you do that, the longer it's going to be an issue, and you're going to lose votes.
Right, and that in and of itself is a problem, obviously, but then you also have the fertilizer issue as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. That's not something that you can just replace, right? That's something that's really going to fuck us up. Of course, we're not going to feel that for another year or so, because as somebody on the panel the other day had said that the farmers have generally bought up the fertilizer they need for this crop, but next year's crop is going to be the problem if this isn't addressed. Now, we do have a couple of new people in here. Valkyrie, you haven't talked yet, right? Yeah, so let me get to Valkyrie and Corbin. I'm going to go to you after Valkyrie. Valkyrie, go ahead.
So one of the things that I was actually going to touch on earlier, I think Blue Eyed had brought it up about her mom. I think that's right. Seeing the influx of planes in and out of particular bases.
No, sir.
Yeah, it was somebody, but yes. Yeah, she was talking about the movement of planes are different in that area around that base. Yeah, go ahead.
So I live in Washington State, and we have JBLM, which is one of the largest bases in the United States, and there's definitely been an influx. I live pretty close to one of their outreach locations that's also located in Washington State, and there's been an increased amount of convoys, training units, and other stuff going on. And just kind of wanted to confirm that it's not just her mom that's seeing that. It's definitely those of us who also live close to other bases and different sites that see higher influx of things going in and stuff happening. A lot of preparations, allegedly.
I was just about to throw that in there. That's so funny. Kahuna in the comments. That's funny, Valkyrie. Yeah, no. So the beehive has been batted in the U.S. Shuffling around is happening. I think, we probably know that now. How long ago was it that the people you know have noticed this in the bases? Like, was it just recent that it changed, or has it been going on for a week or two?
I would say it's been going on for the last couple of months.
I see.
I personally live next to a Navy lieutenant, and him and his wife live next door to us, and he works at JBLM. And so when he goes over there, he's usually gone for about a week at a time. They've lived next to us for a couple of years, and he'll be gone for a week and home for 3 or whatever. Um, but he's been gone a lot more. Just all of March, he was gone, the whole entire month, which is definitely abnormal. And so then I started paying attention to what else has been going on, allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, and if somebody else has noticed anything crazy, because I've seen videos on TikTok of like all those Humvees and shit, like invasion type stuff being put on boats. I don't know if the videos were old or not, but you know, something's definitely coming. It's not going to be fucking. It's not going to be good. That's for sure. Now, Corbin, welcome.
I'll explain after Corbin.
Yeah, Corbin, welcome in, man. It's good to see you.
Hey, man, how's it going, Lib?
Pretty good. Yeah, welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
So I guess I've been watching this stuff unfold now for 38 days, and it's interesting to me the way in which we talk about this as Americans. Like, we talk about this in terms of gas prices, we talk about this in terms of how it's going to impact the economy or fertilizer or this or that, and we did I guess I wonder if the Israelis do similar things when they discuss Gaza and things like that. I mean, I'm 45, so I can look back on the first Iraq War, and there's about 200,000 Iraqi civilians that were unalived in that war. 7,000 U.S. service members. I think the number was about 60,000 U.S. service members since 9/11 that have been wounded. Some severely, obviously, some completely maimed or disfigured. And now we got this cat talking about ending an entire civilization. We have to say things like unalived or whatever here, which I found to be deeply ironic. That the president of the United States can talk about ending a multi-thousand-year civilization. And I think it's odd. And we the way had one person on here talking about the 25th Amendment or impeachment and this and that. And the Democratic Party's leadership isn't even taking much of a stand, let alone Republican folks. Like, there isn't a press from the Democratic Party or from any opposition leadership in what you would think would be a very easy moral and political stance. There's some, but it's mostly crickets, right? They're gonna, like Booker is talking about the way in which this was done. It was he didn't go about it the right way, or this or that or the other. Not that this is a moral red line that we shouldn't cross as a nation, and I find that deeply disturbing.
I'm right there with you, man. And that's a great point because, sadly, Democrats, at least the DNC shill rats, they're okay with this. They've also wanted to fuck up Iran for a long time. And now they're like, like you said, I had noticed that early on when they were like, the way that they were talking about it, they were like, oh, he did this, he did that, but they weren't just overall saying we shouldn't be doing this at all. Like, none of this. They were complaining about some of the things that, in the way that he did it. Oh, look, a plane was gone. That's a great point, Corbin. And it's really disgusting. And it shines a light on how fucked this country is when both parties engage in this same shit. I don't know. It's really upsetting, but
I think one of the things that's so disgusting to I read the Times, New York Times, and stuff like that a lot, and they're always disgusted with Trump's approach to things, not what he's doing. A lot of times, it's like that he does it with such disdain and disregard. Like, they had this entire headline about how bad it was that he overtly says we want the oil, or he overtly says this or that, and he loses the pretense that we normally makes us, be able to, say that we have this moral superiority. And I find that again to be disgusting. That's the problem we have with this guy, is that he's not got the pretense and the disposition that we're used to, and we like to make us feel good about being Americans and let us have this plausible deniability.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's gross, but hopefully this wakes a lot of the people up to the shenanigans that have been afoot for a while, right? This good cop, bad cop shit that we keep seeing. It's like they're two sides of the same fucking coin to some degree. I don't know. It's crazy. Oh, Corbin, thank you for that. I appreciate that, man. Shit. Every time I see a galaxy now, I'm like, okay, who wants me to drop who? Because there for a while, it used to be a galaxy, you would get a deal. Corbin, if you want to plug your newsletter, because I think it was this morning I was reading an article that you had written about, I can't even remember now. It feels like it was yesterday, but I woke up in the middle of the night and saw it. What was your last article? And if you
the last one is Are We the Good Guys? That came out
yes.
at Have We Ever Been?
Yeah,
that's the last one.
That's the one that I was reading. Yeah, I mean, if you want to plug that, you're welcome.
AmericasUndoing.com is the place to read it. I also get published in The Nation some, but that's a little, less frequently. So,
yeah,
yep,
nice.
AmericasUndoing.com.
There you go. Yeah, check it out. And thank you, Corbin. Now, Miss Chaos, you wanted to add something? Go ahead.
For the movements that everybody is seeing, because since we have all these different threats, we're here, we're there. A lot of people are going to NTC right now. So you will see a lot on trains. You will see jets flying a lot. I know over here, they've been doing a bunch of exercises over here where I'm at. People are rotating out to Poland. There are some that are going over to Iran to help, but that's for a totally different reason other than that. But no, y'all are going to see a bunch of upkeep because they're going to have to keep mission ready, whether or not they're leaving the States. You'd have to see where the cargo ships in Cali are. But they're going to do more and more mission ready things. So your neighbor, Valkyrie, he might have went to NTC because they're going to make him. Whether he goes a lot or not, I know you said he was a lieutenant. And they sometimes don't go, sometimes do, just depending on their job. I know my husband has to do, there's a gunnery, and then they have to go to NTC, and then there's another gunnery. It's a whole mess because they're trying to be completely mission ready so that they can do what they need to do, even though I think it's bullshit and they don't need to be over there anyways.
What they want to do. Allegedly.
Yeah, what? They don't need to do nothing over there. But
right.
The whole purpose for people coming out of JBLM, they're probably going to NTC. I know the tankers in Oklahoma, they're going to NTC because one of my friends is a tanker over there.
Now, what is NTC?
NTC is in Fort Irwin. That is where they do, how do I explain it? They will do maneuvers. They will learn their maneuvers and be ready for anything possible. They have a whole simulation thing where they simulate war over there.
I see. So it's like a training camp of some kind.
Yes, and it's the biggest we got.
Gotcha,
other than here at Bliss or at Hood. Now, a lot of jets and stuff are coming over here to Bliss because we have a bigger airspace.
Crazy.
And we have more hangars and stuff. But they've been mainly just flying around the houses and stuff and doing their own little thing. So.
Yeah. Well, no, I appreciate that.
It's going to look chaotic and it's going to look crazy and it's going to look scary. But until you see them leaving a harbor, that's what they're doing. Until you physically see them leaving. Also, if you see your neighbors leaving and you see your friends leaving, please do not post it. Thank you. That's my only gripe. I'll drop down.
When you say leaving, what do you mean?
If you know they're going on a deployment, if you know.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Do not post on social media, please. You'll put our family members at risk. So please don't do that. It's also illegal.
Yeah, well, Trump's putting everybody at risk at this point. I mean,
Yes, and that's why the Army has a whole nother app that he does not know about. And he's not allowed on it for their own communication. So we're well aware that he's annoying at best.
crazy. Now, let me, there's a lull here. I appreciate Miss Chaos. This is a video I had up. It's not really totally necessary, but this is some of the outcomes in Israel. And it's so crazy because when they speak about what's happening to Israel, they act as if Iran is this big bad boogeyman and just miss the fact that they started this. Like, they started attacking first and now complaining
I'm
that
here
it's
in Haifa,
coming
city
back
in northern
to
Israel,
bite them.
where last night an Iranian ballistic missile attack murdered 4 civilians inside their homes. An
Murdered.
Iranian missile hit this residential complex, and its impact caused several floors to instantly collapse. Among those wounded in this attack were an 82-year-old man and a 10-month-old baby. This is another example of the Iranian terrorist regime targeting our civilians. The IDF is continuing to operate against this threat. I'm here.
Like, the irony of that is
The right to defend itself. Iran has the right to defend itself.
Right.
When did they attack them? We can say like 7th of October.
Yeah. And then there's somebody, this Misa Rumi this is on Twitter here. Tel Aviv, now we're exhausted by this miserable situation. Enough is enough. I'm not sure exactly what they mean by what's enough, but here's this one. This is what they're dealing with. This is what they wanted.
Yo.
And just so, people see, like, this shit is, it's real. People are being unalived. Iran is under the gun here. I mean, they've already come out about the, power plants and stuff, and they said that if you target us, they're going to hit Oracle, they're going to hit Amazon even more. They had this big-ass facility that they put $30 billion into. Iran has said that they're going to destroy that and a bunch of other facilities like that, which, it's weird because that to me is saving the world from global surveillance by a group of people. Because that's what those data centers are for. I don't know if people know that or not, because they don't need all those data centers to tell you how to program a website or whatever. They're using those data centers for global surveillance. That's why they have to have so many. And it's, maybe they're doing the world a favor. I don't know. What say you guys about that?
Favor for what exactly? I'm sorry, I was reading.
I heard someone, it might have been on this panel maybe yesterday or whatever, but if you think about, if we as Americans were to think about, switching shoes, switching places, I mean, what would we do? Right? Maybe you said it earlier, when you talked about boats coming into, someone coming into the Gulf of Mexico, right? Like, what the fuck would we do? And then we act surprised when someone defends themselves and someone retaliates after being fucked with. Like, I don't blame Iran. You know what I mean? I think we definitely shouldn't been fucking around, being partnered up with Israel and shit, but like, what do we expect? What does anybody expect them to do? I know as America, I know what we would do. It'd be all out, all hands on deck, but, everything we had in the air, right? I mean, it would be nuts if someone was to start bombing us like that, whatever. Unaliving us like that, right? So I can digress on that.
Yeah, in the favor that I meant was because I personally don't want the Altmans and Musks of the world being the ones that are in charge of global surveillance, because that's what these data centers really are doing. And by them at least getting rid of some of those, I feel like that's doing us a favor. Staving off what appears to be inevitable.
Both of them don't know how to mind their business, and to hooligans, point. We're a narcissistic country. You're narcissistic to somebody for so long that when they finally retaliate back, you're like, oh my word, I'm offended.
Right.
Like this
But
year.
it's totally okay for us to make any action,
Yeah, hence
that
the
we deem
narcissistic.
that America, will say, right, quote unquote, America deems necessary. You know what I mean? And then, like you said, we get offended when somebody retaliates, defends themselves, pokes back. You know what I mean? It's a big brother mentality gone wrong. It's one thing I am a big brother. I got two younger brothers, and it's one thing to keep people in line, but you also got to help them grow, and you look out for each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a different thing about being this big brother to the world that I think a lot of the presidents and the politicians and all that shit they miss. It's not about going around seeing who's got the biggest dick. You know what I mean? It's about looking out. You know what I
Newsflash, it
mean?
ain't
And
us.
Well, also
I
kind of
win
on
every
that
time.
point,
Just saying. Okay.
it also it
Here's a
also
cookie lib.
comes in it comes in alignment with the way that we as a country on a large political stage, even before this Orange Oompa Loompa was in office, we have gaslit a lot of other countries with our actions and behaviors time and time again. Like it was equated to, we would serve it with a smile, but it was the same injustice that's being spoken out loud in a bad cop kind of a way, in the good cop kind of a way that we used to do it. A lot of the time, it was done with a lot more gaslighting and undercurrent of, that severe manipulation. I think, Chaos, you hit the nail right on the head when you said that there's a narcissistic nature allegedly about this country, because that's very true. We act so aghast when somebody does something against us, but we refuse to look at our own wrongs and our own failures. We're quick to point the finger at everybody else, but we're such a big hypocrite as a nation that we refuse to look at the way that we've destroyed our own people in so many different ways.
I mean, our president now is openly stating he wants to commit genocide. That is fucking wild. And, where's the government to deal with that situation? It's
I
weird.
can't believe he was allowed to say. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe. It's fucking. It makes me feel like shit to be an American and have to stand behind that piece of shit when he runs his mouth like that. You know what I mean? Because for a president to be cocky or to have an opinion is one thing, but to come out with some genocidal shit or some genocidal shit like that, dude, is it's fucking beyond me. I think it enraged me so much, dude. I want to punch the next fucking MAGA in his motherfucking mouth because of it. You know what I mean? Like,
Preach, hooligan, preach, please.
fuck.
I got
Well,
childhood
and
aggression that needs to
I'm
come out.
sorry, dude. I get a little, but because as I'll just say little old me, what it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about this, right? And I think a lot of us feel like we can't shut this fucker up. I can't, right? Um, Nobody wants to. They just let him go, so it's difficult for me because I get so mad and so upset that this isn't what America should be represented by. This is not how we all feel. Now, we know half of these people, half of America feel like that, right? Or whatever the number is now. But the rest of us don't feel like that. And that's not how I want, and I don't care, left or right. That's not how I want my fucking president to fucking act. That is fucking distasteful. It's trashy as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I'd slap somebody in the mouth if they were talking like that, right? Like, come on, dude. Like, don't be like that.
And that's the thing, is that also pulls us back into the past, because when you look at our past history, as a country, when did we not commit genocide against the people who are already living on this continent? And so he constantly says, the MAGA, make America great again. but when was it ever great? Because he keeps pulling us back farther and farther into the past to the point where we are at a history that we feel shameful of. You know, committing mass genocide. We've done it here on our own soil, and now he's talking about allegedly, doing that on another soil, and so it's not making us great again. It's making us and pulling us back to that
Oh, we're losing you.
is unfavorable.
Mossad got her. Let me pull this up real quick. Raw just pointed me to a video got posted in my Discord. Let's see. It's 18 seconds. Let me see here. I don't know what the video says, but is this the one you were talking about, Raw?
בשולחן, דדליין, סופר, לאחור.
אולי מופלטות בחדר הדיונים של המשא ומתן יזרזו קצת את העניינים.
וואי,
יכול להיות שזה פתרון.
I don't know what they're saying.
אתם רואים כאן את ליאור ורוצלבסקי שחזרה אלינו כדי להגיש את המהדורה במשך 8 השעות הקרובות.
Are they speaking in tongues?
Yeah, no. What am I seeing here, Raw? I don't know what they're saying.
That's not tongues, that's their language. Please don't be disrespectful.
Israeli Channel 13 has set a countdown clock in anticipation of Trump's deadline against Iran. That's what that is. That's Israel. What a bunch of fucking... And look at that. They're risking American lives for their own fucking agenda, and everybody just seems to accept that shit. And then they'll turn around and cry like this fucking... This is the Israeli Foreign Ministry posted this. I had it up a second ago. By choking the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranian regime is weaponizing global energy and holding the world economy hostage. This is the Mullah's formula for geopolitical blackmail. Oh, what about the sexual blackmail, Israel? You got something to say about that, motherfucker? Using little girls.
I think Israel hates Americans more than Russia hates Russians.
Well, and look at the pandering here with the rainbow colors where they put Israel down here on the bottom left, trying to pander to we're the good guys. Look,
but aren't they actively blocking the strait or the little? I don't want to call it a strait because it's really not. Aren't they blocking Gaza and doing the exact same thing?
And have been for a very long time. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's what when we were talking about the getting rid of a particular people word. Gaza is the perfect explanation of that because they are straight carpet bombing, getting rid of everybody over there. Some of the documentaries, it's very depressing.
Let me play this real quick. This was also posted in Discord. And thank you, Raw, for the record, for finding those. Let me do this here. Fucking this idiot. What a piece of shit.
Sponsor of terrorism, so it's not surprising that they're now conducting terrorist activity against commercial vessels. So, all right, thank you.
The U.S. operation constitute war crimes, Mr. Secretary, if you wipe out a civilization?
Yeah, they don't want to address that shit. The question was,
say?
Here, let me.
So it's not surprising that they're now conducting terrorist activity against commercial vessels. So, all right, thank you.
The U.S. operation constitute war crimes, Mr. Secretary, if you wipe out a civilization?
Yeah, does the U.S., what we're doing constitute war crimes, like wiping out a civilization? And of course, he's not going to address that. I mean, this is a dude that is in favor of unaliving his own fucking, country of birth, or where he's from. So I mean that level of scumbaggery. Who, Rubio? Is he
Rubio's
not Cuban?
From Florida. Yeah, that's why he was running for president. He couldn't be from Cuba.
Well, is he not Cuban?
He's got descendants from Cuba.
Okay,
but he is American.
Right, his parents came from Cuba.
Couldn't tell you. I'm pretty sure though.
Yeah, and the fact that he's okay with unaliving the entire fucking nation of his ancestry, you don't think that that's weird?
I don't think that that's what he wants, to unalive everyone in Cuba.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
He wants to overthrow the government and all that stuff.
By doing what?
What they're doing right now.
Which is?
Blockading them, not allowing them, to
have electricity, which has the result of what?
It's not the same as what they did to the Tutsis or anything like that.
Right, it's not the same. No.
Cut off
Tutsis,
their power. They were straight,
cut off their power.
Physically doing it.
Cut off their power so that they can't use their hospitals, so that they can't have clean drinking water, so that they can't have air conditioning, so that they can't pick up their refuse, so that disease and shit goes in there, and so that all of your food rots in your refrigerator and your freezer, which leads to one outcome, Doge, doesn't it? What outcome is that?
They got a choice.
Threatening genocide against his own fucking people.
He didn't threaten genocide.
Gross. That's what they're doing. They're threatening genocide.
It's up to the government to decide how much they want to keep being
threatening
communist.
Genocide in order to effectuate an outcome that they want. That's what they're doing.
It's their decision if they want to.
It's not their decision. It's not our decision. It's not our decision. It's not our right to go and say you're not going to get any kind of imports into your country. That doesn't make it right, Doge. That doesn't make it. So if I came to your house and beat the ever-living shit out of you and took your property, does that mean I get to keep it?
Same example.
Does that mean I get to keep it? If somebody can overpower you, sir, does that mean that they now own your ass? Is that what you're telling me? Slavery is okay?
How it's worked forever. No, I'm not saying that it's okay.
Well, where's the line there, buddy? If there's a line,
always going to overpower the weak.
So you're telling me that slavery is okay? Is slavery okay?
No. When did I say that?
Because if a group of people can be overpowered, and those people are always going to be right, that means that you get to take a group of people and enslave them if they can't do anything about it. It's the same logic.
Yourself. That's why you protect yourself. You don't allow someone to come.
Yes, because you happen to exist on an island.
And breaks
because you happen to. You're fucking disgusting. You are absolutely disgusting. You're sitting here advocating for threatening genocide against a group of people because we are stronger.
I'm saying that's how the world has always worked.
And it shouldn't. You just said that you don't agree with slavery.
Go look at any country.
You said
that
you don't agree with slavery.
What country has never done that? Every single country has
and were they
done that.
Were they wrong?
Being wrong and being fact is two different things.
Were they wrong? Simple question. Were they wrong?
Was genociding people wrong? Yeah.
Okay, why are you over here softening that? Why are you not willing to call it what it is?
Because you're not realizing reality that powerful people are always going to do whatever they want.
And is it wrong?
Yeah, it's wrong.
Okay, then I don't understand your point.
The point is the fact.
Looking for the best in the world, you're the toughest. China is much tougher than you. You would like them to implement that upon you?
Are they?
What the heck are you?
What's China taking over?
Yeah, so whenever whenever the world comes and invades America and they take it over, are you going to be hey, that's the way the world works?
They can't because it's impossible to invade
America.
America.
They can.
Oh yeah,
you'd be surprised.
Who can come across the oceans?
Wait until it happens. Wait until it happens. We thought we would go in and take over Iraq and Afghanistan, and that didn't happen. So we're not that powerful, are we?
We have tens, according to from Egyptian Air Force.
So, well, hold on, Kahuna, because I really want to drill down on how disgusting this guy. Hold on, Kahuna. Hold on, Kahuna. Because this guy is sitting up here advocating for it being just the way of the world that we threaten genocide on people, and you don't even want to say that that's wrong. Yes, that is what you've said.
I said that is how the world works.
And
that
is
people,
it
I didn't say
wrong?
genocide is how the world works.
Is it
I
wrong?
said that the most powerful are always
Is it
going to
wrong?
do what they want.
Is it wrong?
Yeah, it's wrong.
Okay, then what the fuck are you arguing for? Whenever I bring up the fact that Marco Rubio, that little shit stain, is attempting to commit genocide against his own people, that's what prompted you to say what you said. What was your point?
I'm saying that Cuba has been submitting their own people to horrible things for generations. They've been starving their own people. They've been massacring their own people.
That's incorrect. The United States has been sanctioning them since their people took their fucking country back from the United States.
And what have they done to their own?
We control. Look what we were able to do in just a couple of weeks, Doge. I can't hear you.
If I say something the U.S. government doesn't like, are they going to unalive me?
I don't know. Maybe they should if you are committing and you were wanting
we have the
to
freedom
commit
of
a
speech.
genocide.
Relatively, if
You
I'm
are
not in
committing a
control of
genocide
anything,
against them.
if I'm not in control of anything, they're not going to unalive me.
Why
like
do you
the
think you
CIA
have
likes
the
to do.
right to determine the outcome in Cuba? Why do the people not have that right?
They have that right too.
Okay, then
But
leave
they're
them alone,
using
right?
diplomacy
Should
to
we
try
stop
to
the?
overthrow their
That's
government.
not diplomacy.
It is.
What the
many,
United States is doing right now is not diplomacy.
There's many ways to.
What
use
the United
diplomacy.
States is
You
doing
can
right
use
now
force in
is
diplomacy.
not diplomacy.
You can use several different things for
Threatening
diplomacy.
to
You
kill
don't have to-
everybody that
that
exists
what they
on that
said? Is that
island.
what they said?
That's
They said,
what
"Hey, we're
they
gonna go and
are.
do that."
That's what the outcome is going to be, Doge.
Not if the government gives up because they can't control
And there
anything.
you go. You're threatening to
They're gonna
kill
overthrow the
everybody
government. The
in
people
order to
are going to
force
overthrow.
yourself upon them. You yourself said that was wrong.
Is it? Yeah. Is it right?
Is it wrong?
Is it right? Is it moral? No, but that's what.
Then what
that's
the
powerful
fuck is your
governments do.
point?
Powerful governments do whatever they want.
What? Oh, okay.
They always do.
Okay, you're not now. You,
Well, that
bro.
is
Let me. Hold on.
You're made
You
a
have
mockery
gone
of in the
from
world.
one side to the other, just like Lonnie's been pointing out in the comments. I don't think you're up here in good faith at all. You just flip flop around. You just, I don't know. You're just arguing to argue. You're making absolutely no points. You're making no fucking sense. You don't like it. You think it's wrong, but hey, they're going to do it, and that's fucking fine.
I'm saying
what the
the
fuck,
facts.
bro?
I'm saying the facts. I'm saying how the world works.
The fact is
powerful
that
are always going to submit.
they're
the
threatening
weak
to
whatever
commit
they
a
want.
genocide in Cuba. That's what they're doing.
Has any extremely powerful country ever been just perfect? No.
We're not talking about who's perfect or not. We're talking about a very specific situation in a very specific country.
Situation.
What you're saying makes no sense. It serves no purpose. It's irrelevant to the conversation. Has
S400
anybody
I'm just
just
let me
explaining
bring
how
this guy-
humans work.
Okay,
Host,
that's
I need to
unnecessary.
explain to him something, okay?
Sure.
Let me just tell you. Since the start of this genocide started in Gaza, we have had our S-400s. You understand? Planted everywhere around Cairo. Yeah. We got technology from elsewhere, from Russians,
Russia.
from China. You're not the only fucking in the world. There's much better weapons that counteract yours. You've
So
seen
you
what
think
happens
Russia
in
is
Iran.
more
You said
powerful than
this
the United
idiot
States?
told you that so this idiot told you that this orange idiot told you that he actually got you. He finished them off last time in summer, right? And then now he's telling you he's gonna finish off. You know what's gonna happen if he does what he's planning to do? There will not be more no UAE, no Qatar, none of these will be existing because Iran will not go down. By the way, just telling you my foresight. I crashed my drone again.
I like
Make
that
a statement for Doge.
Sure.
Because I just want to point out, like, this is why I have a hard time being conversating with MAGA, because they move their goalpost all the time. I explicitly remember for years of him running and being in office, we need to get out of other countries' business. We need to stop playing world police. We need to focus on ourselves, blah, blah, blah. But now it's, oh, we can be the world police. We can go in and do these things. So like you guys move your goals and your post constantly to where it went from we're not the world police, let's stay out of everything, let these countries crash and burn, and now it's we're gonna do what we're doing to Cuba to everybody. We're gonna go into Venezuela and control them. We're gonna go into Iran and control them, and now we're the world police. You guys have moved that goalpost so far back.
Saying an analysis of a situation and saying like, hey, well, whenever he got elected, this is what I thought he was going to be, and look at what he is now. Those are two different things. I was giving an analysis of what powerful people and powerful countries will always do. And powerful countries will always submit weaker countries
with no point
to whatever they want.
Because of people like you letting them do it.
What's the point?
No, I said with no point, because what you said that to was me pointing out that Marco Rubio is threatening a genocide against his own people. That's when you offered this information that nobody asked you for. You offered that. And there's a reason that you offered that. For some reason, you think, and I don't even believe you at this point that you disagree with it. I think you think that's perfectly fine. That's the law of the jungle. That's the way the world works. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Isn't that right? Doge, I mean, just fucking admit it. Don't try to play both sides of this fence. Get off the fucking fence, man. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Don't sit there and try to soften it and be like,
you can't do anything about it. What are y'all doing about it?
This is just the way it goes. So when somebody comes and takes your shit from you, you don't get to bitch about it. Oh yeah, I bet you they could. I guarantee you somebody could. Absolutely. And you don't get to bitch about it, because when somebody mugs you, right? When somebody mugs you, you don't get to complain about it, because that's what more powerful people do, right? That's the way the world works. Do you see
I didn't say
how
you
ridiculous
can't complain
that
about
is?
it. If you get,
well, then why did you bring it up?
You can complain about it.
Then why did you bring it up?
It happens.
Why did you bring it up?
I said because it's a weaker country. We're a very powerful country. We can do whatever we want.
No.
Okay, there it is. He just admitted it. Hold on, whoa, Kahuna, hold on. He just Kahuna, hold the fuck on, bro. Hold on. He just admitted it. You just said we can do whatever we want. You're a liar. You've been sitting up here lying. Whenever you said that you think it's wrong, is it morally right? You said no. You're lying. You think that it's okay. You think that the United States gets to dictate terms to everybody because we can. So don't sit up here and act like you have any kind of fucking moral compass, because clearly you don't. You agree with
just
it.
Because I can
Stop
see
lying
what
to everybody.
The government does and
Stop
see what our
lying
can
to
do.
everybody and gaslighting people and acting like you're some fucking form of moral compass when you are not.
Don't paint me as someone that
that's what you are. That's how you exist. That's what you've been saying.
You're painting yourself.
Yes.
I'm not in control of our government.
Stop lying about your position.
Our government can do whatever they want.
Stop lying about your position. You fucking just said it. That is not something that somebody thinks it's wrong
I'm an
would
American.
say. That is
I'm
not
an American.
Lying
Our
to
government
yourself.
does whatever it wants.
You're
We
lying.
do whatever we
You're
want.
a liar.
And weak little countries can't do anything about it.
And you seem to take pleasure in that, don't you?
No. It's
Yes, you
just
do.
the facts. It's just the facts.
Yes,
Weak little countries can't do anything about whatever America wants to do.
I'm done. I'm done with that. Listen, anybody can come up here, but don't fucking lie about your position. Paint yourself as a dick and then tell everybody you're not a dick. Just be fucking honest. Just be honest about what your worldview is. And if you think people are going to call you a scumbag, who gives a fuck? Doge wants to sit up there and pretend that he's a nice person and that he has some fucking moral compass of some sort. But he said we can't do it because we exist as the stronger person. That's just Western supremacy. That's fucking Amero supremacy. That dude is a white supremacist. I almost guarantee it. With his 15 followers. Fucking probably just a troll. Crazy.
We live in a world of narcissists, and you can't change my mind.
And let's not
That's
forget
crazy.
that
Horrible.
any country that's had that mentality, like any country that has had that mentality historically, has fallen. Like they have failed miserably because
Yeah.
they create an enemy of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, look, Doge, I mean, drowning in your own tears. You're just annoying because it's like, I can see what you're doing. I think you think you're clever, but it's really not. It's just annoying. I'm here for good faith debates and arguments, but when you come up here and you just like flip flop around and whatever, pretzel yourself as you go, say things that contradict themselves like 2 fucking sentences later, it's just annoying. It serves no purpose. Anyway, APAC, I think you were trying to ask him a question.
Yeah.
I mean, am I the crazy one here? Like,
No. I mean, that's the model. That's the way life is really a model that every bully that wants nature to do the more work for them uses. So it's just the way life is. If I were to use that model on my wife, I'd be single. So, I mean, that's just the way things are, And just imagine being a parent teaching your kid that, hey, you know what? That's just the way things are. Why are we in this? That's just the way things are. You shouldn't aspire to anything. Why is this country the way it is? It's just the way it is. Well, don't I have a vote? No, it's just the way they are. It doesn't really matter. So it's such a pessimistic view on life. So I don't know.
lazy. It's lazy as fuck.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Doge cut his morality out of the picture. I mean, I appreciate him being like, but just you can't. I don't think it's healthy to have that view. It's just the way things are. I mean, look, it's just the way things are that a principal can probably suspend a kid. Doesn't mean that the principal should. Why bring something like that up? So yeah, standing for morality matters. So you can't just say, hey, well, we shouldn't even stand for things that are moral. Just imagine what kind of life and society that would be. So
Fucking crazy. It's just annoying. I don't know. I'd had enough of that shit. Anyway, does anybody want to say anything to that before I get to Control? Control's been waiting for a while in the request.
well, but maybe that's just the way this live is.
Listen, I cackle daily at Apex.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Control, go ahead.
Hey, I was listening to Doge. He sounds like a 5-star cunt. Excuse my language, but yeah. So I wanted to say, not around 48 hours, there have been B-52 bombers going across southwest of England, and they looked armed. And there's a lot of cruise missiles, basically. Also, a lot of flights being taken off from around or over there. So. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm kind of worried because it's just fucked. Everything's fucked because of all this. And you know exactly who is the reason for all this. It's that little shit stain over there in the Middle East, called Izzy. And they've basically compromised the American government. They've infiltrated the American government. And they've been controlling the American government. I don't even know what kind of fucking tweets Trump has been posting. That's not fucking normal. That is not normal. And it's
allegedly. We have to remember that word so you don't get flagged.
Allegedly. But I don't know, it's very bizarre. Allegedly. It's very bizarre, what the tweets is. I don't know. How's that normal? How is that normal? I don't know. And how is he getting away with it? It's fucking war crime after war crime. I don't know. What is the fucking solution to all this? What can we do?
Yeah, but that's just the way the world works.
Right? It's the way the world. It's ridiculous.
That's just the way it goes.
And not only that, the Strait of Hormuz, right? It's not fucking it's not America's business to be going in and trying to fucking police what goes in, what goes out. And It's not only that, like they're trying to kind of suffocate Europe as well, you know? So they're trying to drag Europe into war as well. And by doing that, they have to make Europe suffer as well, based on what's going on with the fuel, based on what's being imported into Europe. You know, it's going to destroy like the economy, and it's going to try and push us into getting involved in war. And we know that Israel has been wanting to create this greater project of theirs, and they need to get it done as soon as possible. That's what I'm seeing right now, and I don't know. That's what it looks like, and it's really fucking eerie. It's kind of scary.
But that's
I'm not
just the
gonna
way
lie.
it is, you know.
Right? It's the way it is.
Trust me, we are trying to get this orange banana peel out of here, allegedly.
Banana peel.
Yeah,
God,
right now he's a rotten banana at this point. But no, we're trying. But we have like 16 million of those doges just walking around. Okay?
Yeah.
That's our problem.
It's insane how they think it's normal. Like, how is it fucking normal? It's going to impact them as well. That's what's funny. It's going to impact them and their families too. So, like, shut the fuck up.
They'll still forgive him because that's their Messiah.
Thank you,
Yo,
Hooligan.
liberal. Can you fill me in before I spout my mouth?
Can I fill you in with what?
Fill me in on what the topic is, and because I have a topic in mind that I want to say, but I don't want to interrupt what's going on. So please tell me.
Yeah, we're talking about Iran basically and the crazy shit that Trump said this morning, and I just dropped somebody because he's up here talking about, you know, that's just the way it goes. Threatening to commit a genocide against people. That's just when more powerful people do stuff around the world. That's the way it is. But of course, when it's his shit, you know, oh, nobody can take my stuff. There's nobody more powerful than me.
So liberal, let me talk to you directly because I know this is going to be a point of confliction, and I get it, and I'm not trying to, be
Just say
enemies,
it.
but like,
You ain't got to butter it up, man. Just say what you need to say.
I have to butter it up, bro, because
No,
I
you
like
don't.
you. Well, I like you, but like, here's the thing, right? You have two countries who hate each other. They hate each other so much. They want to end each other. I get it. Like, well, I don't really understand it because I think they honestly should get along. But like, they hate each other. Like,
which two countries?
What is the solution? You know, dude. You know.
Well,
you want me to say it?
Well, it could be Iran and Israel, or Iran and the U.S., or Iran and Iraq,
Dude, do you
or
want me
Iran
to
and
say it?
I mean,
you know what two countries it is, but I will say it if you want me to say it. I will say it. Okay.
Okay.
It's fucking Israel and Palestine. Okay. Why? What? Like they hate each other. One of them will not exist at some point in time. And I don't think it should be that way, but I think that's the only way to resolve that situation. I hate that it has to be that way, but I mean, like, I don't know what to
It
do,
has
dude.
to be that way. Hang on. What has to be that way? That Palestine has to cease to exist?
No, dude, they fucking hate each other. They both want each other to not exist.
Yeah, but here's the thing. One of the governments, one government is actually committing apartheid. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, one government has the power to implement their actions. One doesn't.
Do you often side with bullies?
No, dude.
Look, in real life, like, give me a situation where, let's just, for example, your child or something. I don't want to drag anybody's kids into it, but your child is being bullied at school. Do you ever say, well, look, if you guys can't get along, why do you hate each other? You need to just stop being,
brother. I get you, but
they're
I also
victimizing
understand.
you. So at what point, like, give me a situation or scenario where the bully
Liberal,
gets
let
to win.
me give you one. Okay, I'll give you a great one. Okay, I'll give you the U.S. Right, we took over the Native Americans. Right, you know what? It became U.S. America, and we gave them some tribal lands. The same thing is happening in Israel. Look. I know you don't like Israel. It's fine. I don't really like Israel either because I think they're kind of aggressive. But like, I think that's the end, goal there. I think that's the end thing that's going to happen. I think it's the only way that's going to stop. Right?
To stop
I'm not
what?
happy about it.
So,
I'm not happy about it.
when Native Americans were fighting back with what they had available to them, were they wrong?
They got fucked.
Well, actually, Europeans got really fucked. Europeans were getting fucked in a large way.
You know,
That's why they had to engage in things like unaliving them with the diseases from their unwashed bodies and shit, and the fact that they curl up against fucking pigs and shit at night and flea infested rat holes that they lived in and gave fucking diseases to everybody. Yeah, that certainly doesn't help people. Yeah. So you think it's right? Do you think that was right?
I don't think it's right. I think
okay. Then why are we saying that we should do it again?
Liberal, because look, first of all, tell me, like, you can let me know if I'm being out of hand, but like, because you know what, we've seen it. We've seen this happen many times before. You know what? If one look, I'm not saying Israel or Palestine. If one of those countries, right, Palestine or Israel, if one of those countries controlled it fully, there would be a lot less fucking boom booms, be a lot less people passing away.
Give it to the people. That's what I give it to the people that are from there, which is Palestinians, not the fucking Europeans.
No. Here's where I disagree with you, because
why? Because you are a European that benefited from colonization.
I'm not European, dude. I'm not European.
You're not European?
No, I talked to you before, dude. I'm not. But I'll tell you where I am from. It's a country called Puerto Rico. That's where I'm from.
Okay.
And the real point that I'm trying to make is that, like,
another colonized
he's basically
nation.
He American colonized whitewashed
he's
guy.
right.
I mean, what the fuck?
Right.
I'm Egyptian, man. I'm not Palestinian, and I promise you, there will not be Israel in a couple of years. Thank you.
Yeah, my point, Lift. My point is, Lift. It wasn't right then. It's not right now. Why do we keep allowing the not right thing to happen? Just out of convenience for everybody else. Oh, they're just fighting all the time. Oh, we just okay. Look. Then unalive all those other people that are being victims, and then the bullies won't have a victim.
Right? I understand 100% what you're saying, but here's the thing: they're always going to keep fighting each other, and like unless one person conquers the other. And then that's when it will stop. I'm not saying I'm not advocating for any side. No, listen. If Palestine conquers Israel, that's fine. They will stop fighting. I don't care. Look, I don't care for any side. If Israel does it, I don't care. They'll stop fighting. Any side, dude. Like, that's where I'm coming from. I don't like seeing a generational
colonizer mentality.
Going back off of what Liv said about bullies, my daughter is dealing with a bully. Do you think she should submit to this bully?
No.
Just because?
No, it's not the same thing, dude.
Yes, it is. It's the exact same thing. The fact that you can't recognize it is wild.
Yeah, it really is.
No, because at the end of the day, what I want is for these two fucking countries to stop shitting on each other. I want them to stop fighting. And
to do that, you need to take out the bully.
Hold up.
Some decorum, huh? Some decorum. Don't you ever swear at Palestine lands. You're talking about Jerusalem.
Finish my statement, please.
No, be polite.
Lift. Do you live in the States?
What?
He's from Puerto Rico territory.
I'm Puerto Rican, but do you live in the States? Like, you have a very strong American accent.
I live in a lot of places, yeah.
All right, wherever, right. Are you, like, if you're American, supposedly, and you live in the States, even though you have a Portuguese background or Puerto Rican background, right? Do you think it's okay for Israel to take your fucking taxes and dropping BBs all over kids and fucking hospitals?
No, I came up here to say that I don't agree with this fucking endless war, but it won't end unless one wins.
You're saying the only way it will end if one side gets annihilated. That's what you're basically saying.
Okay, so are you Lift? Okay, Lift. Let's say that this happened, that the United States decides to finally intervene and say Israel cannot exist because it can't get along with its neighbors. You turn it into Palestine. You rewrite their fucking constitution, as we did in Japan, as we did elsewhere, as we do regularly, and we say that everybody has equal rights and that representation has to be equal in the government. Would you be okay with that?
I would be fine because if it stopped, whatever. Well, actually, maybe I would not be fine with it because there's a little bit more to it. But overall, look, I would sacrifice the fact that we lose influence in the Middle East for the fact that we have peace finally for fucking two fucking countries who hate each other, who will finally stop fighting. Yes, I don't
for a good
give
reason,
a shit
though.
who
Like,
wins. I don't give a shit. Look, dude, brother, I don't care who wins at the end of the day. Can they finally stop with this bullshit? Because at the end of the day, like, no god, none of their gods are real, to be honest. And like, you know, they can all, like, you know, live in like peace. Hopefully, you know, I know it's fucking a large shot.
When
in the dark,
when one is trying to dominate the other, because
I know, but
as
they
Doge
both
was
are,
talking
dude.
about,
They both are.
no, they're
It's
not.
just
No.
Israel. It's
The-
not
the-
just Israel.
No, the
Okay,
perspectives
can I please
and
speak?
the perspectives and situations are different. Lift, right? Palestinians are trying to hold on to the land that they've had for thousands of years.
Yeah, because they don't have the
Israel
weaponry that
is
they
full
don't
of-
have the weaponry that Israel has. If
Doesn't
they had
matter.
the weaponry that
It doesn't matter.
Israel
It's
has,
not.
they would do
it's,
the same
it's
thing.
their
dude.
land.
They would not do the same thing.
It's their land.
I
The
know, but
reason
here's
that
the thing.
they are trying to slough off an oppressor. Do you want to live under an oppressive regime? Do you want to live under that? Under
Liberal.
a tyrant?
Obviously
Do
not.
you want? Okay, then you can understand why they are fighting against
You're liberal.
that
Liberal.
entity.
If they had the weaponry, the same weaponry.
No, sir, you don't even know what you're talking about. Hey,
shut up,
hey,
shut up. I'm
I've
talking,
heard you.
dude. I'm talking.
No, you've been
Let me
talking and
finish.
you've been making no sense
I'm
because it will
talking.
not
I'm
end with
responding to him.
Palestine.
I'm
It will
responding
not
to
end
him.
with Palestine
Shut up.
because they think that
He
they're
doesn't
entitled
want me
to
to
the
say what I
entirety of
have
the
to say.
Levant.
Okay.
No,
He doesn't
don't
wanna
tell
hear
me
it.
to
Okay.
shut
He
up.
doesn't
I've
wanna
been
hear
waiting
it.
for your dumb
Okay.
ass
Blah
to
blah
stop
blah.
talking.
He doesn't want to hear
Okay.
it.
You don't even know what you're talking
Okay.
about when
Okay.
riding
You
with
know what I'm talking
Palestine.
about.
Okay.
I do.
You're a moron.
Okay,
You're a
you've got
moron,
it.
too.
Okay, you have to go. You can't come up here screaming in the middle of somebody's sentence and then call them names because you're upset because they didn't stop talking fast enough. The fuck? Jesus fucking Christ! I'm gonna put my alt back up there.
The reason why I even first of all, I did not say this to get somebody kicked off. I apologize if I was.
Well, she got
a little
herself
bit-
kicked off.
I know, but maybe I was also antagonistic, dude. I'm not trying to, dude. I'm not, dude. I'm trying to like be reasonable here, and what I'm saying is, for the same reasons that Israel is doing what they're doing, which I agree with you guys is wrong. If the other side had the same capabilities, if they had the same power, if they had the same agreements with America, they would be doing the same thing, if not worse. They would be doing the same thing.
But here's the thing,
you
Liv.
guys.
Liv, they haven't been.
Hold up. They
well,
haven't been
Liv,
doing it because they don't have that power.
No.
understand.
They haven't been
I get it.
allowed to. They
I
are not
get it.
allowed an airport. They aren't allowed to use the port, the ocean. They aren't allowed to cross into other countries without permission. They can't have.
Yeah, but they would
drone
do the same thing
and
to
have
Israel.
been
If they had
given
the
power.
if they had the power and control, they would do the same thing to Israel.
No, it's their
Yeah, they
land.
would.
It's their land. It's their
Yes,
land.
who gives
If
a
the
fuck
people
about
that
land?
wanted
Who
a
gives a
place,
fuck about borders?
if the
Let's
people
talk
that
about
wanted
borders
a
anymore.
place, if the people that wanted a place can't get along with the inhabitants, that's their problem, not the inhabitants. Right? You're arguing that Mexicans get to come over here and take our shit and tell us that we have to speak Mexican and we have to, or Spanish or whatever, we have to do what they tell us to do. That's the same thing that they're doing. And they weren't even neighbors.
Brother,
That's what you're
I'm
advocating for.
No, what I'm advocating is for the end of the war. Is it
on
fair?
the analogy. I can't shut up on this.
Hope, liberal.
Liberal, you are not
I'm not
the
saying
owners
it's
of
gonna
the
be.
land. You took it from Mexico.
Well, yes, I understand it's an oversimplification, Kahuna.
Liberal,
But the point is the same. You've got somebody from an outside area come in.
I don't want half-wit sticking it as a statement from someone educated.
Liberal. First of all, I am educated, probably way more than you are. But second of all, first of all, what I'm
Very
saying is that,
doubtful.
like, actually, very, very probable. But I'm not advocating
I'm
for
sorry.
end of one country or another. Can you shut the fuck up?
I was sweet talking the guy, not you. But just no, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. No, I'm not.
All right, say your
I'm gonna tell
shit.
you. I'm
Say your
gonna
shit.
put you in spot now.
Say your shit. Say your shit.
I did not challenge you for it.
Liberal, I think it's time for the timer when you get back.
Lift, who is
Yeah,
the
I
problem
agree.
in this situation?
Yeah.
Okay, a Lift, in your eyes, who is the problem in this situation then?
Who, me? No, I'm listening to him. Say your shit. You had a lot to say. Say your shit.
I'm talking about like you brought up Palestine and Israel. Like,
No, I
who
want to
is
hear
the
this
problem?
guy.
What
This
is the
guy's
problem?
yapping his mouth. Let's hear what
Okay,
he has
who
to
cares?
say.
I'm asking you a question now.
Yeah.
What is the problem? Who is the problem? Who is creating these problems there in the Middle East?
The problem
Since they've been
is that
established.
it's a never-ending problem, and I think if one side wins, it will end the problem. That's what I think.
It's not going to work like that.
Yes, it
It's
will
not
work
gonna
like that.
So
And
that would
listen,
have to fucking
I don't give a
constitute
f
you
which side
taking out
wins
every
at this
single
point.
individual
I
who does
don't
not
care.
agree
But you
with
know
this
what?
apartheid
One side
regime,
will win,
with this
and you know what? It
disgusting,
will be done.
despicable.
It'll be done, and you can shut up, and that'll
Excuse
be
me?
done.
I will make you my bitch. Don't you fucking talk to me like that. Don't
Listen,
you
too
talk
much
to me like
cussing
that.
for Libs
I'm
Live.
sorry.
Calm down.
I
Yeah,
was
let's not tell
sorry.
people to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
If
dude, I'm
anybody
sorry.
gets
I'm
to do
sorry.
that, it's me. All right,
I'm
I
sorry,
reserve
dude.
that power to myself.
I apologize to whoever I said that to. I apologize. All right,
Well,
I should not have said
I'm
that.
bringing in the timer. I'm bringing in the timer.
As an educated
Y'all
fellow,
are talking over
and
each
then
other.
answer
Kahuna,
back with,
go ahead.
Yeah, it's so stupid, you know. Well,
No, go ahead, Kahuna. I'm bringing out the timer. Everybody's gonna get 90 seconds. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to say something.
Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead, Kahuna.
Yeah, okay. Cutting up. I don't know. Let me go next. Let me go next one.
Yeah,
am I audible
ahead.
now? Audible.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So basically, I got lost there. I was talking to you, liberal, and I meant my statement to you. I was talking to you. I said a statement about the education level, meaning that you are much more educated than I expected you to answer me in
way
that
more
level.
than you.
And that was and then Mr. Lift came in and intervened and told me to shut up and that he's better educated than I. So he's challenging me on me.
Lift.
I don't know why he's doing that. I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to condescend, because I'm an Egyptian dentist with an MBA. But anyways,
Go ahead. I put your time back. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with the CPA, first of all, and I apologize.
No.
Well, so we are on the same level. We're going to challenge one another. I was just talking to liberal anyway.
Go ahead, Kahuna.
Just talking to you, liberal. This dude, he went ballistic on us. I think he's new to TikTok, maybe. I don't know. So I'll just forgive it and forget it. Anyways, back to subject. We want to talk about what? I lost track here. This dude is telling us that Palestine, that belongs to the Palestinians, whatever happens there doesn't really matter to him. It's like as if he wants to live his own cocoon while his government and, the whole status quo has changed from the, 50s or whatever he's still living in, and you don't live in but a global village right now, buddy. So you got to wake up, and smell the daisies because before they grow up. Yeah, I don't know, man. You're out of reality. You're living La La Land.
I want the atrocities to end.
Love you. Wake up. I love you to wake up and know that the Babylon is coming down and that Israel is coming down. And we're not going to see any of you. People like you are going to just walk along passively. Thank you. I crashed my drone.
Thank you, Kahuna. Okay,
Listen,
so
I
rebuttal, 45 seconds, and then I'm going to get around.
All right. Listen, I want the atrocities to end, period. Okay? If it takes one country owning another, that's fine. I don't care if it's Palestine. I don't care if it's Israel. I don't care anymore. I just want them to stop fighting, right? in my opinion, I think they should both live vicariously, but I think we're way past that. I don't think that can happen anymore. I think both of them have been training their children to hate each other, and that's wrong, right? That's wrong. And I think if we can somehow get away from that, then maybe there can be peace.
Okay. Let me get to effortless. Let me go ahead and give you 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, so it would have to be Palestine because Palestine is the only one that only wants their land. Because Israel wants the Greater Israel Project. You know, that project that is the Levant, which is, you know, the whole of the Gulf, right? The Gulf states. Because that literally is why they're the only country in the world that has undefined borders, okay? They're the only country that has that. And they have stated, even IDF soldiers have on their uniforms a patch for the Greater Israel Project. So if you want the atrocities to end, it would probably be through Palestine because they are the only people fighting for their own land and existence. Okay? They're not trying to go in and unalive or G-side anybody.
Wrong.
They're just trying to exist. They're just, hey, guess what, buddy? Palestinians are Jays too. Yeah, there were Jays there during the Nakba.
Wrong.
What are you saying wrong to? Are you an adult?
I'm saying wrong because you act like they can't exist. There's a possibility for them to
What?
exist. They
What?
just can't have their own country. That's all.
Buddy, are you slow? There were Jays in Palestine when the Nakba happened. Do you know what the Nakba is? Do you know how to spell Nakba?
I don't care how you spell it, dude.
What year was the Nakba? $1,000. What year was the Nakba?
There's a fatwa against the U.S. and the Western country brought upon us by Israel, by Iran, right? So I don't care about fatwas. What I care about is peace. What I want is peace. What I want is people to stop fighting each other. Okay, that's all I want. And if it takes one country conquering
wait. You mix.
Well, hold on. He's got a timer. Hold on.
Like
He's got a timer. I'll correct it. Yeah, I got it. Go ahead, Lift. Finish your point.
My point is basically I want people to stop fighting, and you guys are going to keep fighting. And you know what? One person has more military might than another. So you know what? It is what it is. You know, fucking stop fighting. You know, somehow segment the area and then live together. That's it. You know, stop fighting, dude. Let them. They have their land. That's it. Get over it.
Yeah, just get over it, huh? It's real easy to say when you're the person that is doing the colonizing. It's not so easy when you're the person being colonized. Also, she didn't say
Who
fatwa.
cares about fucking colonizing?
She didn't say.
Live your
she
life,
didn't say.
raise
Clearly,
your
you
children.
don't because you're a colonizer. You're a fucking
No, you
colonizer.
raise your
you have a
children. What is
colonizer
important?
mentality. Lift. That's what you're expressing today. I get it. You exist currently in a fucking colonized country.
What's important is raising your children to be good. Like
he's not a colonizer. He's a colonizer.
That's all that should
He's a
matter.
colonizer.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
He's a-
Also,
Uncle
I just want to
Sam.
point this out.
Well, the
Lift.
guy stays at the
well,
home.
well, hold on, Kahuna. Lift. She said Nakba, not fatwa. So I don't know how she said it multiple times. I'm not sure how you
Yeah,
got.
I don't know what the
fatwa.
fuck that means, dude. Obviously.
Okay. Well, I thought you were more intelligent than everybody up here.
I am.
And you're okay. So you're speaking about a region, and you don't know what the Nakba is. That tells me you are speaking
Bro,
out
I
of
don't know.
ignorance.
Nobody
on
knows
this
what
topic.
Nakba is. Okay?
Yeah, I think probably everybody up here on this panel
Nobody
knows
does.
what it is.
Nobody does. Yeah, because
Okay.
they specialize in it. But
All right. Well,
the average person does not know what it is.
But you're up here speaking about an issue that you don't understand.
No, I think I am. I'm speaking about an issue that I do
No,
understand.
you're thinking about it in a simplistic
Did he just say the
term.
average Christian? Did he say the
I
average
said
Christian?
the average person.
Okay, because I was very confused there. What
The
the
average
fuck?
Christian will colonize
Yeah,
you.
well, let me
Just get
get
over it.
unconfused.
Just get over it. Just get
The
over
average
it. They
person.
stole all your shit. They unalived your family. They unalived your
Who
friends'
gives a
families.
fuck about borders? Who gives a fuck about borders? What you should give a fuck
Did you
about
vote for Trump?
Yes, Obviously.
Why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump for a multitude of reasons.
What was one of the biggest things that was just eating at you about Joe Biden that caused you to want to vote for Donald Trump? What was it? What was that thing?
The immigration thing, but I don't want to
Yeah,
go
so
there.
who gives a fuck about borders? You do. So why the fuck are you up here acting like you don't care about borders when it's... See, this is the disingenuous shit that I can't stand. You're up here... You just said who gives a fuck about borders when it's related to somebody else's shit. And you voted for war and to kill American soldiers. You voted for that. And you're going to sit up here and act like you got a problem with the fucking borders here, but nobody else should care about it over there. What the fuck is your point? I don't understand this mentality, bro.
Brother,
what is wrong with you?
They've been fighting about borders.
What the fuck is wrong with you where you will come in and in the same goddamn sentence contradict the fuck out of yourself and then turn around and say, get over it? What's wrong with you?
I get it. I understand that my opinion is a little bit... I understand. I get that it's a little bit... I understand that. You know,
it's not an opinion lift.
Loud, liberal. Brother, please, for God's sake, man, we need people on our side. We don't need people this guy's uneducated. He didn't get it. Okay, he has a CPA, whatever he has, I respect it. But please, go easy on him. Make him aligned. Make him understand.
He won't.
Touch his humanity, please. Don't.
He won't.
No, we can try again.
No. He won't. He just sat up here and applied a double standard without any care in the world. Didn't give a shit. Without a single fuck given did this man, he just in the same fucking breath.
Dude, my end goal is to stop the fucking people fighting each other and killing each other, dude. So how are you telling me that?
Yes, but you're telling the people to just get over it. They're not powerful enough. They don't need their land because they can't defend themselves because their oppressors took all of their shit from them.
Yeah, it won't end. You have to understand, sir, it will not end because the Greater Israel Project is not just Palestine. I keep saying it. It's not just Palestine. They want all of the Levant. They think that they're entitled because they need to destroy Rome to get all of the Levant. Do you understand me? They need to destroy Rome. That would be us. That would be us. Do you understand?
Care about the kids that you raise. Who cares about the
Sir, we will not raise children if we're not alive.
Apparently you care, though, because you want it to stop.
We all
want it to stop. But here's what I want to see. I want to see for at least fucking once in my life, for like something that has been repeated in history, which is a larger entity goes in and takes over the land from a smaller entity and then oppresses them. For once in my life, I'd like to see where that smaller entity gets their fucking shit back. Is that too much to ask? I don't think it is. So give fucking Palestine their fucking land back. If Jewish people or Israelis or whatever the fuck they are, if they want to stay there, I don't give a shit. They need to work it out and live next to them. And if they can't, that's their fucking problem. And they get dealt with. Right? But Israel does not get to take their shit because currently, right now, they're invading yet another country. Lift, I know you say you don't care about borders when it comes to the Middle East. They're taking Lebanon right now. This isn't even about Palestine. It's not going to stop there. They're going to create another boogeyman, Lift. They're going to do it just like the United States always has to have an enemy. And they're going to create that fucking enemy, and then they're going, oh my God, they're coming after us. Oh look, oh poor us. We're the predator and the victim, all in the same fucking scenario. That's what they've been doing. That's what they do.
You understand? I'm not pro-Israel, right? I'm pro people fucking stopping fighting each other. Okay.
Bullshit.
And
are you pro?
Are you pro defending yourself? Are you pro defending yourself, Lift?
It depends. If you have the weaponry to do it, then sure. But if you don't, then you give it up. Who cares? You'll live your
life. Okay, so Palestinians have the right to defend themselves.
So where do they go? because they live in an apartheid right now. They just passed a law in Israel that allows them to execute Palestinians, but not Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
Just happened.
On what basis?
This is a country that even if Israel takes the rest of Gaza and the West Bank, even if they do that, there's going to be two different laws for two different people. Do you think that's okay?
No, I don't.
Okay, and we're trying to avoid that, right?
Sure.
We should avoid that. And
Do you understand?
Yeah, like the people that should win out here are not the Europeans that came over and colonized that area. That's not who should win here. It's not right. Is it going to happen? Is it more likely? Maybe, but it shouldn't happen, and you shouldn't advocate for it either.
If you have better weaponry, then you take over the land, dude. Look,
No, you don't understand. You're not getting it. Literally, they're the enemy of the United States because we are the empire that is currently occupying that region because our petrodollar depends on that region. They have got to destroy our country in order for them to achieve the greater Israel project because that's what they believe that they are entitled to. And in order to do that, they don't care what they have to do to our country because at the end of the day, they get to win. Okay? It is not just Palestine. Palestine is just the beginning. And instead of ending it there, and preventing this horrible thing from happening to our country, the United States of America, we are sitting here talking about another group of people, G-siding another group of people because it's fucking convenient instead of confronting the fact that these people are going to hurt us if we let them because we have set ourselves in this position. And that's what we're watching happen right now. Our children will suffer for what is happening right now, not because of Iran, not because of Palestine, but because of Israel.
Yeah. Yep. I just look, Lift. You've been up here before. It's not that I'm like mad at you. Like I guess I expect it. But it's like you acknowledge that the thing that's happening is wrong, but your world view of they can take it and therefore they should. That's kind of what Doge was saying, and it's just bullshit. It really is just. Yeah, it kind of is. If you have
here's why I disagree.
The more powerful person gets to take it. That's what Doge was saying. That's what you're saying.
Take it, and you know what? You raise your children like as you should, and make them good people. And then who cares who fucking owns the land? It's not a fucking big deal, dude. If you can live in if you have your own religion, if you have your own things, if you can raise your kids in an environment that you want. Right, and not your own land. Who cares? Then who gives a fuck, dude? That's
the 500,000 Palestinian children who've been unalived. They're gonna get to raise their kids to do what exactly? Because they're not.
All right, yeah. There were some fucking I understand that. Yes, I understand that there were some atrocities committed. I understand that. I get that. I understand that. It's not right. I get that. Okay, but it needs to end. It needs to end. You're not going to get retribution. That is not what we're trying to do. That is not what you should. If you're trying to do that, you're going to lose.
Did you hear a single word I said? Did I tell you? Did you hear a single word I said? It will never stop at Palestine because they think that they're entitled to the entire Levant.
Because you want retribution. That's why. That's your problem.
No, that's not what
she's saying. Yo, dude, I'm an American and I want my country to be protected. That's why I'm talking to you.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, APAC, please.
Yeah, so it's I guess I just want to understand your worldview a little bit better, Left. What do you think? Do you think the U.S. should, impose their values on others? What role do you think we play?
Honestly, I think the U.S. should impose their values on every country because I feel like when you talk about these other countries, they're so repressive.
There you go, Liv. That answers the whole question.
They're so goddamn repressive that they should not be ruling their countries like that. They're so goddamn repressive.
The U.S. has been fucking destroying countries throughout the century. What the fuck are you talking about? It's been the only country that has committed the most atrocities on Earth today, this century. So kindly shut your butthole before I come over there and fucking do the craziest shit. You are insane.
Continue?
Colonize you. Do you want to be colonized? No, so shut the fuck up.
Lift is like, colonize me, baby. Give it to me real good. Oh, come on, yeah.
At the end of the day,
You're so much
end
more
of the day,
powerful than me. I want you to colonize the fuck out of me. Lift.
You know, at the end of the day, I think that he just doesn't understand that the people in Palestine that have been unalived in massive amounts, including all of the children that have been unalived, he doesn't see them as human beings. But you don't see them as human beings. That's why you don't care. You care so little.
That's why I wanted
you
to
don't.
stop. That's why I wanted to stop. What do you mean?
He's willing to stop for that. Like, this is why this is what he means when he says he's willing, like, he wants it to stop. He needs one side to be completely fucking destroyed.
Complicit.
Yeah. Yes.
What the fuck is that? So you want it to stop, yet you're like, oh, I feel bad for them, but I still want them all annihilated. Are you mentally delayed?
I want the people who
What the fuck is that
propagate it.
mentality?
No, I want the
You need
people
help.
who No, hold up.
This is an example of what's wrong with our public education system and why so few Americans have bachelor's degrees or higher. It's only like
I want the people who
28%.
propagate it. First of all, I'm more educated than you are, by far.
But
I hold a master's degree, sir.
yeah, so I guess so.
I want the people
I want to
who
just
propagate.
continue my question.
Hold up.
APAC.
I want the people who propagate.
I don't think APAC finished.
Yeah, I didn't. So here's the thing. Like
he wants to colonize.
I just wanted to this question because I believe in living in an understanding way. So, and I feel like if I ask these questions, I get to somehow like understand or try to fully comprehend your way of thinking fully. So you said you believe that we should impose values on other countries. Correct me if I'm mistaken. And I guess if so, if that's correct, which values do you think? Like if can you list like 2 or 3 that we should impose on other countries? Left. I know you're muted, but
the ones that oppress people, their own populace, those are the ones that we should eliminate. Okay.
Go and eliminate Israel then.
Hold on a second. I mean, that
shut up.
didn't answer my question though. Like, so just 3 values that we should impose on other countries, or at least one.
Freedom. 1. Freedom.
We should impose freedom. What does freedom look like?
Freedom looks like free elections to elect whoever you want and not fear being retributed against. Okay?
Okay, so I guess in that vein of thinking, so if like a leader was duly elected by its people and we toppled them, does that go against?
Mistakes were made. I get know where you're going with that. Yes, mistakes were made. Yeah, we shouldn't have done that. But you know what? They elected their leader, and that's fine. But now they don't want that leader. They want someone else, and now they will not allow it, dude. That's a fucking problem. Period.
It's not your business to be going into other countries and.
It's a problem. I don't care. I don't listen. It is our. Listen,
well, I hope
we're
you
the
know
only
what.
country.
Imagine if Iran was like, we're gonna go to America and pose
We're
our
the
own
only country
shit
who
all
can
over
do
you
it.
guys. And
Listen,
China does it as well. What the fuck are you
know
gonna
what?
just stand there
Iran can't do it because they
with your
aren't
fucking
powerful
thumb
enough.
firmly placed up your butthole? Like, is that what you're gonna do?
Because we are powerful enough. We can do it, and we will do it, and we have done
Iran's
it.
not going to do it because they it serves them no purpose to do it. They don't want to do it. They're not aggressive. You're like the more that's like saying lift that you have a right or somebody else has a right to dictate what you do in your own house. Like you can't do that. That violates my code of conduct.
And you should.
You can't chain your wife up to the wall. You can't do. You can't act like that. You can't have sex with these types of people. That's the behavior that you're expressing right now. That you get to control anybody that you can control.
You can't.
Liberal,
do
you know
that.
what's crazy?
You should not be able to do that.
Liberal, you
And
know what's
if
crazy?
Your wife wants you
do
wants you to chain her up to the wall. You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Hell no.
Liberal, you know what's crazy?
Second-degree black belt. I have been for the
He
last
doesn't
12
seem
years.
like he's very concerned with satisfying his women, so I can understand.
I was gonna say
I can relate to
maybe he hasn't
Okay,
met
let's-
certain ladies. I'll just say.
Okay, I'm a second degree. I'm a second degree black belt. I have been for 12 years. I can most certainly body you.
Nice.
So I should be able to impose on you whatever I want because I am stronger, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Do you want to live in a country?
Hey, can I please finish my point, please?
My bad.
So again, I am most certainly stronger and more agile and would body you. I probably would dislocate
I don't think you would, but okay.
Okay, anyway,
would not,
so
but
I should
okay.
be able to impose on you whatever I want, given the fact that, again, I am stronger, smarter, physically speaking, because I know how to do so. So that should be okay. That's just how it goes. You're stronger, you can get it done, you have the ability, the capabilities, because you were already talking about weaponry. I have that in spades, like I definitely would hip toss you. So that's okay.
And you know what? Plenty of men would be very happy with that.
I
You
know.
what?
I know.
Yeah,
I have
I'm
4
sure.
husbands. Again, but that's okay. I should be able to physically impose my will on you just based upon the fact that I can and I know how to do so.
No, obviously not.
Why not?
Not okay because you're. I mean the R word. You're you know. if
Wait,
you-
who cares? Hey, who cares about that word? You do what I say.
I care about it.
Well, you can care all you want. You can't defend yourself.
Oh, you care
Well,
about
a person I could, but like. But look, I get your
What are
point.
you going to do when it's me and you and I know I can take you down?
First of all, you can't. But like also.
Oh, you can keep thinking
I
that. I guarantee if this came to throws, you would be begging for mercy.
Rando. Rando said, "Put me in, coach." Real quick,
you could never. By the way,
No, wait.
So
Is there something
well,
right or wrong about that? Is there something
Well,
right or wrong about that situation?
The overall point that I was trying to make. First of all, I agree that you are probably very strong, and I respect that.
Sir, do you understand right or wrong?
Obviously,
Do you understand right and wrong?
I said obviously.
Okay, so what is wrong about a stronger entity having the capacity to do something? What is wrong about them doing something wrong? Doing something
Well, we
like an
wouldn't have
atrocity
our
or
own
genocide?
country if we did not enact on that premise, right? There would be no America, right? It would be
you would be in Europe. You would still be in Europe.
Actually, no, we would not be in Europe. We would be in fucking Statua County or some shit.
Yeah, you're definitely more intelligent than everybody on the panel. that's for
Statua
sure.
County. Statua County, I said.
So,
You wouldn't
Was
exist.
Can I ask another question?
Well, I mean,
I don't like your question.
I do want that, but Rando, I think, is wanting to jump in there as well. But go ahead and ask your question, and then let's make it quick, and then we're going to get to Rando. Go ahead, APAC.
All right, and so left. I mean, I did vote for Trump. I regret the vote, knowing what I know now. So this is where I'm coming from. So I guess my question. Did you say you as well?
I don't want to be attacked, dude. Every single fucking person on this panel is attacking me. Can you please be a fucking ally for once?
Look,
yeah, but according to your logic, you should just accept it. Get over it.
yeah, deal with it.
Get over it.
All right, fine. I'll do it. Fine, whatever.
I mean, I say that in jest, Lift, but I think you take my point. Anyway, go ahead. Ask your question. Let's get around because Miss Chaos also had her hand in the comments.
It's just hard fucking getting railed on, for fucking the entire time.
I didn't rail you even if you would like it, okay?
All I want to do is just understand. That's it. So I guess do you have 2 or 3 things that Trump has done that you don't like? And mind you, right? We've voted for
things that I like.
Like just 2 or 3 things. Just
I don't like this fucking Iran thing, dude. I see parts of it, but overall it's fucking. It costs me more money every day, and I don't like it. Okay.
So you don't like Iran? Is there anything else?
It's probably like 3 things put into one, right?
Okay, the things that he doesn't like about Trump?
Yeah, no, I just want to know just like what are like 2 or 3 things that Trump has done that he doesn't like.
One thing I don't like is the waste of taxpayer dollars that we have to pay somebody to change his fucking diapers like multiple times a day. I'm sick of that. That's like waste, fraud, and elderly abuse. Fucking, I kid, but I mean, that's a very open-ended question, but Lyft, 3 things you don't like about Trump? Go ahead.
I named 3 altogether.
Iran, I think was
I
one.
don't like the price increase.
Okay.
Which is due to the war, which is some fucking. I don't really understand why we're in there. And like I understand that they're an enemy of the U.S., so I kind of get that part. But I don't think that I understood. I don't think anyone understood their ability to fuck. Sorry, I'm gonna say it.
You can say fuck.
Their ability to fuck up the world economy. I had no idea.
I mean, people did though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, this is something that has been talked about before. Is the Strait of Hormuz? This is one of the worries that they've always had.
Well, they should not have the power to fuck up the entire economy. They should be relieved of that ability.
But wait! Isn't that great power that they have that they can control others? So you have to get over it.
No, well, let's relieve them of that power.
So okay, so I see. So they aren't allowed to use the levers that are available to them, but we can bomb and unalive their kids, and they need to just get over it.
No, we're not bombing them on their kids. We're just going to
yes, we
go
are.
after the bridges and power plants. That's all.
We're unaliving their children. Okay. But either way, okay, so there we go. Rando, go ahead, and then after Rando, I'm going to get to Miss Chaos. Go ahead, Rando.
So I don't know what this guy's original statement was. Don't worry, Bubby. I'll be really nice to you. You sound like you're having a tough time on the panel, so I'll talk nice and easy for you. The reason that we shouldn't have gone into Iran clearly is the Strait of Hormuz. And like everybody on the panel has kind of reiterated, this is something that Iran controls. This is something that they've been controlling. This is something that they have closed in the past. And this is this is their right to defend themselves. Can you please tell me when?
Have that power.
Wait.
They have the power over the Strait of
Wait,
Hormuz.
Bubby, hang on. Why are you getting upset? Let's go nice and easy, remember? You didn't want to get yelled at. I'm not yelling at you. Don't yell at me.
I think that's fair. Go ahead.
Yeah, so can you please tell me when Iran attacked the United States of America?
They didn't attack us because they knew they were going to.
Wait, okay. So we're in agreement. They didn't attack us, right? We attacked them first,
They were
right?
going to get fucked up. Yeah, okay.
No, we attacked them, right?
They knew they were going to get fucked up. They attacked us. Yeah, okay. They had a
So,
fatwa
well, I
against
mean,
us. They had a fatwa against us. They said death to America.
The fatwa against the nuclear weapons?
No, fatwa against America and the Western society, but okay.
Yeah, well, they actually also had one against nuclear weapons. Did you know that?
No, they didn't. That's
Yeah.
a long
So,
yes, they did.
Khamenei declared that nuclear weapons were actually haram, which is sin in Islam.
Yeah, they still built them.
They didn't build
They
them.
didn't.
They didn't build them. They not only
No, there was a
they
disagreement
didn't.
between
Hang
the
on,
scholars.
Bubby, hang on.
Oh,
We're having a back and forth. It's like just play tennis with me. Play ping pong. If tennis is too big, just ping pong, right? So if they didn't have nuclear weapons and they didn't attack us, why do they not have the right to defend themselves if we
They
go
said
in
death
and
to
murder
America.
168
look,
of their school children?
are you gonna let someone build up weaponry to unalive their entire country, or are you gonna stop them before they can do it?
I mean,
you're gonna stop them before they do it.
Iran, hang on,
You're
Bubby.
going to
Hang
stop
on.
them
You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
You're going to
Remember,
stop them before they
ping pong.
do it. No, it's a
Wait.
rhetorical question.
Did
You already
Iran?
answered.
Hey, okay,
Did
You do not need
let
to
me point
answer.
something out
It's a
real quick.
rhetorical
Let me
question.
point something out based on what Lift just said. Lift, you said you got to stop them before they have the means to be able to attack. Yet you also stated that when the person is so weak that they can't defend themselves, they're allowed to be taken over. Do you see how that's kind of fucked up? You can't allow somebody
I
to get to
don't.
the
I
point
don't.
where they can defend themselves, but also if you are able to take them over, you have a right to do it. Fucking weird.
Yes. No, it's not weird.
Randall,
It's not
go
weird.
ahead.
It's not
Sorry.
weird.
Yeah, so how did all these other countries get nuclear weapons? If we had the power to stop all of these countries, why didn't we
They got it. It's over.
Pakistan when they were developing a nuclear weapon, which they have now? Which not only do they have now, but they've offered to give one to Iran. So has Russia. Did you know that? Did you know that Iran doesn't even need to have their own because they can buy them from ally countries
No,
like
they can't
Russia
because
and China?
we'll fuck them up. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I mean, if we're at
That
the
will
point
never
of nuclear, if we're
that
at the point
transaction
of
will never happen.
if
Will
we're at the
never
point
happen.
of nukes, then anything's on the table, right? Like if we're at that point, anything is on the table. So now we're speculating: Does
Actually,
Trump
maybe
gonna drop a
maybe
nuclear
they actually did.
weapon
No, they
on
actually
Iran?
look. I'm going to agree with you.
Like
Maybe
we're
they actually did try to buy them, and that's why we messed them up. That's why
I
we went
mean,
in
you
there
can
and
say
we stopped them.
maybe, but
That's
there's
why
no
we went in
evidence.
there
If you go
and we
back and
stopped them.
read
You
our
will
security
never. They will
intelligence
never
reports,
have
come on,
nuclear
lift.
weapons. I don't give a f. I don't give a fuck. They will never get
Remember
nuclear
ping pong,
weapons.
buddy.
Period.
Why are you being so angry with me?
I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Just listen, take a deep breath and practice your deep breathing for a second and I'm gonna talk, right?
I'm confused.
Yeah.
I thought he
So
said they had nuclear weapons, but sorry, go ahead, Roman.
I don't know why I'm getting worked up, but okay. Sure.
because it's hard to confront like things that you may have believed to be true and then
Don't
you
explain to me why I'm getting worked up. First of all,
hang
okay.
on. You're
Do
supposed
not
to
explain to me why I'm getting worked. Do not explain to me why I'm getting worked up. Okay, I know why I'm getting worked up.
Okay.
You explain your own shit.
Fair enough. That's
Okay.
that's wrong of me to assume I can interpret your emotions. So while you deep breathe, again, let me volley you with some facts.
All right, you deep breathe too, because you're saying some nonsense.
Did you say debrief?
Deep breathe.
Okay.
Breathe.
I'm sorry, my brain is still on that conversation from earlier. Forgive
So
me. My bad.
again, Iran didn't have nuclear weapons. We can go back and you can say, well, maybe there was no intelligence. We have intelligence reports. They're open to the public. You can go on the CIA's website. Can't read all of it, but you could read the ones that they put out of the evaluation and assessment. You can read the IAEA reports. And you can even look at the fact that we twice have sat down to negotiate with Iran. Twice not only did they have a fatwa against nuclear weapons, but they wanted to enrich their uranium anyway, because there are other benefits besides nuclear weapons to highly enriched uranium. But that's a separate point. But they had the fatwa, but twice now in the past year, they've sat down to negotiate with the United States to get this deal back on the table that Trump actually ripped up when he came back into office. So we had a deal that they were complying with, by the way.
No, don't talk to me like I don't know this shit.
No, we did. It starts with a J. Can somebody help me out here? The
JCPOA.
JCPOA. Thank you. The JCPOA agreement.
It's the Jickapow. The Jickapow.
And they enriched past the agreement, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So
Right?
Trump pulled
They
us
no,
off.
hold on. I don't think you heard me. They enriched past that agreement.
No, they
yes,
didn't.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You don't fucking know what you're talking.
I do. Hang on, Bubby. Why are you yelling at me? Okay.
I know. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Dude, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
I know. It's hard. It's okay. So we didn't have the nuclear weapon. We have the intelligence reports, and we have our politicians on TV saying the reason that we went in there was because Israel was going to strike. We have Anthony Blinken saying that not only did they do this with Trump, but they also did this with Biden and Obama, and both of them said no.
where Israel said that they were going to go in. So Trump kind of was pulled into it, right? And that's no fault of Trump. Listen, I don't like the guy, but I'm not super. He's a symptom, not the problem. Okay. You look at all of this money and stuff that we're being pulled into these wars for Israel. And you said you don't support Israel, you don't like grape. You should look at the 100% rate of grape of for female Thai workers in Israel. 694 out of 694. They had literally
where was your sympathy? Where was your sympathy when they were doing that and
hang on,
fucking
reclaiming my time. Bobby,
They're
doing that what?
reclaiming my time.
Time has been reclaimed. Oh shit! It fucked up.
So
Hold
we
on.
have all of this money going in. It's Israel pulling us in. The original point in coming up.
timer, dude. I'll let her finish.
I think that you should really, really do some reading. You should pick up a book, Bubby. You should practice deep breathing.
No, don't tell me that. Don't tell me
Every
that.
time you interrupt,
No,
I've got to
no.
add 5 seconds. So this is the speech that never ends.
I'm a professional speaker. I could literally do this with you all day.
Yeah,
but I'm trying
Let her land her plane. If you, the moment
my
you
plane is
if
my
you
plane
if you
is
say
that
a word while she's talking, she's getting 5 extra seconds. So you could end up giving her 3 minutes, I guess. Go ahead, Rando.
Okay, Bobby. My point is just that you should really look into and do some research on the ties with Israel and why we've been interfering in the Middle East for the past 80 years since they were developed. And maybe then you can realize that this left-right game is nonsense and we can reclaim America for Americans and make Americans great again. And I'll land there. Thanks,
Well
Bubby.
said.
You did an okay job.
Well said, friend. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to give you rebuttal time, Lift. Go ahead. 45 seconds, and then I'm going to get to Mrs. Chaos. I saw your charge me up gift. That was funny. Go ahead.
So, first of all, look, I understand your perspective. I understand that, like, you have some disagreement with Israel. I get it. I understand Israel is not a great country. I understand that what they're doing is not great. I get that. I understand that. But also, you have to understand that this country, Iran, had a... Dude, can you at least stop the sound, please? They had a fatwa against us for fucking years, dude. They want to end the West way of life. Do you understand anything about what they teach their children, what they teach everyone, the religious scholars? You have no idea, dude. They want to end the Western way of life. We cannot allow that.
Our Western way full of pornography and gambling. Maybe we should go back to 1953 when we overthrew their democratically elected leader because we didn't like them.
They don't even need to indoctrinate their children. All they have to do is tell the history of the relationship between the U.S. and Iran, and the people would grow up to hate America because of what we've been doing to them. In matter of fact, in the letter that they sent right before Trump's speech, they pointed this out. In that letter, they were like, look, when you come in here and fuck our shit up and you come in and bomb, or you do a coup and you send in your intelligence agents and you unalive our scientists and all this shit, it serves one purpose, and that is to ensure that the generation that is coming later will end up hating you. So if you don't want a country to hate you, maybe stop fucking with them. That's
Let me educate you a little bit about...
this was my rebuttal to your rebuttal to her. I guess I can give you 25-second response, but I got to get to Ms. Chaos. She's been waiting for a minute. Unless you really got to get it out. Do you really have to get it out?
Can you give me 45 seconds, please? 45
I'll
seconds.
give you, you know what? I'll give you 37 and a half.
Give me 35. That's fine.
37 and a half. Go.
So I listened to an article on NPR, right? NPR, the radio station that you guys all love. And they said there's a distribution of the Iranian people, right? There's about 10% people who will fight and die for their country, right? They love Iran. There's also another 10% who benefit from it, so they won't do anything. And there's also like another 40% who like literally just sit down and don't get involved. But there's also another 20% who will get involved and want to fight.
Sorry, I muted it. I had to do the Howard Dean to let you know the timer's up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Dude, you know what?
I really
Dude,
just wanted to do that.
It's crazy that he got like ruled out from the election just because of that sound.
I watched it happen in real time. It was the fucking craziest shit that a dude's, because if you were I had seen another camera from like in the back, you couldn't even hear what he was saying. That crowd was so loud. And that's why he was screaming. But because they had the audio from the mic, the fucking news stations turned it up because
he's forever known for that. And that's it. Like,
fucking
that's
sad. It really was sad. That's the DNC for you. Gatekeeping fucks. He was actually a good. He was actually good.
Hey, you want to make $1,000 bet? Like,
fucking nuts.
Who has $1,000 in their pockets? Yeah, you don't do that. But,
Ray Day, I scared you. I'm sorry. Anyway, okay. Are you okay? Let's get to Mrs. Chaos. Miss Chaos, thank you for being patient. Go ahead.
I'm always a patient person, but
and I appreciate you for it. I'm sorry.
So I've been. Hush! I did not interrupt you. I can get mean if I need to. I am a mom, and I have a degree too. So shut up. So I've been watching them like slowly go up. Can we all take 1 minute, if you're not on the panel, to tap, 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 tap.
Oh, thank you.
Please do his gift goal. Please do at least 2 shares if you have not. 2 shares helps. Do a repost. And if you can, post to your story. That way your friends can find Lib. That way we can all listen to this crazy ass person in the corner. Okay? Do his gift goal. He's only got like what? Less than 20 left. Let's go. Let's go. Tap, 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 tap.
What corner?
All right. Thank you. That's all I needed to say for now because I'm not arguing with that. That's rebuttal.
Dang it. I just stepped away thinking I had a minute and a half.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're good.
I mean, I could keep going, but then I would get angry and it won't be
No. You're good. If you want to add in, you're welcome to if you'd like it. Because I did need to do a PSA anyway. I can give you your time back, in fact.
In all honesty, the big I country has been attacking the little P country since before anything else. So why in the world would you want somebody who's weaker to... Listen, I didn't interrupt you.
Hold on, Lift. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh, I'm friends with Zyotalk. Let's not go there. Me and her are the same wavelength. So I will yell at you if I need to. Why in the world will we let somebody who is weaker when we're supposed to be this big, kind, loving America that people like to say that we are? I don't think that, but anywho, we're supposed to help the sick and help the poor and help the starving, but yet we can't help them secure their own land that they've had before the I country was even a thing. Because they were there before. They had this little bitty spot. So it just mind boggles me that you can't grasp that. Why? I'm at a loss for words because it's just, he's on one fence and he's on the other. It's annoying. He sounds like he's been drinking. He thinks he's bigger and smarter when he's not, obviously. Because Rando, I love you, but you triggered his degradation and it was hilarious.
Did
I applaud you for that.
College?
I did not interrupt you.
Lift
for the third time.
Let me ask something real quick because I'm going to get around the room. We do have a new panelist, Andrew, who hasn't talked yet, but I feel like other people have waited for a while, so I'd like to get to them first. But Lift, do you think that I'm a dumb person?
No,
just in general.
Honestly, I think you're probably on par with me. I think you're actually pretty smart, dude.
Would it surprise you to learn that I never even graduated high school?
It would. I would.
I did not graduate high school.
Really, dude?
Really. And I only point this out because the degree thing is like, it's you can
But you're
be
so
you
knowledgeable.
right. That's personal choice, I guess. Right. It just, I don't know. I retain shit fairly well. Right. My point being that you can be very intelligent and not even be successful or have a degree. Right. So I when you bring up the degrees and stuff, it's just keep that in mind that there are people that exist out there without degrees. It doesn't really mean too much. I mean, it's an indication of intelligence because I've found some really stupid fucking people with master's degrees. I mean,
I know plenty of doctors who can't even learn to start a push car.
Right.
A push to start car.
And
whole doctors.
And there are some people who are very intelligent in like one very niche thing, dumb as fuck about everything else. Lack of common sense. You've met those people, I'm sure.
I'm not disappointed with you. I never knew that. I am shocked by that.
Yeah.
Because you are probably one of the like top 3 smartest people that I've ever spoken to, and I had no idea.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I existed in high school thinking that I was stupid, but this is based on my childhood.
You are literally one of the
matter of fact, this bitch, her name is Marcella
By the way,
Morgan.
loud. I had the same problem myself.
What's that?
I had the same problem myself. I felt when I had the same problem.
Let me give Kahuna a timer because he hasn't spoken for a while. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Kahuna.
No, because I connect with you, even though I'm a dentist, right? Yeah, I connect with what you said, because even though I was I became a dentist like midlife, when I graduated from Bachelor of Dentistry. But before that, I didn't really want to be a dentist, really. My father is a geophysicist. What the fuck am I doing dentistry? It's really berserk, especially my father, like your father, didn't like the dentist, you know what I mean? So pretty much what happens is that I ended up doing my MBA so I can, maybe benefit from how good I am. I'm a natural born healer. Myself, I like to heal people, and myself, if you see my face, right? I'm 52, by the way. I have 3 kids, and alhamdulillah, God, I have to talk about God's, blessings. So it's like نعمة ربك فحدث. It's Quran. Simply, I'm just fulfilling it, and that's why I'm trying to also lift from his shift and bring him up to our level, because I don't want to get anybody, if you're a Puerto Rican and you don't see what's happening, you don't understand what's happening in Palestine, you don't need to give us if you have something good you can say, bro, it would be nice to hear it. But if you don't, please, keep your thoughts until you have educated thoughts about it to yourself. بس يا أخوي. And I love you in God, wallahi. I have nothing about you, no grudges, nothing. I want you peacefully living too. I crash my drone finally and say hi to Rando. How you doing, girl?
Yeah, no, thank you, Kahuna. I appreciate that. And let me get around the room. And it was just a minor point. I just wanted to make that point lift that, there's a lot of really smart people that,
Yeah, I know. I honestly,
for whatever reason.
My mind to.
Yeah.
Look, dude, I won't lie. I had a premonition about people. I thought certain things about people if they didn't go to college, and you personally have shifted my thought process about that.
Yeah, I mean it's I do like learning, and I'm just curious, but my brain goes from one thing to the next, so I'm not like an expert in any one subject. I just know like a little bit about everything. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
That's that neurospicy coming.
Right. It's like I don't know a lot about anything, but I know a little about everything. I mean, except for how to fix the thermostat diaphragm thing without busting the bolt off in it and breaking the housing and costing myself $300 when the part itself was like $2. Fucking idiot.
I know a lot about everything, but I did not know about this. Right? I did not know about I did not know about the personal aspect about it. I did not know. Dude, I've been on this panel before, and you. I consider you pretty one of the smartest people I talk to be honest. And
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, and I appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate when you interject and you state your opinions. And I would have never thought that. I think I need to reconsider what I think about people.
Look, hey, that's actually really big of you. Respect,
I up
lift.
that statement, by the way.
Respect.
Now, I
Yeah.
up that statement. Thank you for saying it. You know what we are here for is to learn from one another because collectively we're
That's
much
right.
smarter than in single. Think of it. If you're cocooned and you're trying to do the wheel from the beginning. God help you.
Han Solo.
I don't need God's help.
You never know. You never know. Things may happen. Anyway, Headley still wants to run his hands through my hair. I'd let him. I don't know why that guy just cracks me up. Okay, let me get around Valkyrie. I think you've been waiting for a while and you haven't said much. Did you want to weigh in before I get to Andrew?
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in real quick. So, one of the things that Lyft had shared about that really kind of bothered me was I am taking Americanized views and projecting them across the world. This, yeah, it's colonizer mentality and colonialism, and at its heart, it's imperialism, but it's also ethnocentrism. And so ethnocentrism, in its own definition, is the tendency or likelihood to view your own culture, values, or your social norms as superior or better than those of other groups. And that means that you judge other cultures based off of the yardstick that you created. Okay? So when you create the yardstick and you measure other people based off of your own value of measurement, you're not allowing another culture or country to show their own truth. And so we have to change our perspective to where we are more understanding and less ethnocentric and less projecting of our own rules on other people. I will crush my drone.
That's actually a great point, Valk. And let me add to that that's one of the gorgeous, beautiful things about America when it does things well. It has borrowed shit from all cultures, like across the world, almost all cultures. We have things that we do in this country that are from other cultures. So we adopt them, we kind of intermix and, put that stuff in our way of life. That's been one of our biggest strengths, because we have all of that diversity here that really doesn't exist in any other place. Really doesn't. And it's a good thing if you don't have one group trying to shit on the other group, obviously, but and we could do a lot better.
Can I say one thing?
Differ again.
Since you're the only opposition, I feel like I have to give you some time.
I want to say something about this.
Give me a timer, please. Can I say something?
Yeah, 45-second rebuttal.
All right. So, first of all, I think so highly of all of you guys on the panel. I think so highly of the fucking host. I think you guys are like, you guys could do so much more than what you're currently doing. And maybe that's just me being fucking naive. And you know what? I'm okay being naive because I believe in the best of people. And I think the best of all of you guys, because I really think that all you guys, dude, can you please stop the sound, dude?
I've got to click the mute button.
It fucks me up.
Go ahead. I added 5 seconds back. Go ahead.
Right. So I really think that you guys are destined to be I truly believe that you guys are so much smarter than this stuff that we're doing. And I think that you guys would be fucking incredible. I would love to have all of you that I'm hearing from, as coworkers, and you guys could make fucking $100,000 or more, working in the system. Yes, we're working for the system, and it's not great, but but like you guys are so smart. You guys are so intellectual, and it hurts me to see you guys, just not working to your, I guess, potential. It hurts me. I want the best for you guys.
Well, to that, and you know what's interesting is that,
Sir, I've been in this intelligence community for 12 years.
Social intelligence is very, very important, even above your own, like, actual intelligence, like what you know, because when you don't exist well with others or whatever, and you don't really have that, it does hurt you and keep you down, even if you have a lot to offer. And so you see a lot of people who are really good socially with other people, even though they're not the best mind, etc., in an industry, whatever that is, and they excel because they're so good with other people. And it's like, I understand it. It's kind of fucked up though, because it's not really a meritocracy at that point. It's a who can be friends better with, you know what I mean, and get along, and it's kind of weird.
I know,
but
dude, brother,
that's the problem I've dealt with, because people either love me or fucking hate my guts.
I'm here talking to you, and I see that you guys are clearly like the cream of the crop. Like, all you guys are so smart, and it's. I understand that there's like a game that you have to play to get into corporate world. Like, I don't know, man. I just wish you guys would go there.
Oh, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go to the corporate world, but they're not gonna like it when they see me.
I have worked in the
They're gonna like it.
Sir, I have worked in the Federal Intelligence Agency for 12 years.
Now, well,
yeah, sir, I worked for Global Intelligence for 12 years.
You wouldn't know what I'm saying. You wouldn't know
when you hear
this guy talking. Knock it off.
Yeah, let me get to Andrew. Andrew's been waiting for a while, hasn't spoken yet. Andrew, please go ahead, 90 seconds, and then Effortless, I'll get back to you so you can finish what you were saying. Andrew, please go ahead.
Okay, there's a lot going on here. I think we're in the midst of like some kind of, I don't know, therapy, friendship, growth session here.
It might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better than the combative state that was earlier going on. So I'll take that. I'd just like to add that a couple things here. Okay. One, I'm ignorant and I went to college. I have a college degree, okay? But I'm ignorant.
Ignorant and you went to college? No, you're smart if you went to college.
No. The process, when you graduate college, if you learn anything, you learn that you don't know shit about shit. Okay? Because as soon as you delve into a topic, there are 1,000 different people who know 1,000 different things more than you and been there and done that. And we're standing on the shoulders of giants, they say, because we don't know anything but from what the people before us learned and they told us. So when I get a college degree and I go out into the world now, I see myself going, I don't know anything about this or this or this, so I better figure out like steps to learn what I'm talking about. So I don't know the intricacies of the fatwa. I don't know the intricacies of the dynamics of international law. But you know what I do know? Right from wrong. And what I do know is Marco Rubio said we had to strike Iran before Israel did because Israel was going to strike Iran. So that's what they said. That's what he said. That's from the horse's mouth. And I'm going to take that word to the bank. And now they're lying about it. So I don't need to be super educated to figure out that something's amiss here, and I don't have to follow blindly into the darkness with
but
MAGA.
You went to college. You understand?
That's a great point too, Andrew. That's a great point.
And you could also understand that these people are probably like they're actually really intelligent. Can you agree with me there?
That who what now?
Everybody here is intelligent on some things, and they may be figuring out how to learn. That's the best part of figuring out, going to school, is figuring out how to teach yourself. That's the number one thing you should do.
At a certain point, you graduate, and then you end the learning part, right? In certain
No. That's the mistake. That's the mistake you make when you leave school or college. And I'll wrap it up. You never stop learning. You should never lift. You should never ever stop trying to learn. That's what I told my professors before I left college. It's never going to stop.
You reach a certain point where you have a certain amount of intellect further than the general populace, right? By going to college, right?
I think
And
there are
these
kids
people on
smarter
this
than me
panel,
that are younger.
hold up.
I'm 30. There are
And
kids
these
that are younger than me that are probably more intelligent than me right now, just because
yes,
I've been
and these
experiencing
people
things
on the
longer.
panel are example of that, right? I never look, dude. To be honest, I thought if anyone didn't go to college, I thought they were. Look, I'll be real with you guys. I thought they were not intelligent, and then I came up here. I came up with the panel, and I also heard liberal talk, and I learned that maybe my thought process on people going to college was a little bit wrong because there are intelligent people who don't go to college and have thoughtful things to say, and you know, I appreciate it.
Dude, my dad worked at summer jobs with like construction workers and carrying ice upstairs and stuff like that. Dude, those guys read the newspaper every day, and they were some of the most well-informed people he's ever met. Truckers are some of the most well-informed people you've ever met because all they do all day is listen to the news and read the newspaper and do that. Like they have nothing to do but stay up to date on shit, you know?
Yeah,
My
as a
dad worked
trucker,
for an Israeli bank.
Gotta
his
say,
entire life.
there's a lot of dumb ones out there too.
I got a question,
Man, there's
just
a lot.
based off of how I've talked and what my profile picture looks like, because I'm done streaming. I'm not. Y'all can't look at my face today. What do you think I have a degree in, based on how I've talked to you, how I've talked to Lib, how I've talked in general, and what my profile picture looks like? What do you think I have a degree in?
Psychology.
I was gonna say social work.
I have a
Or
bachelor's
HR.
in medical assisting, and I have an associate's in psychology.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we were kind of right, but also
Kinda. But here's the thing. All college does is make you knowledgeable in one niche, unless you have a major and a minor. All it does
here's the thing,
is
dude,
put you in one niche. I'm not done talking. It puts you in one niche and makes you knowledgeable enough to go and work in that niche. But here's the thing. Even with medical, there are always advances. There are always new things. You still have to continue to learn without the college. You still have to continue to learn everything because there's always something new. So people who cannot afford college, and I could not for a long time until my husband joined, I got really good at listening to things, watching things, analyzing things. You can do everything that a college does by yourself as long as you don't use certain things.
no. Listen, I got into debt by probably $30,000 in debt, right?
I'm right there with you. I'm at 46.
All right, so we're around the same amount of debt, which sucks, by the way.
It'll be all right. I'll live.
It will be. But here's the thing, right? So I work as an accountant, right? And so like my daily salary, like I make probably $50-$60 an hour, and I don't get paid hourly, right? I just did the math to figure out how much I get paid. I get paid like every 2 weeks. I get paid $4,000, right? Just a $4,000 check gets paid into my bank account.
Okay.
And everyone and I was broke as fuck. Like I had no education. I did nothing, and like people could also do that. People are like eligible to get to that point that I got to.
Well, here's the thing. Not everybody is afforded the same thing. Some people
I
are
went
not
to
near
a free
colleges.
I went to a free college. I went to a
Okay,
community college.
not everybody
college.
applies for it. I know as soon as when I went to go apply when I was in senior year of high school, I could not apply for the Pell Grant because my single mother made too much money. So therefore I could not go then. I waited until my husband joined. Then I could, just based off of his thing. You still make more than he does. but he's actively doing stuff that you want him to go over to the Middle East and do whatever.
Yeah, but do you
I'm
see
not
my
saying
point?
I'm not saying
Do you
you
see my
specifically.
overall point, though?
People
I'm not.
like
I'm
you.
not trying to. I'm not trying to shit on anyone's, income. What the overall point that I'm trying to make is that, like, we all came from. You can come from a terrible background, and you can lift yourself so high, so much higher than you can ever imagine. Right? I never imagined, dude. You think like I ever thought I would make like fucking $180,000? No, never in my life. I'm not like.
Well, here's the thing.
A smart
Even though
person.
I
I'm not
have
that
all these
smart.
degrees and I can put myself up, do you know why people do not hire me in doctor's offices right now? It is
Why?
simply because I'm a military spouse and they think I move too much. That is exactly why.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, it's a whole stigma. It's insane. Here I have to know more Spanish than I already do to get a job here, but that's just because it's very, very diverse and some people just don't want to learn Spanish or learn English. It's a whole mess over here. But anywho, they do not hire certain people like military spouses or probably first responder spouses because they don't know when we're going to move.
That's crazy. I would never have thought about it.
So I can get all these degrees and I can do all these things,
but circumstances change.
but I
everything.
cannot put it into practice a lot of the times.
Look, I promise you can.
I promise you I can't. I promise you I've tried for, how long's my husband been in? 9 years. So try again.
Lyft would tell you to go to get a different degree.
Oh, no, Atlanta, I'm not doing that shit again. No, thank you.
Bro, here's the thing, right? Maybe I'm a little bit jaded, or maybe I'm a little bit, how do you say?
Unknowledgeable about other people's surroundings.
No, I'm very knowledgeable. Maybe I'm
about other people's surroundings.
I'm very knowledgeable about that, but maybe I'm a little bit privileged because I earned my degree. I earned it. It took a lot of hard work, right?
So I didn't earn mine.
I earned, well, whatever. But I earned mine in accounting, and there are plentiful jobs, dude. You can do whatever you want. You can work for Walmart. You can work for fucking Ernst & Young. You can work for whatever fucking company.
You're not grasping the point. People do not hire certain people based off of they can move. And not everybody wants to be a stinking accountant.
That's true.
Yes, I understand accounting is not the most interesting job to get into. I understand.
My mom has a business degree, but yet she works at a college.
It's about to get
So
replaced.
please spare me.
But here's the thing: there's other jobs, not accounting, right? That's just I just use that as an example because I know it. But like other people can do other things, and you can still get ahead. You can get so far ahead. Look, at the end of the day, it's about how you vibe with the people who hire you. Really, that's way more important than
This is what you're not grasping. People have circumstances and their surroundings that do not afford them to do whatever you think was so great that you did. Cool beans. You got a job that gives you $100K a year.
More than that, but
okay. That means nothing. When other people, they have all this knowledge, they have all this, but they can't go do it. That's where you're missing the point. They can't put their degrees in practice because nowadays degrees don't mean shit.
They do, actually.
Not really, because there are certifications and everything else.
Can I ask Lyft, just a real quick question here, okay? So, are you living paycheck to paycheck?
Hell no, bro. I'm living year to year.
Okay. Congratulations to you. I just want you to know that more than half the country is living paycheck to paycheck. So how's that make you feel?
No, but dude.
No. Just no. Straight up, answer me like for real. Just I'm human to human. Half of America, the greatest country on earth, is living paycheck to paycheck. How does that make you feel being in the top 5%?
It makes me feel weird.
But you're making only 180,000, and you're complaining about taxes out of your $50 an hour.
No, it makes me feel weird because I feel like, all right, everybody has this opportunity. They all can do the same thing I'm doing, but at the same time, somebody, I don't know who, maybe someone in this panel told me
Hold
that,
up.
like,
Let me.
hold up,
How many
dude.
people get exactly the same situation that you do? Just like you said, they have the opportunities you do. How many people really do
Someone on
have
this
the
panel
same
told
opportunities
me.
you do?
Someone on this panel told me that it's not like that. Like which is, I'm trying to understand because I thought it was like that for everyone. I'm not sure why it isn't, but like,
Isn't that crazy how America doesn't afford the opportunities to everybody? You know, not that
it
everybody
does though,
should
dude.
get, but that everybody can't get.
Dude, what you don't understand is that, like, I literally came from nothing. I literally came from nothing. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I
Bro.
came from nothing, dude.
No one is not gonna congratulate you for coming and
I don't
finding
want to
your
be. I
way.
don't give a fuck
No,
about
no, no.
being
You should
congratulated.
be. No. You
I
should
don't
not feel
care.
bad about where you are, but the realization is that you're lucky.
No,
Circumstances
I'm not
gave
lucky.
you.
I'm not lucky. I earned it.
Hold on,
I
hold on.
put
Lift, let him
blood,
finish, honey.
sweat, and
Hold
tears
on,
into that.
lift. I'm not devaluing any of your work, but the timing and placement and preparation you needed to get your opportunities and succeed in them, that's luck. Okay? Preparation needs timing. Okay? It's not just it fell out of the sky and somebody offered you something out of the blue. You were in the right place at the right time.
That's right.
How many other people are in the
I
right
was
place at the
not,
right
dude.
time? What do you mean you have a $180,000 job? You clearly were in the right place at the right time to get that job and keep that job.
And I got that after I earned my CPA. Like, I
Yeah,
had
but somebody had to look at
you know
your
what I
name,
did?
look at your
I
resume, and
sacrificed my
accept you.
life. I sacrificed my life for fucking fucking year, 2 years. I had no friends, right? And then I literally just stayed inside all day and studied, and I got it, and I did it.
Hey, Lift, here's
And
another
that's how you do it.
scenario for you. My husband is an E6 in the Army. Do you know how much he makes a year?
142,
No.
137.
They make not over 46,000 a year. And that's an E6 in the Army.
Well, dude, you're destined for better. You're destined for better. You and your husband are destined for better.
But listen, even if he got degrees, even the med students, the medical staff, they make probably 20K more than he does at the same rank because they have one degree. That's still not equating to you. So whenever you say, oh, people have opportunity, people can do this, people can do that, people are doing what they can with the best that they can.
Yeah, but
and it sucks.
Like, what's destined mean? That's doing a lot of heavy lifting in this conversation here. Like, destined, like destined is a lot of hard. Were you destined to suffer all the way till you got your job? Like, that's some, I wouldn't say you were destined to suffer. That's just
No, but
it's
here,
luck.
you
Or unlucky.
make generational chains, right? So if you suffered, right, you work hard, do a little bit of extra, you put some back sweat into it, and then you know what, your children will not have to face the same thing, and then they will, achieve success as well.
They won't.
Yeah, they
though.
face different
There are
issues, like being
people.
spoiled brats.
There are people that suffer and do the exact same thing that you do and don't end up with the same outcome. Their location matters, like where they're at in the world. I mean, you say, well, just move. I mean, it doesn't work that way. Somebody might have
People
had a
need money to
child
move
early.
to begin with.
They don't have daycare to take care of their child. I mean, there's any number of variables here. So when you look at somebody who isn't making enough money or whatever, and they have a degree, that's life, right? You did luck into the job because that same job somewhere else may not pay you as much, Or you
I
may
didn't
be
look
in an
into it. I
area
did
where
not-
like
did not look into it.
$180,000 actually isn't like a high living, right? There are areas like that exist, like in California, for example, where that may be a decent living, obviously, but in
I
some
did
areas
not
it's
look
not as
into
good.
it. I worked for it. I worked really hard for it.
There
And
are
so my
people
husband
that
doesn't work hard to make sure that you can sit here and run your mouth on TikTok.
right, and that's the thing.
You're welcome.
Other people did also work hard for it. You're saying that if you didn't make enough, that means you didn't work as hard as me? Look at Paris Hilton. Did she work hard?
Kim Kardashian, did she work hard?
Yeah, there are people that have this stuff, these things that didn't work hard at all. It was just basically handed it to them. They either won the vagina lottery or they were in the right place at the right time, like Andrew said. That does happen, right?
Look, I'm not going to agree because I believe the best in all of you, and I believe that you guys can achieve further than, you know.
Hold up, Liv, let me ask you something. Do you know
Where
about
you're-
the veil of ignorance? Have you heard about this philosophical thought process, the veil of ignorance?
I know the veil of being poor. I know that.
Okay. Imagine the world.
And
where
no,
you could
imagine
be,
a world.
You could. Okay.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, imagine a world where you could be any person, you could be born anywhere on earth as it is today, okay? But you have to make the world in a way where you're born, you would be happy living. But you can't choose where you're born. So how would you make the world? Would you make it and leave it how it is today, or would you change a few things?
I would change a few things.
I agree, me too. Okay, so we're at least on the same page there. Now, does it suck that people who are living in, like, you know, let's say places that don't have fresh food available to them and they don't have cars available or public transit, shouldn't that be, like, changed? You know, fixed, maybe at a grocery store or some fresh food or something? Like, let's start small, man. We're not trying to, like, manufacture the entire world to a global something.
Here's why I'll say no, because I would not be where I am today if I did not struggle. I struggled, to be honest, right? And it made me into a better person. And so I think people need to feel the struggle to get there, to be honest. That's what I think. If you struggle and you understand the value of things that you get, of what you have to work for, then you appreciate it so much more.
Yeah, but there are people that have more than you who grew up poor that maybe even didn't do the same amount of work. It's just their circumstances just worked out in the end. That happens.
Yeah. Dude, and I'm friends
So
with them.
you don't
I
even have
understand
to. You don't even have to work hard to get it sometimes. And sometimes when you work hard, you still don't get it.
In America, all you have to do is have one great
I
idea,
disagree.
and that's
Work
it.
hard. I think you will get it. I honestly believe that if you work hard, you will get it. Period. Doesn't matter what obstacles are in front of you. You will get there. I promise you.
No,
Are you
will get there.
that's a motivational speaker. You know,
I
kind
know,
of
dude.
nonsense.
I know.
It's not
sounds
true.
like some bullshit.
No,
But
it's just
question, how long does-
it's not true. There's value in saying that, like it makes sense, but it's not true all the time.
Bro,
it just
I'm
isn't.
not like you think this benefits me by saying this. Like, no, it doesn't. I'm not trying to fucking be a fucking motivational speaker. No, I don't care about that shit.
It benefits your worldview.
Lift question. How long do people have to suffer before good things happen to them? I just want to.
You don't have to suffer. You just have to work hard, dude. It's working
Well,
hard.
you said
concerning
people have to suffer and work hard to get where they need to go. How long do you project somebody to do that, though?
like 1 to 2 years.
Okay, then tell me why my mom suffered for 35 years being poor and a single mom.
She didn't go
Going
that
to
far. She didn't want that.
Excuse me. She worked 3 jobs, went to school, got her bachelor's in business, and now is an office manager at KSU. So now her life is good when she's 50. That's what we're talking about. Not everybody has the same ability to jump forth through time.
But here's the thing, like
So 1 to 2
if I
years
could
is
do
not-
it, I'm a nobody, right? And if I could do it, why can't you guys do it?
Bro, we're all
We
nobodies.
literally have
Your-
told you.
Okay, your
People's surroundings
situation.
and people's circumstances
Right.
is what prevents things. I need you to grasp that in your brain. Just for a second, hold a bubble in your mouth and listen. Some people don't have the same opportunities as others, whether they have the degrees
Let's
or
give it
anything
to
else.
them.
Listen, okay,
We'd like
that's
to.
Okay.
everybody
Not-
should have free school.
That's what we want.
Nobody's
Yeah.
arguing no.
Yeah,
And
like
You're
people
with
should be
us.
hired no matter what.
right.
They should be hired based on their merit and merit alone, not what they look like, not what they sound like, any of that.
Yeah, but listen, I worked in the workforce, and I know that's not the
You
truth.
act like I haven't worked
Bro,
before.
we
I
all
worked
work in
for
the
corporate
workforce.
Well,
Walmart.
then you
Let's
would
not.
know. You would know that they factor in a little bit other things, right?
Luck is a factor. Luck is a factor. It just
And whiteness is a
Listen,
factor.
and
Let's not-
and
what do
we
they
say luck,
factor
but
in?
it's basically just your circumstances kind of aligning to get you to where you're needing to go, right? It is a
Lift,
factor.
you are so close. Lift, you are so close there. Okay, you said you would know that they factor in some other stuff, okay? Tell me what some of those other things that they factor in are. And who's they, by the way?
Your age, and possibly your race.
Okay,
Why
so
does race have to deal with it? Why can't it just be based off merit?
Yeah, I'm not
Right,
saying
wait.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's
Yeah,
how it
yeah.
works.
Okay, so why are they in charge to choose whose luck runs out and who gets lucky?
Because if
Who
you're
are they?
if you're black and you actually
No,
work
no,
your
no.
way up
Lift,
there,
lift. You're missing the point. I'm asking you, why do the people that are hiring and not hiring certain people and denying them opportunities, why are they even in charge? Who are they? There is
They're old
somebody else to
people,
take that
dude.
job who is not a racist or not going to
No,
deny somebody
they're
based
not
off
racist.
how they look or whatever.
People hire people who look like them, right? So if you want to change the system, right, and I'm being real honest here, if you want to change the system, then you go ahead and push through that systematic racism.
Affirmative action.
And you go there, and you become the person who hires people, which I am, and you hire people who look like you, and you can do it.
Just
you can make a difference,
You're
dude.
so close. You're so close.
Yeah, just snap your fingers, guys. It's done. Like, just takes a year or two of struggle. That's it.
Okay, but what happens when they call affirmative action racist? What happens when the right calls affirmative action racist against white people? What do you think of that, Lift?
Bro, none of those politics affects hiring. At all.
Okay. Well, Valkyrie, I saw your hand up. Did you want to add something?
Yeah. So, Lyft, it sounds like you're having a hard time grasping the idea of a social platform that people have. So, in the United States, we have a social structure, right? Our social structures are based off of different aspects of our system, okay? So, our education system, our economy, our legal system, all of these work together to organize people's lives. Where you're located, it's a different system than other systems. Okay. So this system in Seattle, for example, is not going to be the same as in Chicago or New York or Miami. They're all going to be a little bit different. So in order to understand this, we understand it through social stratification, which is where the United States is a power that's based on wealth, status, and power. Okay, that stratification creates inequalities. Okay, so the capitalist system and the way that it works, it creates inequalities to push people to the bottom, middle, or top. It's not just about individual effort alone. Okay, these things are built into our society and how they function. Someone born into a wealthy family has a higher platform to be able to access better health care, private tutors, better
But you're not
education,
excluded
elite
from.
colleges. Hold on. I'm just trying to explain this. Okay?
I'm trying to
So they
engage with
have,
you.
but I understand. But just let me finish real quick, okay? So they have a higher platform. When we have intersectionality, which is a concept where there's multiple different social identities that, yes, can include race, gender, class, and disability, they interact together to shape different people's opportunities. So, this is where Chaos was talking about some people can't just up and move and go find those opportunities. Sometimes, like in her predicament, people have to move around a lot because their spouse's job requires them to move around a lot. So that means that her intersectionality as a spouse of somebody in the military means that she's at a lower disadvantaged platform to finding a job because she doesn't have the same platform to jump from. Okay? Is that making sense?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I just.
So when we have these different platforms, everybody has a different, let's say, diving board to jump into the pool from. And
But
whoever's going to make the biggest
yes, I
splash.
understand that. I understand that part of it, but you also have the same opportunity, which is in your
No, honey,
explanation. No, hold on. In your explanation, please include that part of it, please.
but we don't have the same platform to jump from. That's what I'm getting at.
No, I
It's
didn't say same
built
platform. I
into
said
our
same
system. No,
opportunity.
yes, okay, I understand that you're talking about equal opportunity, but we don't have that. We have the illusion of equal opportunity.
No, I
In
disagree with
today's,
you.
but you're coming from that as a white American male.
I'm not
You
even
have the
YT though.
most,
That's the thing. I'm not even YT.
but
That's
you
why.
have the most privileged platform to jump from. Nobody else has that same platform.
Yeah, but at least 50% of the people on this panel do.
Do
Right?
So
It's,
what?
that's a
it's not, it's
conjecture
not
for
some.
another
It's not
day.
some.
But
It's not some
here's also the
legendary
thing. Like,
thing.
Lyft. Don't you agree that people that are working, like, even if it's just a job, it's not a career, right? And defining success is subjective, right? So for success for somebody might be $5 million a year. I'm successful. Other people it may be $80,000 a year, but they're doing something that they love, and they deal with it, right? And so like this notion that when people work, regardless of whether it's their career or the final destination, they should be paid enough to at least live off of. Do you at least agree with that?
Partially.
Yeah, I mean, because like the burger flipper at McDonald's, if they're doing 40 hours a week, like why do we say that they should be paid less than a livable wage? Why? It's they're still working. Do you think that they should be paid to where they can put a roof over their head and food in their mouth? Lyft.
I heard you, dude.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that we like that should be something that we strive for?
Something that we should strive for. Yes, I'll agree with you there. Yes.
Yeah, because we all have
I
roles
think
to
it should
play.
be, something that's, easily attained that easily. Maybe I would have, thoughts about that.
Well,
But I do
you're
agree
just
it
talking
should
about
be
something
something
that can
that we should think
sustain.
about.
That can you may not be thriving, but you're sustaining your life, right? You have enough to put a roof over your head, food in your mouth. You may not
Yeah,
have
but
a bunch of stuff.
you can also move to fucking Montana and, thrive.
Well, here's
Right?
the problem with that. People don't have the money to move if they make low wages.
Right.
Well, if you don't have money
That
to
is
move,
why.
I mean, like, you don't have money to live here. So like you can straight up, fucking get a job somewhere else and just get out of here. And you'd be
The
fine.
delusion is killing me. Can you let Blue Eye talk for a little bit, Lib? She's been holding her hand up for a minute.
Yeah, Blue Eyed, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want it for Liv to understand that like these jobs you're talking about that are the better jobs and the higher paying jobs, there's an extremely limited amount of those jobs. So for every one that's available, they could have 100 applicants that have the same experience, the same degree, identical resumes, but they can only choose one of those 100 applicants, right? So 99 people with the same qualifications are going to get dropped off. So you're also forgetting that like there's a very limited and small amount of these privileged jobs available, and I mean somebody's going to have to take that lower level
Here's
because
the thing: if
they
I
look
could
at
get hired, if I could,
Well, I don't think she was
whatever.
done. Let's let her finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead, Blue Eyed.
And what we mean when we say that like there's a point of privilege to it. So when they're looking at these resumes, eventually they're going to have to decide what a factor is. If you have 2 degrees, 2 people with the same degree, okay, now they're going to look at what college those people went to. Well, one went to a community college and one went to Yale. You know, they're going to go with what looks better. So they're going to choose probably that Yale graduate, somebody
they
who's
won't.
that
No,
more
they won't.
privileged
No, they won't.
and affordable. I've been in a hiring practice where they
have I.
literally, the companies I worked for literally factored in what colleges people went to over the experience and everything
when
like
you
that.
interview them is where it actually matters, right? Because you can ask them like what do you do on a day-to-day basis, right? You can actually find out about your applicant, right?
But that's not how it is everywhere. I'm saying like some of these people are doing calm interviews, phone interviews. You can have somebody who would be better at the job, but that doesn't sound as good on the phone, and they're going to go with the person that sounds more buttoned up. And the 99 people who are still qualified, where does that leave them? Because you're just not acknowledging that these jobs are not plentiful for everybody to go and get. These aren't everybody can just go get their little degree and get one of these $100,000 a year jobs. So it's just not acknowledging the reality that there are not enough of these jobs to go around.
Well, if you're not personable, then maybe you won't get a job, right? But everyone on this panel is pretty personable. You guys have pretty
Fuck
good.
you! What say you, boy? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Lift.
Well, how was that?
You got to quit scaring me like that, Liv. Jesus.
I got Ray Day too. I don't know. You said everybody here is personable, and I'm like, speak for yourself.
Yeah. No,
speak.
Well, I certainly am, right? Yeah.
Don't be lying about me, sucker. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, here's the thing: if you're personable, you will get a job, right? And so, like, you will absolutely get a job. Like, there's no doubt about it. Like, I've been hiring people, and the one most important thing is like, can you relate to us? Can you be like can you be someone I want to see on a daily basis, right? And then the second part is, can you also do the job?
But see, some people aren't born that way. Some people are born and great on your nerves and great on people, and that isn't even something that they can necessarily control.
Yeah, and they won't get a job.
Right, and but even if they were struggling, even if they worked hard, because they don't have this, an intangible thing that you can be born without, then you're less likely to get it. Like a good-looking person is more likely to be hired than an ugly person.
No, you have to be good-looking, dude. I don't care about that.
All I said was that a good-looking person, and there are studies to prove this, is more likely to be hired than an ugly person. They're more likely to be successful. They're more like right, and these are things that are outside of somebody's control. These are factors that will play into what somebody does. So even if they struggled the same way that you did, and they could be they could come out there looking like a fucking troll with whiskers, and they may not get hired at the same job that you applied for, even if they maybe have better education.
But
right?
this
It's
is
a
why
thing.
I'm advocating for people to like push through it, because I hire people. I don't care how they look. I don't care what if they're fucking little how do you say
looking
you
like
know, introverts.
Shrek's.
Yeah,
Shrek.
looking like Shrek. I don't care.
Hey,
Dude,
you leave
if
my
you
green butt
look,
out of this.
at the end of the day, I care if you do your work for one day, like I'll give you like 3 days off. I don't really care, right? I just have to meet my goals at the end of the day. I don't care what you look like. I care about the product that you produce, right? And so I think a lot of people think this way, right? Or
Right,
maybe not
but
the.
you don't know what they're going to produce until you've hired them, and you're going to base
But I can tell.
your assumption on these factors that you may not even realize it, and other people do that as well, right? That's human nature. But that just goes back to the point that what you're saying is that all you have to do is work hard, and a couple of years of struggling, you're gonna succeed. It just doesn't work that way. Like, that's not realistic, you know.
Lib,
Not
there was
for
another
everybody.
Yeah,
point
can I
that
tell
was
you
pointed
one
out.
controversial thing?
Well, hold on. She was
No, you
saying
go
something about
first.
a controversial thing.
There
Go
was
ahead.
something else that was pointed out in the comments by Gemini. People are hired based on comfortability. So knowing
That's
that
true.
this country is like 80% racist, what do you think that that's gonna do?
I don't care if you're comfortable. You need to do the
I know
job.
it's
That's
not
it.
based off of you. It's based off of how this country goes.
Then
They
you don't get a
hire based
job.
on comfortability and who they are comfortable with.
Then you don't get a
Knowing that
job.
more than
Okay.
80% of this country is probably racist, what do you think that's going to look like?
I don't care. Nobody cares. You know why?
No,
Because
they do care. And they do
we
that.
can find a million other people to fill the job, dude. Honestly, we could.
Is understanding is your perspective lift is all, well, I, me. You're having a really difficult time grasping the concept of anything outside of your own experience. And I think that's your issue is it's all, well, my
No, I
experience,
think
my experience,
no.
my
I think you're wrong.
experience.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong.
You have to remember that
It-
other people are a certain way, and that's nothing you can change.
Yeah.
Some
it's-
people will hire based off of skin color alone, whether or not they have the merit for it or not.
Yeah,
And
but
that is the
I'm
biggest
there.
problem
I'm
in
there
this country.
to make sure that they
Yeah,
don't.
you are,
I'm there.
but you are one in a sea of a million. Okay?
That's
You
that
are-
my me perspective again lift that I'm talking about. It's I don't do it, so nobody
We're trying
else
to get you to
does it.
understand that not everybody hires like you, not everybody thinks like you. Okay? People are going to go off of what they believe. So if we were to put, okay, let's say one of these people that I'm talking about is hiring. I'm gonna assume. Okay, I'm gonna just assume Gemini is black of some sort, Afro-Indigenous of some sort. Okay, I'm gonna assume. If you put me up against her, these people that I'm talking about will pick me always, and that is 80% of this country. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
It's cool that you want to be the change, but that's not how
I am the
how
change,
it
by the
is.
way. I am
We're
the
talking
change.
about like reality as it exists, not how like we want it to be or how we are. Right here, we study race in the labor market by
Bro.
sending fictitious resumes to help wanted ads in Boston and Chicago newspapers. To manipulate perceived race, resumes are randomly assigned African American or white sounding names. White names receive 50% more callbacks for interviews. Callbacks are also more responsive to resume quality for white names than for African American ones.
Exactly.
It's uniform across occupation, industry, and employer size. We also find little evidence that employers are inferring social class from the names. Differential treatment by race still appears to be prominent in the U.S. labor market. And so it's, it just, There's
And
just
this
so
is
many
why
factors.
we have to have so many different things in place that protect different communities.
Right.
Because it's such a problem. If it wasn't a problem and everybody thought like you, we wouldn't have all these different things in place to give everybody the same opportunity, or at least try to.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like, why don't you guys like pressure the system? Why don't you say,
What do you
hey,
think we've been
you know
doing
what?
for 200 something years?
No, don't say that. That's an easy way
No,
out.
that's a reality. I love you, but that's
The
a reality.
is I see the reality, and I see that it does not happen often enough. It should happen more often. And what people do is like,
I'm sorry, but where do you live again?
Lift, you voted for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Your DEI was to help clean up some of this stuff and to push for what you just said to push for.
Who
That's
gives
what
a fuck about
DEI
that?
was
It
engaged
doesn't
in.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, it does, because Donald Trump wanted to get rid of anything that would give a perceived boost to anybody that wasn't white. And you voted for that. So, like, and look, I'm not saying that you voted because he's a racist. I'm not saying that at all. My point is that, like, you're saying to push for this while simultaneously voting for a guy that's against that. And we have been pushing for this.
I can vote how I want to vote, and you guys.
But you have to remember, whenever you do
urging you
vote,
guys
it not
to
only
do-
affects you and what you like.
Yeah, but also I'm also urging you guys to do things that will make a difference, dude. I don't think you understand how big of a difference it would make if you just don't accept what they tell you. If you just fight them, you will. Like, I know.
Lift, that doesn't make any sense, because people have been fighting for the same. Listen to me. Everybody has been fighting for the same equality. Some more than others.
No,
some
they
a
have
lot
not.
more than others.
No, they have not.
Yes, they have. Why do
I've
you think
seen
that
it.
they have to have a thing in place for them to wear their hair in their own protective hairstyles? That is ridiculous. Do not give me that bullshit.
I've seen people literally cut their fucking hair to adhere to whatever.
Why
the
do they
fucking-
have to
whatever.
adhere to a white person's standard? That is ridiculous.
I agree with you there, but fucking fight it. Do something about it. Don't fucking complain to me.
And then
There is a bunch of shit that they have
and
put
then-
in place.
about it.
Well, Lift,
That's
like
what I'm saying.
I agree with what you just said. Fight it, right? But when they do that, they'll lose their job, and then you
No,
would
they
come
won't.
up.
No,
and
they
then
won't.
you
Yes,
would come
they
up.
do.
Yes,
No,
they
they
would.
won't.
And then you
You
would
have-
come up
you
in a
have plenty of
conversation and say,
protections.
"Well, you just work harder. Everybody can do it." Just like
Yes, I believe that.
They're considered argumentative, and then they are given stereotypes to their person.
No. Dude, I've been in this place, bro. Like you. All you have to do is actually do it, because nobody ever actually does it. It's very rare. I've seen it like maybe one time, and like if you do it, like people will support you. People will like defend you, but nobody ever takes that risk. Nobody ever does it.
Question: what state are
Do
you
it.
in?
denial.
I'm in New York, obviously.
You're in New York, and you
in
don't
the state of
understand
denial.
oppression or anything else?
I don't understand what.
Okay, well, in Georgia, they have to have extra stuff just to get a job when they are 80% of the population in Atlanta.
We'll start
So
with New
please
York
tell
and
me
then
why they
work your
have
way
to have
there.
this, that, and the third to not be labeled a stereotype
Start
when they
with
go to
New
a
York
job
and
interview.
work your way there.
That does not work, clearly.
Yeah.
The government is actively getting rid of DEI.
Start with
So
New
that people
York
can't
and work your
discriminate.
way there.
Well, guys, I
As
do.
always-
We're. I don't think we're going to come to an agreement or consensus on this. So, and I've got to get off here anyway here pretty soon. I do appreciate everybody here today. It's been an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I gotta go get my kiddos. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mrs. Chaos. Appreciate it. Go get those babies. But yeah, guys, just it is what it is. Now, I want to continue to do this live and lift. It sounds like you even appreciate it. So if you guys want to support my ability to continue doing this live, you can send some support through my Crash App or Vimo, which you can find on my profile. Since I'm going to go, I'm going to shut it down and you won't be able to gift if you want to support the live, if you can. I know it's hard for everybody. But with that said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. To those that have been waiting to speak for a while and haven't, I apologize, but I do gotta roll. But thank you all, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Thank you. Bye bye.
See you guys.